Welcome to At Midnight, the late-night dive into history, myths, and legends. Tonight's archive is vast, 79 voices, each trying to solve the riddle of existence before the candle burns out. From atoms to the Tao, from despair to defiant joy, this is the late-night story of everything we've ever wondered about. This is At Midnight. Let's step into the dark. What if the entire universe, every god, every storm, every beating heart, was just one single thing wearing different masks? That is the question that kept a man named Thales awake at night in the bustling port city of Miletus, over in what is now modern Turkey. Before him, if lightning struck, you blamed Zeus and went back to your evening. This was the mythos, the old, comfortable habit of explaining a chaotic world through divine family feuds. Thales, with a mind sharp enough to cut through centuries of storytelling, decided that maybe the cosmos wasn't a soap opera. He swapped mythos for logos, a word that roughly means a rational, logical account of things. A slightly arrogant move, if we are being honest, but it changed everything. He looked around at a world of dizzying variety and asked a deceptively simple question. What is the single, underlying archie out of which everything is made? Archie is that original, primary substance, the source material, the blueprint, the original recipe for reality that stays constant even when forms shift. His answer was startlingly materialistic. Water, not as a symbolic spirit, but wet, sloshing, actual water. It sounds almost quaint until you consider the logic of a man watching the sea, seeing how water transforms into vapor and ice, how life withers without it, and how the land itself seemed to sit on a massive, churning disk of the stuff. He essentially declared that the whole world was a cosmic puddle in different states. This was the original shot in the dark, the very first attempt at a naturalistic cosmology. Thales assumed something radical, something that quietly haunts the walls of this archive tonight. He assumed that the cosmos is not a random mess of divine whims, but an intelligible puzzle that a human mind can actually solve just by looking at it. The universe, in his eyes, was no longer a story to be told. It became a secret to be cracked open. A dangerous, beautiful little thought to plant in the middle of history, wasn't it? But of course, once you declare the world is made of water, the very next thing that happens is someone walks into the room to tell you precisely why you are wrong. That someone was Anaximander, a younger fellow from the same city, Miletus. And if Thales was the first philosopher, Anaximander might have been the first critic. He looked at the whole water theory and pointed out the obvious problem. If everything is water, why doesn't everything look, taste, and burn like water? A primary substance that could transform into its opposite, say, water into fire, would have to extinguish itself out of existence. The logic was a little inconvenient for Thales, but absolutely delicious for everyone who came after. So Anaximander proposed something far more elusive. He called it the apeiron. The word means the boundless, the indefinite, an infinite reservoir of stuff that has no specific qualities of its own precisely, so it can become anything. It is not wet, hot, or dry, it just is, a kind of philosophical fog sitting at the edge of thought. This was the first truly abstract first principle in the historical record, a concept that refused to be pictured. A bold move, really, replacing a very tangible cosmic puddle with a formless, eternal blur, and asking everyone to just accept that was the source of all things. The universe, according to him, was born when something inside this boundless soup began to separate, spinning opposites like hot and cold out of itself in a whirling motion. It sounds almost like a creation story, until you notice there is not a single god in the frame, just a strange, impersonal process. His own pupil, a man named Anaximenes, then came along and decided abstraction was all very nice, but perhaps a little too vague for comfort. He dragged the Archie back down to something definite. Air. Not the air we casually breathe, but a kind of divine, living breath that holds the whole cosmos together. His stroke of real genius was introducing a mechanism for change. He said air turns into everything else through condensation and rarefaction, which is just a fancy way of saying that when air gets really concentrated, it becomes hard things like rock and metal. And when it thins out, it becomes fire. Finally, a single source could explain multiplicity without simply shrugging and saying it was mysterious. The entire Milesian effort was this relentless, collective pressure to squeeze infinite variety out of one starting point, a philosophical obsession that felt less like abstract speculation and more like watching people try to unfold the entire universe from a single, stubborn little seed. But what if the real seed wasn't a stuff at all, but a pattern? That was the unsettling proposition of Pythagoras, a name now synonymous with triangles and right angles, who was actually born on the island of Samos, just off the coast of modern Turkey. He took the whole Milesian obsession with a single source and turned it inside out, arguing the Archie of the cosmos was not any tangible material, but number itself. Not mathematics as a human tool, but number as the ultimate, eternal architecture of everything. While Anaximenes was busy thinning out air, Pythagoras was listening to the clang of blacksmith hammers and realizing that beauty and harmony are just ratios, clean mathematical relationships vibrating in the air. This was the world's first formal principle, a shift from asking what stuff to what structure. And it was quietly devastating for anyone who liked their reality solid. He founded a community that was part philosophy school, part secret society, with rules so strict they apparently forbade eating beans. The real driving engine of their strange life, though, was the doctrine of metempsychosis, the transmigration of souls, the unnerving idea that at death the soul does not vanish, but simply moves into another body, perhaps human, perhaps animal, forever cycling. This meant the soul was immortal and distinct from the physical world, a belief that would later walk straight into Plato's metaphysics and shape the entire concept of a realm of perfect forms. The universe, in the Pythagorean eye, was a vibrating, orderly cosmos built of numbers, and the moral task was to purify the soul so that when the music stopped, one might finally step off the wheel of rebirth. A far cry from water and air, but a lot more haunting. Pythagoras had left the universe vibrating in a tidy mathematical chord. Heraclitus of Ephesus, a glowering aristocrat from a city just a short sail from Miletus in what is now Turkey, decided that was a comforting lie. His one unforgiving observation was this: everything flows, Pantarei, a phrase meaning you cannot step into the same river twice because the waters rush on, and you yourself are subtly dissolving and reforming with every breath. He looked at the solid ground and called it a slow-motion bonfire, a temporary pause in an endless process of transformation. Stability was merely a failure to see the whole picture. Behind this relentless churn, he insisted, was an organizing intelligence he called the Logos, a divine, rational law that governs the fire of reality. Not a personal God, but a pattern of tension and release, a cosmic breathing that holds opposites together in a single, explosive harmony. He would point to a strung bow or a tuned lyre and say the most beautiful music depended on the strain between contrary forces. For Heraclitus, strife was not a flaw, strife was justice. War was the engine of the cosmos, creating order by tearing apart and remaking. Fire became his symbolic archie, not as a literal substance, but as the very principle of constant exchange, gold trading itself into all commodities and back again. What made him so infuriating to his peers was his contempt for the senses. Eyes and ears, he liked to say, are bad witnesses for people with barbarian souls. You could watch the river all day and still miss the hidden logos that made the water flow. Reality was not something to be seen. It was a riddle to be overheard, a quiet, logical whisper beneath the roar of the world that only a few might ever truly catch. While Heraclitus was listening for a whispered logos in the roar of the world, Parmenides of Elea, a city now, just a ruin baking under the Italian sun near modern Velia, sat down and did something far more unnerving. He reasoned, without ever looking outside his own door, that every single thing any of us has ever experienced is a lie, not just an illusion, but a logical impossibility. Parmenides was a man who took pure reason so seriously. He concluded that change, movement, and even the existence of more than one thing were all absurd. One of those charming characters who would rather trust an equation than a sunset. His entire position hung on a single, devastating deduction. You can only say of a thing that it is, he insisted. To say that it is not, or even to think about what is not, is to think about nothing at all. Nothing cannot exist, so there is no void, no empty space. If there is no void, there is no place for anything to move into. The universe, therefore, has no holes, no gaps, no cracks where something could slide and shift. What is real, the only reality, is an uncreated, indestructible, unchanging, perfect whole. A single solid sphere of being with no past and no future, just a frozen, eternal present. A lovely idea if you happen to enjoy a perfectly static prison. He split human understanding with a razor. The way of truth was this logical landscape, accessed only by reason. The way of opinion was the familiar, messy world reported by the senses, where things are born and die, trees sway, and people have the audacity to walk across rooms. That world, he said, was not just a lower reality. It was a fraud, a seductive mistake that only the deceived trusted. And with that, Parmenides left philosophy a broken puzzle that would keep everyone up at night for the next 100 years. Because if he was right, all explanations of the cosmos had to reckon with a universe where nothing ever really happens at all. Of course, the moment Parmenides insisted nothing really happens, a very smart, very stubborn student named Zeno of Elea stepped forward to prove that the mere idea of something happening was logically bankrupt. Zeno was Parmenides' most devoted defender, and he wielded a specific, devastating weapon called reductio ad absurdum, a method of showing that an opponent's position leads to absurd, self-contradictory conclusions. He did not argue that motion and plurality were false because his master said so. He simply took the common sense notions of movement and multiple things, followed them to their logical end, and watched them explode into incoherent riddles. His paradoxes of motion are still faintly maddening today. The dichotomy argument proves that before you can walk to a door, you must first cross half the distance, then half of what remains, then half of that remainder, an infinite series of steps you can never finish. So you are stuck, forever frozen, philosophically unable to ever leave the room. Achilles and the tortoise is an even more elegant insult to common sense. The swift hero gives a slow tortoise a head start, and every time Achilles reaches the spot where the tortoise was, the tortoise has crept a tiny bit further. Logic demands Achilles never overtakes the creature, even as every muscle in your body screams that he does. Then there is the arrow, hanging motionless in flight. At any single instant of time, the arrow occupies a space equal to itself, and what occupies a space equal to itself is at rest. The arrow is always at rest. Therefore, motion is an illusion stitched together from frozen moments. Zeno also trained his sights on the idea of plurality itself, the belief that many things exist. If many things exist, he argued, they must be both finite in number and infinite in number simultaneously, which is nonsense. A single grain of sand makes no sound when it falls. 1,000 grains make a noise. Logic seems to say that 1,000 nothings add up to something, which is impossible. His legacy was a cold, precise, logical wreckage. He did not so much solve the problem of space and time, as he did hand philosophy a permanent, throbbing headache, a crisis that forced everyone to confront the possibility that the world we walk through might be a beautiful, seamless deception. The Eleatic headache, this frozen universe where motion was a joke, cried out for a remedy. Empedocles, a flamboyant figure from Acragas, a Greek colony in modern Sicily, who supposedly died leaping into a volcano to prove he was a god, stepped in to offer a diplomatic middle ground. He agreed with Parmenides on a crucial point. Nothing can be created from nothing, and nothing can vanish into nothing. But then he turned around and told the stubborn Eleatics that change and motion were perfectly real, because they were just a cosmic cocktail party. His recipe was the 4 roots, which later ages would call the 4 elements: earth, air, fire, and water. These 4 ingredients, he argued, are each eternal and unchanging in themselves. They do not grow, die, or alter their nature. All the dizzying variety of the world, the octopus, the olive tree, the rust on bronze, was just a matter of mixing and rearranging these 4 fundamental powders in different ratios. Bones were a precise blend of earth and water, blood a careful balance of the 4. When something seemed to be born or destroyed, it was merely these roots coming together or pulling apart. The underlying note was not water or air, but the recipe book itself. To explain why they moved at all, Empedocles introduced 2 grand, efficient causes, the cosmic movers he called love and strife. Love was the force of attraction, drawing all 4 roots into a warm, unified embrace. Strife, its grim twin, pulled everything apart into screaming isolation. The history of the universe was a pendulum swinging between these 2. When love was supreme, the roots locked into a perfect, motionless sphere he called the One. When strife took over, the roots scattered into absolute chaos. Our world, with its familiar, messy mix of things being born and dying, was caught forever in the middle, a tense, temporary truce between the 2 great forces. A dramatic, cyclical vision of a cosmos that was both unchanging in its ingredients and forever in flux in its design. A delicate attempt to finally let movement back into the party without breaking Parmenides' most sacred rules. And as for the man himself, legend says he vanished into the flames of Mount Etna, a poetic ending that left nothing behind but a single bronze sandal, spat out by the fire, a final theatrical argument that even his own roots could be rearranged into mystery. Love and strife were poetic, sure, but if everything is just a mixture of 4 eternal roots, what exactly was doing the mixing? A man named Anaxagoras, who arrived in Athens from the city of Clazomni, near modern Izmir in Turkey, and became a teacher to the great statesman Pericles, thought the answer was obvious. You needed intelligence, not a mythic god, but a disembodied, rational power. He called it nous, the cosmic mind, an incorporeal, intelligent force that exists entirely separate from the swirling chaos of matter. And then, in a move that was both brilliant and slightly baffling, he mostly used it to push a cosmic button and then walk away. In the beginning, according to Anaxagoras, everything was an infinite, motionless soup, where every ingredient was perfectly mixed with every other ingredient, a primordial smoothie containing all things. Then nous, pure and unmixed with any matter, initiated a whirling motion, a massive cosmic spin cycle. This rotation began to separate the original blend, pulling like toward like, which is how we got the apparent world of distinct things. But his truly radical notion was the theory of infinite seeds, what he called homeomeres, each one a tiny piece of stuff that contains a portion of everything else. A grain of wheat, in his view, contained bone and blood and hair, which is why bread seemed to nourish the human body. Everything was in everything. The dominating ingredients just determined what the thing looked like. This was nous, pure, teleological, meaning it acted with purpose and aimed toward order, and frustratingly limited, because Anaxagoras only deployed it to start the cosmic whirl, and then explained the rest through sheer mechanism. It was a bit like introducing a genius architect to design a building, and then insisting the bricks simply fell into place. Yet there it was, a massive new idea planted in the heart of Athens. The cosmos was rational because a mind, a nous, made it so, quietly setting the dinner table for every Socratic debate on purpose and design that would soon follow. But if nous was the cosmic mind that started the whirl, a pair of far less mystical thinkers decided that intelligence was overrated for a job like running a universe. The older one, Leucippus, and his famous student Democritus, a cheerful soul from the dusty town of Abdera, on the northern coast of modern Greece, brushed aside all talk of divine purpose and love-induced mixing. They looked at the elaborate Eleatic rulebook, the one that forbade change and emptiness, and then systematically broke it with the most ruthlessly minimalist solution possible. The entire cosmos, they said, is just two things: atoms and the void. Atoms were indivisible, tiny, solid, eternal, and absolutely unchanging in themselves. They had no color, no taste, no smell, no personality, just size, shape, and an insatiable need to bump into each other. The void was simply empty space, the pure nothingness Parmenides had declared impossible. But without it, Democritus saw, motion was a logical farce. The void was not a thing, it was a stage, and atoms were the dancers, eternally whirling, colliding, hooking together, and breaking apart. Every single beautiful, tragic, or mundane event in the world was just these invisible pieces rearranging themselves. A fire was made of sharp little atoms scraping the tongue. A calm pond, smooth, round atoms slipping by. Qualities were not real. They were just conventions, the way the human body reacted to different atomic textures and shapes. This was a strictly mechanistic cosmos, a deterministic machine with no final goal, no nous, and no ultimate meaning beyond the sheer grind of matter in motion. And yet, Democritus insisted the proper human response to this soulless engine was not despair, but what he called euthymia, a kind of quiet, steady cheerfulness, a deep calm that comes when you realize the world is nothing but atoms, and you stop pretending it owes you something more. An oddly gentle smile at the end of a completely impersonal system. But as the atomists were calmly declaring that all sensation was just a collision of mindless particles, and that cheerfulness was the only rational response, a different kind of earthquake was rumbling through Athens. The focus swung sharply away from the swirling heavens and crashing atoms, and landed squarely on the chaotic, backstabbing world of the public square. This was the anthropological turn, and leading the charge were the sophists. They were traveling professional teachers who, for a fee, would teach you the one skill that actually mattered in a young, loud democracy: how to win an argument, even if the truth had to be politely escorted out of the room first. The most infamous of them was Protagoras, a man who showed up in Athens with a grin and a single, devastating sentence: man is the measure of all things. Not fire, not atoms, not a divine mind, just human judgment. If something seemed cold to you, it was cold. If an action seemed just, it was just. Objective truth about the gods or the cosmos was either non-existent or hopelessly out of reach. His skepticism was practical. He was not interested in whether the world was one or many. He was interested in the fact that a man who could speak beautifully could swing a jury, seize power, or escape punishment regardless of the facts. This is where the distinctively dangerous split between physi's nature, the hard, unchanging world of atoms and laws of the universe, and nomos, human convention, the malleable, made-up rules of cities and gods, became the intellectual heart of the age. The sophists argued that most of what people called sacred morality was just nomos, a custom invented to control the weak, while natural reality was power and self-interest. It was a bracing, cynical, and incredibly marketable lesson. And it set the perfect stage for a barefoot, ugly, infuriating man named Socrates, who would walk into the same marketplace and ask, with the most dangerous kind of simplicity, whether there was any definition of justice or goodness that was not just a winning argument, but actually true. Socrates was that barefoot, ugly, infuriating man, and unlike the confident sophists who taught for pay, he insisted he knew absolutely nothing at all. This was not humility. This was a weapon. Where earlier thinkers had stared at the stars or debated the void, Socrates dragged philosophy into the gutter of everyday life and started asking terrifyingly simple questions. What is courage? What is justice? What is the good life? The generals, the politicians, the poets of Athens, he stopped them all in the marketplace, and with a grin, asked them to define the words they used to run a civilization. None of them could. His method was called the elenchus, a form of cross-examination that looked a lot like a friendly conversation until it dismantled your entire sense of self. He would ask for a definition, praise his victim's first attempt, and then gently, mercilessly, uncover a contradiction. The confidence would drain from their faces. The great Pericles' own sons and nephews were reduced to stammering. This was Socratic irony, the pose of ignorance that revealed everyone else's, and it made him beloved by the young and absolutely hated by the powerful. He called himself a gadfly, a stinging insect sent by the gods to wake a sluggish, noble horse from its sleep. Athens was the horse, and it did not appreciate the metaphor. What he taught, or appeared to teach, was quietly radical. Virtue is knowledge. To know the good is to do the good. No one, he argued, knowingly chooses evil. The thing we call akrasia, the weakness of will where you deliberately do what you know to be wrong, was an illusion. If a man acts evilly, it is because his knowledge is incomplete. Goodness, therefore, was a form of expertise, and every moral failure was a math error. This turned the entire moral universe into a problem of clarity, which was the most hopeful and maybe the most naive thing anyone had ever said about the human soul. And then the inevitable phrase, the unexamined life is not worth living. Not a gentle suggestion, but a verdict. A life unbothered by self-scrutiny was, in his eyes, already dead. When the Athenian democracy finally charged him with impiety and corrupting the youth, he chose hemlock over silence, dying as what can only be called a martyr for the sheer, infuriating act of thinking. His death was the final indictment of a system that could not bear to doubt itself. The hemlock was barely cold before his student Plato, a young aristocrat who had burned his early tragedies on a pyre to follow this strange man, began building a fortress for meaning so vast it would have made the sophists weep. Socrates had spent his life asking what courage, justice, and beauty were, only for Athens to answer by killing him. Plato took the hint. If the world of flesh and politics could not hold a stable definition, then the definitions must exist somewhere else entirely. Somewhere real. More real, in fact, than the room you are sitting in. He called this realm the forms. Not vague ideas, but eternal, perfect, intelligible archetypes, the absolute blueprint of every chair, every horse, every just city, existing in a timeless, spaceless reality beyond the reach of decay. The physical world we touch is merely a flickering shadow cast by these forms, a cheap, half-melted copy of the original. A particular horse is born, suffers, and dies. The form of horse never ages, never limps, never whinnies. It simply is. For the sophists who said man was the measure, this was an open declaration of war. To explain this, Plato gave the world an image that has not stopped echoing for 24 centuries. In the allegory of the cave, human beings are prisoners chained from birth facing a blank wall. Behind them, a fire burns. Between the fire and the prisoners, puppeteers carry objects, statues of animals, people, artifacts, whose shadows dance on the stone. The prisoners name the shadows, compete over their patterns, and believe with every nerve in their bodies that the flickering silhouettes are the whole of reality. This is the human condition, a cinema of second-hand smoke. Then one prisoner breaks free. The ascent into the light is agonizing. His eyes burn, and he would retreat if he could. But once he sees the sun, the ultimate source of visibility, life, and truth, he understands that every shadow he once fought over was a dim, pathetic projection. This prisoner, Plato said, is the philosopher, and the sun outside the cave is the form of the good, the ultimate source of being and intelligibility that illuminates all the other forms. Returning to the cave to free, the others would get him mocked, and if he pushed too hard, they would kill him. The allegory was not subtle, and it was meant as a monument to Socrates. He also drew a line across reality itself. On one side, the realm of opinion, or doxa, where people trust their senses and mistake the physical world for truth. On the other, genuine knowledge, episteme, accessed only by reason grasping the eternal forms. This was not just a theory of reality. It was a ladder for the soul, a path from the flickering dark to an intelligible sun. And it set the stage for the most dangerously ambitious question of the ancient world. If only the philosopher can see the good, what happens if he becomes king? Plato did not stop at a theory of reality. He built a city inside it, a blueprint so cold and perfected still makes politicians sweat. The central question of the Republic is deceptively simple. What is justice? Not a sophistic trick to win a case, not a list of rules, but the actual definition, the form of justice itself. His answer was the most dangerous kind of elegance. Justice is not about kings or contracts. It is a harmony, a condition where every part of a whole does exactly what it is designed to do and refuses to meddle in the business of the rest. To make this visible, he drew an X-ray of the human soul. 3 parts, 1 inner war. Reason, the quiet pilot. Spirit, the hot-blooded source of honor and fury. Appetite, the howling, hungry crowd. In a just soul, reason rules, spirit rides alongside as its enforcer, and appetite consents to be directed. When these 3 fall into sync, a person is not just obedient, they are healthy, integrated, and free. The opposite of justice was not crime, it was chaos. Then he scaled the soul up to the size of a city. A just city, he argued, would mirror the just soul in perfect correspondence. It would have 3 classes: the rulers, who possess reason and wisdom, the auxiliaries, the spirited warriors who protect, and the producers, the vast majority who handle food, commerce, and appetite. Justice in the city is the shoemaker sticking to shoes, the merchant sticking to trade, and the most dangerous class of all, the army and the wealthy, refusing to grasp for power. The current Athenian disaster, the execution of Socrates, was precisely the result of appetite and spirit seizing a throne meant for reason. And so we arrive at the single most notorious proposal in the history of political philosophy, the philosopher king. As long as kings are not philosophers, or philosophers are not kings, the human race will never know peace. The ship of state, he said, is adrift because the quarreling crewmen all think they can steer, when only one person on board can see the stars. That person knows the form of the good. Without that knowledge, all laws are just shadows on a wall. The philosopher king was not a tyrant. He was a reluctant prisoner forced back into the cave, compelled by duty to rule not because he wanted to, but because he was the only one who could. To produce such a person required one of the most staggering educational regimes ever imagined. The future guardians would not study poetry alone. They would be lifted through 10 years of advanced mathematics, the study of pure harmony, and finally, the highest discipline, dialectic, the relentless, rigorous interrogation of first principles that finally cracks the mind open to the form of the good itself. Only after decades of training, and only if they survived the temptations of power, would they be fit to rule. The entire construction was a machine designed to prevent another Socrates from ever being executed by a democracy that simply did not know any better. It remains a foundational blueprint for every utopia and every dystopia that would follow, a radiant, terrifying vision of what it might mean to finally get justice right. If the Republic was a radiant, terrifying vision, its first and most devastating critic was already inside the room. Aristotle, a student of Plato's academy for 20 years, the one who was supposed to inherit the school, but did not, almost as if someone had taught him to distrust poetic shadows, systematically dismantled his master's core idea. The forms, he argued, do not exist in some separate, heavenly realm. They are not floating archetypes in a perfected elsewhere. They are right here, baked into the thing itself. A real horse is not a cheap copy of the horse of horses. The form of horse is the actual organization of its flesh, bones, and breath. He called this hylomorphism, from the Greek hyl for matter and morph for form. Every substance is a composite, a marriage of stuff and shape, and separating them was a philosophical mistake that produced beautiful poetry but terrible science. This meant he needed a whole new toolkit to explain why things exist and why they change. He supplied 4 causes: the material cause, what something is made of, the formal cause, its defining shape or blueprint, the efficient cause, the agent or force that brought it into being, and the final cause, the purpose, the end, the telos toward which it naturally moves. A marble statue is made of stone, shaped by the form of a god, chiseled by a sculptor, and created for the purpose of honor or worship. Everything in Aristotle's universe, from an acorn to a city, was aimed at an end. Teleology was not a religious claim. It was a biological habit of mind. An embryo grows toward an adult. A seed falls to become a tree. Purpose was woven into the fabric of nature and did not need a noose to push it from outside. And then there was the organon, which means tool, and it was perhaps his most quietly tyrannical legacy. He did not just think. He built the machinery for thinking itself. Formal logic, the categories, the syllogisms, the clean, grinding rules that would let a mind start from true premises and arrive at true conclusions without any poetry leaking in. A syllogism runs like this: all men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. It sounds trivial until you realize he was inventing a syntax for reality, a way to lock propositions together that would govern every serious science for 2,000 years. Logic was not a science, he claimed. It was the prerequisite for any science. He also flatly rejected Plato's claim that knowledge was a buried memory from a past life. Knowledge begins, Aristotle said, with the senses. We are born knowing nothing, and the mind writes on the blank slate of perception. But this was not a crude seeing is believing. From repeated sense experiences, memory arises. From memory, experience. From experience, skill and science. The intellect extracts the universal from the particular, not by visiting a realm of forms, but by working over the raw data of the world. He was the first empiricist, and he systematized the classification of beings with the patience of a man who once dissected squid embryos and cataloged the mating habits of cuttlefish. Everything had its place. The cosmos, for Aristotle, was not a flickering cave. It was a library, and he meant to read every volume. He gave the world a floor to stand on. It was solid, it was logical, and it was never meant to be poetry. But a man who builds a floor under the universe still has to walk across it every morning. And so Aristotle, having secured the structure of logic and causality, returned to the one question his old master Socrates had died for. What is the good life? And how do we actually live it? His answer was not a list of rules carved in stone, nor was it a shadow play on a cave wall. It was a target. The supreme human good, he said, is eudaimonia. That word is often lazily translated as happiness, but it means something closer to flourishing, a life in full bloom, the deep, humming satisfaction of a thing perfectly doing what it was built to do. A knife flourishes when it cuts cleanly. An eye flourishes when it sees sharply. And a human being flourishes when the part of the soul that is rational, the logos-bearing bit that makes us unique, performs with excellence. He called this the function argument, and it was typically blunt. Figure out what only you can do, and do it with all the precision you can muster. Moral virtue, then, was not about memorizing the right answer. It was a disposition, a trained habit of choosing the mean between two vicious extremes. Courage was the razor-thin path between the coward who flees and the reckless fool who charges into nothing. Generosity was the art of giving the right amount to the right person at the right time without tipping into stinginess or squandering. The mean was not an average. It was a high-wire act a mobile target relative to each person's situation. There was no one formula for anger. The virtuous person simply knew in their trained bones when to be angry, at whom, for how long, and in what manner. This required a specific intelligence he called phronses, practical wisdom. Not the knowledge of theorems or the number of fish in the sea, but the messy, acquired skill of reading a room, weighing consequences, and feeling the shape of a situation. A man with phronses could step into chaos and know, almost without thinking, where the mean lay. It was the moral compass that could recalibrate itself as the winds shifted. Without it, the virtues were just rigid, brittle habits liable to shatter on contact with the real world. And yet, after all this talk of balance and action, Aristotle quietly tucked his highest praise somewhere else entirely. The most flourishing, the most godlike life was not the life of the politician or the soldier, but the life of the mind. Contemplation, the sheer, useless, magnificent act of understanding. Because reason was the divine spark in the human animal, and to exercise it purely, gazing at the deep structures of the universe, was to brush against the eternal. The practical life was beautiful and necessary, a life of just dealings and warm friendships, but the contemplative life was a quiet, burning star. It was the most complete happiness a mortal could steal from the gods, and he laid it down as the foundation of what centuries would come to call virtue ethics, a morality not of rules, but of character, slowly carved by practice into a shape that fit the world. But for every soul drawn to the rigors of virtue and contemplation, there is another that takes one look at that lofty ladder and asks if there is a lower, softer door. Epicurus, born on the island of Samos, just like that earlier mystic mathematician Pythagoras, though the two men could hardly be farther apart in temperament, picked up the atoms of Democritus and used them to build a philosophy that was not about the structure of the cosmos, but the deep, untroubled sleep of the soul. He agreed the world was just atoms and void, but he added one quiet, scandalous tweak, the swerve, a tiny, random, uncaused deviation in the fall of atoms, just enough to break the rigid chain of determinism and leave a crack open for free will. The universe was not a clock. It was a rainfall with unpredictable gusts, and you were one of them. That physics was in service of a single, shimmering goal: ataraxia, tranquility, not ecstasy, not conquest, not the feverish pursuit of wealth or fame, but the still, glassy surface of a mind that had stopped running. The thing that ruins this tranquility, he argued, is fear. Not just any fear, but the two cosmic terrors that keep humanity trembling in the dark: fear of the gods and fear of death. Epicurus dismantled both like a calm surgeon. The gods exist, certainly, but they are perfect beings, and a perfect being has no needs, no angers, no reason to hurl lightning at ants. They are too busy being blissful to care. And death, the atoms that make you simply scatter, and where your atoms are not, your sensation is not. Death is nothing to us, he wrote. When we are, death is not. When death is, we are not. A clean, simple, almost gentle annihilation. Pleasure in his calculus was not a banquet. It was the absence of pain in the body and disturbance in the mind. He classified desires into the natural and necessary, like bread and friendship, which you satisfy quickly and cheaply. The natural but unnecessary, like fine wine, which you enjoy if it drifts past, but never chase. And the vain and empty, like political power or marble palaces, which are bottomless pits that destroy quietude. The wise person learns to sip water and taste liberation. He bought a garden outside Athens, the famous garden, and did something quietly revolutionary. He admitted women, slaves, and outcasts to study alongside aristocrats. Then he told them all to withdraw from the poisoned circus of politics. Justice was a contract to avoid causing mutual harm, not a cosmic form. Friendship was the highest relationship, a fragile human achievement of shared tranquility. The garden was a quiet citadel against the grinding anxiety of the Hellenistic world, a place where the fear of death was starved out by laughter. A surprisingly gentle antidote for a philosophy built out of dead atoms. The quiet of the garden was its own kind of fortress. But just across the Mediterranean, a different answer to the chaos of living was being forged in the noisy public colonnades of Athens. This one did not withdraw from the world. It swallowed the world whole. The founder, Zeno of Citium, a merchant and shipwreck survivor from the island of Cyprus, who, according to legend, consulted an oracle and was told to take on the color of the dead, which he interpreted as a command to study the ancient authors, began teaching in the painted stoa, the stoa poikile, a covered porch lined with frescoes. His followers would be called Stoics after the porch, and their philosophy would outlast empires. The central intuition was breathtaking. The cosmos, Zeno argued, is not a chaotic whirl of dead atoms, as the Epicureans believed, but a single, living, rational being. The universe itself is a vast animal, and what runs through it, ordering it, binding it, giving it purpose, is the divine logos. The logos is reason, fate, God, nature. All names for the same fiery, intelligent breath that structures everything from the orbit of a planet to the beating of a human heart. To be a Stoic was to realize you are a fragment of this rational whole, and the only sane response is to align your will perfectly with its flow. The ethical imperative followed with brutal simplicity. Live in agreement with nature. And the only thing that can be truly called good is virtue, the perfection of your rational faculty. Everything else, health, wealth, reputation, even the life of your child, is classified as an indifferent, not worthless, but not the good. They are the raw material, the stage props through which you exercise virtue. To prefer health over sickness is natural, but to trade your integrity for either is a sickness of the soul. The Stoics drew a line so sharp it could cut glass. An act is either virtuous or vicious, and any virtuous act, whether it is drinking a cup of water without excess, or dying under torture without collapsing carries the same perfect moral weight. The sage, their ideal, was a man so perfectly rational he could be happy even inside the brazen bull of Phalaris, roasting alive. This logic demanded a politics to match. If all humans share the same spark of divine reason, then the true city is not Athens or Rome. It is the cosmopolis, the world city. Stoicism was the first truly cosmopolitan philosophy, arguing for a natural law that transcends the written codes of any particular tribe. In a world of crumbling empires and rising despots, this was a revolutionary idea. The slave, the foreigner, the emperor all equally owed duties and possessed dignity under the universal law of the Logos. And yet, this vast, deterministic system, where everything is fated, where the Logos has known your choice since before your birth, insisted on a single, precious point of liberty. You cannot control the events that strike you, but you can, at every single moment, choose your internal ascent. The mind can stand upright while the body is broken. That small, invincible citadel of judgment was the only freedom that mattered, and it would become the iron spine of a philosophy that would one day counsel slaves and emperors alike. But if the Stoic mind was an invincible citadel of judgment, another Greek, Pyrrho of Elis, a painter turned philosopher who had traveled to India with Alexander the Great's army and seen things that made Greek certainties look provincial, wandered into the party with a far more unnerving suggestion. What if you just stopped building the citadel altogether? Not because you were weak, but because you had realized something about the nature of reality that made all citadels, all judgments, all passionate intellectual architecture slightly ridiculous. Pyrrho's radical claim was that we simply cannot know the true nature of things. Not that the truth is hard to find, not that the gods hide it, but that for every argument proving a thing is good, another equally powerful argument proves it is not. For every reason to believe the world is one, an equally compelling reason to believe it is many. The senses conflict. Reason contradicts itself. The mind is a courtroom where both sides win every case forever. This was the method of equipollence, the practice of setting opposing arguments against each other with equal weight until they annihilate each other and leave behind nothing but silence. What emerged from that silence was epiché, the suspension of judgment. Not the lazy, I do not know of a student who has not studied, but the disciplined, hard-won refusal to commit the mind to any doctrine whatsoever. The Stoic sage gripped his beliefs like a sword. The Pyrrhonian skeptic simply opened his hand and let the blade fall. And the strangest thing happened when he did. Into that empty hand came ataraxia. The same tranquility Epicurus had chased with his atoms and his garden, the same calm the Stoics ground themselves to dust trying to achieve, arrived unbidden, like a quiet cat curling up by the fire. It was the unexpected byproduct of abandoning the exhausting, feverish quest for certainty. Stop insisting the world be knowable, and the world stops torturing you. Pierrot's students had to physically steer him away from cliffs and oncoming carts, not because he was foolish, but because he had genuinely stopped believing the cart was more real than the empty air. A philosophy that leaves you needing friends just to cross the street. And yet, somehow, it survived as the foundational stance for every serious skeptical tradition that would follow. A permanent, patient question mark at the end of every confident sentence philosophy ever uttered. But while Greek skeptics were busy perfecting the art of doubt, the Roman Republic was busy conquering the Mediterranean. And it quickly became clear that a philosophy of radical suspension of judgment was not particularly useful for governing an empire. Into this gap stepped a man who was part statesman, part lawyer, part translator of civilizations. Marcus Tullius Cicero was a Roman senator who had studied under the Epicureans, the Stoics, and the academics, and who looked at the warring Greek sects and decided that none of them had a monopoly on truth, but all of them had something useful to offer. This was a distinctly Roman form of eclecticism, a practical, almost bureaucratic habit of picking the best administrative tool from different systems and leaving the logical purity behind. His most enduring legacy was invisible but immense. He did not invent new doctrines so much as he forged the Latin language into a vehicle capable of carrying Greek thought. Before Cicero, philosophy in Rome was a faint Greek whisper. After him, the Roman tongue had words for essence, quality, moral obligation, and justice. He translated the technical terms of the Stoics and the Platonists into a vocabulary that would, centuries later, slip directly into the Latin of the medieval church and the early universities. He was a linguistic bridge, and bridges are rarely remembered with the same reverence as the cathedrals they lead to. But without them, nothing reaches the far shore. His own writings were steeped in the urgencies of political life. In De Officiis on Duties, he argued that natural law, a universal moral order accessible to human reason, was the only solid foundation for justice. A state founded on mere power was a criminal enterprise. A state founded on rational principle, on the duty to protect property and uphold promises, was the highest expression of human nature. The idea that law was not just the decree of a sovereign, but a reflection of a cosmic moral order would echo through Augustine, through Aquinas, through the entire Western tradition. When the Greek philosophical schools were eventually shuttered and the manuscripts crumbled to dust, it was Cicero's polished, elegant Latin summaries that survived in monastic libraries, preserving a faint, flickering memory of the great conversation until the world was ready to hear it again. Cicero had forged the Latin vocabulary, but it took a different kind of Roman to take those polished words and grind them into a survival manual for living under a tyrant. Seneca, the younger, was not a senator in the forum, but a philosopher thrust into the deadliest heart of imperial power. The tutor, advisor, and eventual victim of the Emperor Nero. He spent his life navigating the razor-thin path between the Stoic ideal of virtue and the absolute corruption of the blood-soaked salon of the Caesars. His philosophy was not composed in a quiet garden or a university hall. It was improvised in the antechambers of a maniac. The center of his teaching was the inviolable inner citadel of the rational mind. The outer world could be a theater of grotesque cruelty, and under Nero, it frequently was, but the soul could seal its gates and refuse to be conquered. The tyrant could seize your property, smear your name, shatter your body, and finally order you to open your veins in a warm bath, which is precisely how Seneca eventually died. But the tyrant could not force you to assent to a false judgment. The emotions that tear most lives apart, rage, envy, paralyzing grief, were in Seneca's analysis not involuntary eruptions, but the results of cognitive mistakes. You do not simply feel rage. You first judge that you have been wronged, then judge that revenge would be sweet. Both judgments are within your power to refuse. Reason was a slow, quiet solvent. Drop it on a passion, and the passion eventually dissolves. His real genius was in facing mortality and adversity, not with a warrior's snarl, but with a kind of weary, elegant equanimity. He wrote consolations to bereaved mothers and essays on the shortness of life, all circling the same hard koan. The disaster is not the event. The disaster is your belief that the event is a disaster. Lose your fortune, exile, the death of a child. The cosmos is not punishing you. It is simply being the cosmos, a rational unfolding of the logos to which you yourself belong. Grief is natural, but despair is a refusal of nature. He counseled a daily exercise of imagining the worst, a kind of premeditation of evils, not to darken the present, but to discover that nearly everything you fear can be endured. When the centurion finally arrived with Nero's death warrant, Seneca was ready, not because he was cold, but because he had been rehearsing that exact moment with his philosophy every morning in the mirror. His accessible moral psychology, written in short, punchy letters and dialogues rather than impenetrable treatises, made him a profound, if slightly awkward, influence on later Christian thought, whose early writers found in his inner citadel a blueprint for the soul's fortress against a fallen world. But an inner citadel is of little use to someone who legally does not own his own body. Epictetus, a philosopher who began his life as a slave in the Roman province of Phrygia, modern Turkey, was crippled by a brutal master and eventually freed into a world that had already taught him the most profound lesson of Stoicism at the marrow of his bones. There are some things up to us, and most things are not. This was the dichotomy of control, the fundamental tenet he ground into his students with the relentless, slightly bullying affection of a man who had learned freedom the hard way. Your body, your property, your reputation, your career, the whims of emperors, the weather, the outcome of any enterprise, these are not up to you. Your judgments, your desires, your aversions, the movements of your will, these are up to you, and they are the entire theater of human dignity. His whole philosophy was a surgical reduction of human life to that single, stark boundary. The misery of the world, he argued, was the result of a single cognitive error. People assume they control what they do not and ignore the one thing they can command. Every morning, when the slave washed his face in cold water, he was training himself to see his body as an external, a temporary tool, no more essentially him than a broken pottery jug. If the emperor confiscated his land, the land was never his. If the emperor broke his leg, the leg was merely a thing attached to him. What could never be taken was the judgment that even a broken leg, even a tyrant's cruelty, was an opportunity to exercise virtue. His former status as property was not a handicap. It was the very engine of his authority. His teachings were collected in the Enchiridion, the handbook, a slim collection of spiritual exercises designed to be drilled, repeated, murmured under the breath like a mantra, until the soul's posture changed. These were not arguments for a debate hall. They were regimens for a life. When anger flared, you were to remind yourself, this sensation is an impression, not the truth. I have placed a judgment on this event, and I can withdraw that judgment immediately. The goal was not to become an unfeeling stone. It was to become a perfectly free mind, housed in a body that the world could do what it liked with. A slave who had been beaten and broken became the greatest teacher of freedom in the Roman world, a living demonstration that the soul is a locked door with the key on the inside only. His quiet, iron voice would echo through military tents, through monastic cells, through any human being ever trapped by circumstances and desperate for a door. Every later manual of mental discipline, from the Christian desert fathers to the cognitive therapists of the 20th century, drank from this wounded, unbowed, profoundly practical spring. The most powerful man on earth had a copy of Epictetus in his tent, and he needed it more than the soldier next to him needed a sword. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, was the student of the slave philosopher's teachings, a man who held absolute dominion over the known world and spent his rare private moments writing private notes to himself, reminders that all of it, the purple robes, the triumphal arches, the prostrating senators, was smoke. Those notes, never meant for publication, became the meditations, the most intimate and unguarded document of a ruling mind in the Western tradition. His was a personal exercise of stoic self-governance while wielding imperial power, a daily, private ritual of reminding himself what the throne would make him forget. He wrote in a cold tent on the Danube frontier, amid the mud and the dying soldiers of a long military campaign, and the pages are filled with the weary mantra of a man talking himself back from the edge of arrogance. Soon you will be nothing and nowhere, he wrote to himself, nor will any of these things you now see exist, nor any of those now living. The transience of all things was not a depressing theory. It was the only reliable disinfectant for power. The fame of an emperor lasts as long as the last person who remembers his name. The universe is vast, indifferent, and eternally recycling its atoms. Your vexations are a ripple in a pond with no shore. This could have curdled into cynicism. Instead, he forged it into duty. The same logos that governed the stars also assigned you a post in the cosmic city, and the only good was to hold that post with integrity, no matter the incompetence or malice of the people around you. Every morning, he prepared for the day by reminding himself that he would encounter the meddling, the ungrateful, the violent, the treacherous. But none of them could harm him, because none could force him to choose evil. To work for the common good despite the flaws of others was not a negotiation. It was the definition of being a rational animal. The bee makes honey for the hive. The emperor labors for the city. Neither asks for applause. What makes the meditations so quietly devastating is that the man who wrote them was not a retired philosopher in a garden. He was actively, daily, wielding the machinery of empire, presiding over slave courts, ordering military executions, watching the plague hollow out the streets of Rome, and still insisting that the soul could remain gentle, that the flame of reason could burn clean in a room full of smoke. He is the enduring model of the tragic Stoic ruler, the man who sees with perfect clarity that the game is rigged, that the empire is a temporary accident, that his own son Commodus will probably become a monster, and yet still rises before dawn in the freezing German mud to do the work. Not because it will succeed, because it is the work of a human being. And staring down the long silence of history, he simply lit his lamp and continued. The Stoic emperor had mastered the art of dying well. But what if the soul did not simply accept its dissolution into the cosmic logos? What if it wanted to go home? Plotinus, a philosopher born in Egypt under Roman rule, who eventually set up a school in Rome itself, took one look at the exhausted, blood-soaked empire and decided the problem was not how to live in the world. The problem was that the world was not supposed to be our home in the first place. He did not invent a new philosophy so much as he wove Plato, Aristotle, and the Stoics into a single, towering, mystical ladder. The result was Neoplatonism, the most ambitious metaphysical system of the ancient world. At the summit of all reality, Plotinus placed the One. Not a god with a personality, not a mind, not a being among beings. The One was utterly transcendent, ineffable, so perfectly simple and complete that nothing could be said of it. It did not create the universe by choice or plan. Creation would imply need, and the One lacks nothing. Instead, the universe overflowed from it in a process he called emanation, an automatic, necessary, silent radiation of being, like heat from a fire or light from a sun that never dims. No deliberation, no design, just the natural consequence of absolute perfection, giving itself away without loss. The first emanation was the intellect, the nous, which contained the Platonic forms. But whereas Plato's forms were scattered, specific archetypes, Plotinus imagined them as a single, unified, living multiplicity. Every truth, every mathematical structure, every moral beauty existed inside this second hypostasis, this level of reality, in a single, simultaneous, perfect act of contemplation. From intellect overflowed soul, the third hypostasis, which bridges the eternal and the temporal. The world soul animates the physical universe, and individual human souls are splinters of it, fragments that have tumbled down into the darkness of matter and become convinced that they belong there. The human predicament in this vision is a kind of amnesia. The soul has descended so far into the body that it has forgotten its origin, but the way back is open. Through a rigorous program of moral purification, then philosophical contemplation, and finally a leap beyond thought itself, the soul can ascend back through the levels, stripping away the body, stripping away discursive reason, until it touches the One in a moment of ecstatic, silent union. Plotinus claimed to have achieved this mystical vision several times in his life. His student Porphyry recorded 4 such occasions. This was not an argument for a debating society. It was a map for a pilgrimage, a flight of the alone to the alone, the single most influential synthesis of Greek metaphysics ever constructed, a system that would quietly walk into the pages of Christian, Jewish, and Islamic theology and reshape all of them from the inside. Plotinus had built a ladder for the soul to climb from the mud of matter back to an ineffable, silent one. But what if the One was not a silent principle, but a person who speaks, who burns in a bush, who becomes flesh? Augustine of Hippo, a North African bishop in what is now modern Algeria, took Neoplatonic metaphysics, the most sophisticated philosophy the ancient world had produced, and baptized it. He read Plotinus, he wept over him, and then he did something no pagan philosopher could do. He fused that elegant emanative system with the scandalous Christian claim that the universe was created ex nihilo, out of nothing, by a free act of divine love, not by necessity. And into that framework, he poured his own life, a howling, restless, carnal, intellectually brilliant life, and gave the world the Confessions, the first proto-existential autobiography in the West. The book is not a memoir. It is a long, whispered prayer, an analysis of the soul's disease. You have made us for yourself, he tells God at the very start, and our heart is restless until it rests in you. The restlessness is the signature. He traces his own theft of pears, a childish crime he did not even want the fruit, only the sheer, exhilarating violation of law. He traces his lusts, his years in a heretical sect called the Manichees, his grief at the death of a friend. Every episode is a case study in what he calls the will. The will is broken, divided against itself. He knows the good and cannot do it. He prays famously, "Grant me chastity and continence," but not yet. This was a complete demolition of Socratic intellectualism and Stoic self-governance alike. The human problem was not ignorance. It was a will that had become its own weight, a sickness inherited from Adam. This required a new account of evil. The Manichees had taught him that evil was a substance, a darkness warring against the light. Neoplatonism taught him that evil could be a privation, an absence of good where good ought to be, a shadow with no body to cast it. Evil is not a thing. It is a hole where God should be. This solved the metaphysical problem, but it did not solve the human one. For that, he developed doctrines of original sin, grace, and predestination so rigorous that they still trouble the conscience of theology. Human freedom after the fall was freedom to sin, not freedom to choose God. Grace was a gift, so absolute it could not be earned, predicted, or refused. The soul did not climb to the One. The One descended to lift the soul, and chose to do so before the foundations of the world. His theory of knowledge followed the same logic. The Platonists were right that eternal truths could not be learned from mutable physical objects, but they were wrong to think the soul remembered them from a previous life. Divine illumination was the answer. God is the light in which we see all intelligible truths. The mind does not contain its own sun. It borrows light. And then, when Rome fell to the Visigoths in the year 410, and the pagans screamed that it was the Christians' fault, Augustine wrote The City of God, a 22-volume vision of history that split the entire human race into two cities: the earthly city, built on love of self and contempt of God, and the heavenly city, built on love of God and contempt of self. These were not physical places. They were allegiances. Empires rose and fell. The city of God was on pilgrimage through time, using the peace of Babylon without loving it. No political theology before it had so thoroughly relativized every earthly power, and none would ever quite escape its shadow. Augustine's city of God had shadowed every earthly power, and the crumbling Roman world soon provided a man who would live that shadow to its bitter, logical end. Boethius was a Roman senator, a philosopher, a man of immense wealth and influence who rose to the highest office under Theodoric the Ostrogoth, the barbarian king ruling what was left of Italy. And then, with the suddenness of a falling blade, he was accused of treason, stripped of everything, and thrown into a prison cell to wait for a death sentence he knew was already signed. His book, The Consolation of Philosophy, was written in that cell, a dialogue between a weeping prisoner and a divine visitor, and it contains not a single appeal to Christian salvation. It is philosophy alone that arrives to do the work. That visitor is Lady Philosophy, a towering female figure with eyes of fire, who finds Boethius muttering bad poetry and banishes the muses of self-pity before beginning her slow, surgical cure. Her argument is a ruthless inventory. Fortune is a wheel, and to complain when it spins you downward is to admit you were a fool when it lifted you up. Money, power, fame, even the love of your children, these are borrowed goods, and losing them is not an injury. It is the repayment of a loan. Real happiness cannot be found in anything that can be taken away. The argument climbs toward the Platonic summit. The highest good is God, and all earthly satisfactions are pale, shimmering reflections that keep the soul from its true home. A man who has seen the sun does not weep over a dying candle. But then the tone shifts, and the dialogue arrives at its famous, dizzying core, the problem of divine foreknowledge and human free will. If God knows everything that will happen, including every choice you will make, how can your will possibly be free? If the future is already seen, it must be fixed. And if it is fixed, morality collapses into a grim puppet show. Boethius, speaking through Lady Philosophy, offers a solution that would echo through the next 1,000 years of theology. The error lies in assuming God's knowledge operates like human memory, stretched along a timeline. God does not foresee the future. God sees all moments in a single, eternal, non-temporal present, a condition he called totum simul, the whole of time held in a simultaneous glance. God watching you make a choice is not future-telling. It is direct, timeless observation of a free act freely performed. There is no conflict because God's eternity is not an endless extension of time, but a vantage point absolutely outside it. He then drove the point home with a second crucial distinction: simple necessity versus conditional necessity. The sun must rise. That is a simple necessity of nature. But when I see a man walking, his walking becomes conditionally necessary given that I am watching it. He is not compelled to walk. He walks freely, and the observation records rather than forces. God's knowledge is the ultimate observational act. It does not destroy freedom. It sees it whole and complete from a height that does not touch the timeline. A gleaming, logical answer, delivered in a dark prison by a man who would soon be bludgeoned to death by his captors. Boethius was executed shortly after finishing the Consolation, and in the centuries that followed, his little book became one of the most copied, commented, and translated texts in all of medieval Europe, a bridge transmitting the ancient philosophical tradition into the cathedral schools and universities that would eventually wake the continent from its long sleep. Boethius had died under the club of a Gothic executioner. His consolation, a flickering lamp, passed into the monastic scriptoria. But the ancient philosophy he had tried to preserve was not merely copied in the West. It was translated, transformed, and set ablaze in a completely different civilization. The center of gravity of philosophy had already started to drift eastward into the courts of the Islamic Caliphate, where a quiet scholar named Al-Farabi was about to earn the title, the second teacher, Aristotle being the first, and Al-Farabi being the man who made Aristotle intelligible to a new world. Al-Farabi was born in what is now Kazakhstan, studied in Baghdad, the glittering capital of the Abbasid Caliphate in modern Iraq, and lived a life of such austere simplicity that he was said to have worked as a night watchman in a garden to fund his studies. He took the Neoplatonic emanationist cosmology that flowed from Plotinus, the same ladder of being that Augustine had baptized, and adapted it cleanly into an Islamic theological framework. God became the first cause, and from him overflowed a cascade of 10 cosmic intellects, each producing a celestial sphere, until the final intellect, the active intellect, illuminated the human mind and made knowledge possible. It was a cosmos, both rational and radiant, a universe that Aristotle would have recognized and a theologian could love. His foundational project was an act of philosophical diplomacy. Plato and Aristotle, he insisted, did not contradict each other. They were two voices describing the same truth. Plato was the master of the ideal, of the forms and the philosopher king. Aristotle was the master of the actual, of logic, demonstration, and the classification of nature. To harmonize them was not to force a marriage. It was to complete a picture. Al-Farabi wrote commentaries on nearly every major work of the Greek corpus, but his deepest passion was political. In his vision of the virtuous city, he argued that the ideal ruler was not merely a philosopher, nor merely a prophet, but a prophet-philosopher. A man whose perfected intellect received the overflow of the active intellect and translated it into laws, symbols, and governance for the multitude who could not grasp pure truth. This was a philosophical blueprint for the caliphate itself, a justification of prophetic authority in rational terms. He was called the second teacher because he systematized the entire Islamic peripatetic tradition, the school that walked in Aristotle's footsteps while gazing at a very different heaven. Before Avicenna, before Averroes, Al-Farabi had already drawn the map. His treatise on the intellect alone would become a foundational text for every major philosopher in the Arabic and Latin worlds. A man who wore a simple Sufi cloak, played the lute, and wrote books that would quietly steer the course of 3 civilizations. Not bad for a night watchman. The map Al-Farabi had drawn of the cosmos, with its cascading intellects and its prophet philosopher at the helm, was elegant. But it was a sketch. Ibn Sina, known to the Latin West as Avicenna, took that sketch and turned it into a cathedral. Born near Bukhara, in modern-day Uzbekistan, a child prodigy who had memorized the entire Quran by age 10 and was practicing medicine by 16, he became the most comprehensive mind in the Islamic philosophical tradition. While the Latin world was still waiting for Boethius's manuscripts to circulate, Avicenna was already writing the Book of Healing, a massive, multi-volume system covering logic, physics, mathematics, and metaphysics, all organized with a precision that would have made Aristotle whistle. His most famous argument is a thought experiment, so clean it still feels unsettling. Imagine, he said, a human being created from nothing in a single instant, fully grown, but suspended in absolute void. No sight, no sound, no sensation of his own body, no memory of a past, nothing to touch, Would such a person know that he existed? Avicenna's answer was yes. Even with all sensory channels dead, the mind would be immediately, undeniably aware of its own existence. The self, the soul, is not a product of sensation. It is a substance. Self-awareness is its primary, inescapable quality. This flying man argument, as it came to be called, was a direct proof of the soul's substantiality and independence from the body, and it would echo through Descartes and into modern philosophy. But his true metaphysical signature was a distinction that split reality in two. Everything that exists, he argued, has an essence what it is, and an existence that it is. In a horse, the essence hoarseness, and the fact that this particular horse exists are two entirely different things. Existence is something added to essence, something received from outside. And this chain of receiving existence cannot go on forever. It must terminate in a being whose essence just is existence, a being that does not receive existence, but is existence itself. This is God, the necessary existent, the only reality in which what a thing is, and that it is are identical. Everything else is contingent, a fragile, borrowed breath that would vanish back into nothing if the necessary existence stopped thinking about it for an instant. This was a cosmological proof for God's existence that would be taken up, refined, and argued over by Thomas Aquinas and every major scholastic in the Latin West. Avicenna died of colic at 53, exhausted by a life of political intrigue, medicine, philosophy, and legendary wine drinking. But his book of healing and his philosophical encyclopedia, The Salvation, were translated into Latin and became foundational textbooks for the universities of medieval Europe. When later scholastics spoke of Aristotle, they were often speaking of Avicenna's Aristotle, a Neoplatonic, emanationist, deeply Islamic Aristotle, who had somehow become the common property of Christians, Jews, and Muslims alike. A Persian genius who wrote philosophy that could travel across three faiths and still hit its target. Not bad for a boy from Bukhara, but that cathedral of logic Avicenna had so elegantly built, with its flying man and its necessary existent, had a flaw. And a theologian from the Persian heartlands of Khurasan was about to find it with a hammer. Al-Ghazali was already one of the most celebrated scholars of the Islamic world, a professor at the prestigious Nizamiya University in Baghdad, when he underwent a shattering personal crisis. Doubts swarmed him. He found he could no longer trust the senses, which show us a stationary sun in a sky that is actually moving. He could no longer trust reason, which could prove 100 elegant theorems and still not answer a single question about the afterlife. This existential earthquake left him paralyzed, unable to speak, unable to teach. And when he finally recovered, he wielded his doubt like a weapon. He turned his gaze to the philosophers who had inherited Avicenna's system and wrote a book that still smolders, The Incoherence of the Philosophers. It was not a polite disagreement. It was a systematic, point-by-point demolition designed to show, using philosophy's own tools of logic and demonstration. That philosophy had failed to deliver on its promises. He identified 20 key doctrines and showed that most were merely mistaken, but 3, he argued, were catastrophic. The philosophers who held these 3 had left the fold of Islam entirely, committing what he considered infallible heresy. First, the claim that the world was eternal, coexisting with God, which denied the act of creation ex nihilo. Second, the assertion that God's knowledge extended only to universal principles, not to the particular tear shed by a widow or the fall of a single sparrow. Third, the denial of bodily resurrection, the reduction of the afterlife to a purely spiritual, symbolic state. In Al-Ghazali's view, these doctrines ripped the heart out of revealed religion, and he marked their proponents as theologically ruined. In place of the philosophers' secondary causes, this fire burning that cotton, this star moving that planet, Al-Ghazali championed the Asharite theology of occasionalism. There are no natural laws, he argued, no necessary connections between events. Fire does not burn. God creates burning at the moment of contact. The world is not a machine running on its own laws. It is a sequence of divine miracles, recreated moment by moment, a continuous whispering of being out of nothing. What looks like cause and effect is merely God's habit, his sunnah, a pattern he is perfectly free to break. A dancing cosmos, completely dependent on the divine will at every single instant. But his final move was the most profound. After dismantling the rationalists, he found himself still unsatisfied. Pure theology was dry. Pure skepticism was a desert. The path to real certainty, he discovered, was not through argument, but through experience. He embraced Sufism, the mystical dimension of Islam, as a super-rational path to the truth philosophy had failed to provide, and dogma had failed to make vivid. The heart, not the syllogism, was the organ of divine knowledge. Reason was a fine tool for medicine and mathematics, but God could not be concluded to like a geometry proof. God had to be tasted. Al-Ghazali brought Sufism out of the margins and into the center of Islamic intellectual life. And his autobiography of doubt, The Deliverance from Error, remains one of the most honest documents of a mind walking to the edge of its own power and then stepping off. His work fundamentally shaped the trajectory of Islamic thought, and in the West, his critiques were read so seriously that a future philosopher in Cordoba would feel compelled to write a direct reply, a rebuttal so thorough it would be called the incoherence of the incoherence. But that is a story for another lamplit hour. That rebuttal came from Cordoba itself, the glittering jewel of Islamic Spain in what is now modern Andalusia, where a judge and physician named Ibn Rushd, known to the Latin West as Averroes, took up his pen and wrote one of the most defiant titles in the history of philosophy, The Incoherence of the Incoherence. Al-Ghazali had argued that the philosophers were incoherent, Averroes replied that Al-Ghazali had misunderstood the very logic he claimed to wield, that his critique was a fog of rhetorical flourishes dressed up as demonstration. It was a point-by-point, line-by-line defense of the Aristotelian tradition, and with it, Averroes set out not merely to win a debate, but to establish, once and for all, the legal and theological legitimacy of philosophy itself. His argument was as cunning as it was sincere. The Quran, he pointed out, commands the believer to reflect upon the signs of God in nature. Reflection requires reasoning. Reasoning, to be correct, requires the study of logic and demonstration. Therefore, philosophy, far from being a foreign contamination, was religiously obligatory upon the intellectually capable elite. To forbid philosophy was to forbid the Quranic injunction to think. Of course, not every mind was ready. The masses needed the literal images of Scripture, the vivid promises and threats, to be moral. But the elite, the philosophers, were obligated to press beyond the surface. When Scripture appeared to contradict demonstrative philosophical truth, the solution was not to abandon reason, but to apply allegorical interpretation. The outward meaning was a veil. The inner, hidden meaning was the truth, and it was the philosopher's sacred duty to read it. But Averroes did not stop at defending philosophy. He introduced a doctrine that would make his name a lightning rod for centuries. Faced with Aristotle's cryptic remarks on the intellect, he argued that the material intellect, the capacity by which humans think, is not individual. It is not your intellect or my intellect, flickering into existence at birth and vanishing at death. It is a single, eternal, unified substance, a cosmic intellect in which individual human minds participate momentarily. Your private thoughts are like sunbeams stealing light from one sun. When you die, your particular beam disappears. Only the shared light remains. This doctrine of the unity of the material intellect horrified both Christian and Islamic theologians. If there was no individual immortal soul, what exactly was being judged on the last day? What survived to be punished or rewarded? Averroes seemed to have sacrificed the individual afterlife on the altar of Aristotelian consistency, and yet his impact on the Latin West was monumental. When Aristotle's works arrived in medieval universities, they came with Averroes's commentaries wrapped around them like an exoskeleton. He was simply the commentator, as Aristotle was the philosopher. Thomas Aquinas spent a significant portion of his career arguing against Averroes's interpretation of Aristotle, while using Averroes's methods of commentary. The condemnations of 1277 in Paris, which banned hundreds of Aristotelian propositions now associated with Averroism, were a direct reaction to the shockwave he had sent through Christendom. A devout Muslim jurist, writing in the shadow of the great mosque of Cordoba, had become the central problem and the primary lens through which Latin Europe wrestled with reason and revelation. The incoherence of the incoherence did not end the debate. It simply ensured that when philosophy spoke, even if it faltered, it would never be merely a whisper again. And the questions he raised about the soul, about commentary, about the very act of reading a sacred text, would outlast every caliphate and every cathedral that tried to silence them. While Averroes was wielding philosophy as a sword against Al-Ghazali in the marble courts of Cordoba, another crisis of faith and reason was quietly smoldering a continent away in the Jewish quarters of Cairo. Moses Maimonides, known in Hebrew as the Rambam, was a rabbi, a physician to the Sultan Saladin, and a philosopher so steeped in Aristotle that he believed the Greek sage had known almost everything worth knowing except the truth of revelation. His problem was personal. A brilliant young student, Joseph, had come to him torn in half his mind, convinced by Aristotelian logic, his soul anchored to the Torah. The two seemed to be in open war. Maimonides did not write a sermon. He wrote the guide for the perplexed, a rescue mission disguised as a book. The guide operates on a single, dangerous premise. The Torah, read correctly, is not the enemy of reason. When Scripture appears to speak of God's body, of his sitting on a throne or stretching out an arm, it is speaking in the language of humans, allegorically, to reach those who cannot grasp pure abstraction. The true meaning is hidden beneath the surface, and only the trained philosopher can excavate it without collapsing the entire edifice of the law. Philosophy, then, was not a threat to Judaism. It was the royal road to its deepest understanding. The prophets were philosophers who had perfected their intellects, and the active intellect of the Aristotelians was the very channel through which divine wisdom overflowed into a prepared human mind. Prophecy was not a supernatural seizure. It was an intellectual achievement, a natural perfection of the rational faculty. But his most radical move was theological, and it was ruthlessly austere. God, Maimonides argued, cannot be described by any positive attribute whatsoever. To say God is wise, or powerful, or good is to insult his unity, to imply he is composed of parts, to compare him to creation. The only permissible approach is apophatic theology, a term meaning you can only speak of what God is not. God is not ignorant, he is not weak, he is not multiple. Each negation draws the mind closer, but the shore of God's essence remains forever unreachable. This was a philosophical chastening of religion, a commandment of silence dressed in logical rigor. On the question of creation, he walked a careful line, acknowledging that Aristotle's arguments for an eternal world were not rationally destroyed, but insisting that the Torah's account of creation ex nihilo was a fundamental, rationally defensible pillar. His influence on Christian scholasticism, particularly on Thomas Aquinas, was immediate and vast. Aquinas read him, argued with him, and borrowed his weapons. The guide for the perplexed traveled into Latin and became required reading for any thinker who wanted to marry Athens and Jerusalem without setting fire to either. A Jewish Aristotelian physician in Cairo, quietly showing that reason and revelation might just be the same book in two different alphabets. The quiet Jewish physician in Cairo had shown that Athens and Jerusalem, reason and scripture, might be bound in a single, difficult knot. A generation later, in the damp chill of a Benedictine monastery in what is now northern France, before it became England's seat of Canterbury, a monk named Anselm picked up the same thread and pulled it somewhere entirely unexpected. He had spent his life administering a fractious diocese and being exiled by angry kings, but his real passion was a single, luminous principle: faith seeking understanding. Not doubt disguising itself as belief, but a faith so confident it could use reason as a lantern, walking deliberately into the dark to map the very nature of God. Out of that confidence came the proslogion, and inside it, an argument so audacious, so delicate, that it still makes philosophers go quiet. This was the ontological argument, a proof for the existence of God that does not appeal to the beauty of the stars or the order of the seasons. An a priori argument, meaning it proceeds purely from the concept of what God must be, without consulting any evidence from the outside world. Anselm began with a definition. God is that than which nothing greater can be conceived. Even a fool who denies God's reality, he argued, holds this concept in his mind. But if the greatest conceivable being existed only as a mental idea and not in reality, then an even greater being could be imagined, one that existed both in the mind and in fact. That contradiction means the greatest conceivable being must exist in reality. The very act of understanding the definition forces the conclusion. God is, because not to be would be a failure of maximum greatness. A fellow monk named Gonillo fired back with a parody. If Anselm's logic worked, Gonillo said, imagine the greatest conceivable island, bristling with riches and delights. It must exist, or it would not be the greatest conceivable island. Anselm's rejoinder was calm and precise. An island, no matter how perfect, is a finite, contingent thing. Its greatness can always be surpassed. Only the greatest conceivable being, a being whose greatness has no limit, carries the necessity of existence in its very concept. Gonillo's island was a tropical confusion. Anselm's God was a logical necessity. This single, shimmering proof would inaugurate a tradition of rationalist theology that echoes through Descartes, through the great idealists, right down to the quiet Kantian demolition that would one day try to bury it for good. Anselm had tried to prove God with a definition so pure it needed no witnesses, no testimony, no stained glass light. Peter Abelard took the opposite instinct and weaponized it. A brilliant, insufferable logician who had been castrated by his lover's angry uncle and exiled to a bleak monastery in Brittany. Abelard was not interested in quiet contemplation. He was interested in conflict. His signature work, Sic et non, which means yes and no, was a deliberately explosive document. He gathered sentences from the most revered church fathers and arranged them side by side in open contradiction. St. Augustine says this, St. Jerome says the opposite. He did not resolve the contradictions. He simply displayed them like a row of lit fuses and dared his students to figure it out. This was the scholastic method being born in a fire, the belief that truth emerges not from passive acceptance of authority, but through the violent, rigorous clash of dialectic. His own clarity cut through one of the medieval period's most cryptic puzzles, the problem of universals. When we say tree, do we refer to a real, universal form of treeness floating in some platonic heaven, or just a convenient noise we make about a bunch of individual plants? Abelard offered a conceptualist solution, a middle path that was neither extreme realism nor mere nominalism. Universals, he argued, are real, but they exist as linguistic and logical terms, mental conceptions abstracted from the actual similarities of things in the world. A universal is not a ghostly object, but a meaningful predicate, a function of how minds and language work. Clean, surgical, and unsatisfying to anyone who wanted the divine architecture inscribed directly into the structure of reality. Then he turned his scalpel to ethics. The morality of an act, he argued, derives almost entirely from its intention. A man who accidentally kills his father with an arrow he meant for a deer is not a parricide. A judge who executes a criminal out of sadism, even if the sentence is legally just, is a murderer in his soul. The external act is secondary. The inner consent to the deed is the true crime or the true virtue. This was a revolution in moral thought, placing the center of gravity squarely inside the individual will, a move that would ripple through Aquinas and into the entire Western legal tradition. A mutilated man with a monstrous ego, Abelard was, perhaps more than anyone, the pioneer who sharpened the tools that Thomas Aquinas would later use to build his cathedral. Those tools Abelard had sharpened finally fell into the hands of a man large enough and quiet enough to build the cathedral. Thomas Aquinas was a Dominican friar from a small town between Rome and Naples in what is now Italy, physically enormous and, according to his classmates, stubbornly silent. They called him the dumb ox. His teacher Albert the Great silenced them with an observation that still stings. The bellowing of this ox would one day fill the world. And fill it he did, with the Summa Theologica, the most complete, patient, and terrifyingly organized synthesis of Christian revelation and Aristotelian philosophy ever composed. The intellectual problem of the 13th century was simple to state and impossible to resolve. The works of Aristotle, lost to the Latin West for centuries, had flooded back into Europe, often carried in the saddlebags of Muslim and Jewish scholars. And Aristotle, with his clean, godless logic and his eternal world, seemed to contradict almost everything the church believed. Some wanted to ban him. Some wanted to baptize him so thoroughly that he drowned. Aquinas calmly set out a clear, two-story architecture of reality. Reason and faith, nature and grace, are distinct realms, but they do not contradict each other. They are two books written by the same author. Philosophy can demonstrate certain truths, the existence of God, the nature of the soul, the principles of ethics, strictly through natural reason, without appealing to Scripture. But there are truths reason cannot reach, and their revelation kneels down to lift us higher, supplementing, never supplanting, the rational mind. The two realms overlap, but do not annihilate. A delicate, razor-thin harmony that required a structural genius to maintain. His most famous passage is the Quinque Via, the Five Ways, a compressed, almost humble set of proofs for the existence of God, each one beginning with a plain, observable fact of the world. Change occurs. Things come into being and pass away. A chain of movers cannot go back infinitely. There must be a prime mover, unmoved, at the origin. Causes cannot regress forever. There must be a first cause. Things in the universe are contingent. They might not have existed, yet they do. If everything were contingent, at some point, nothing would have existed, and nothing would exist now. There must be a necessary being, something that just is. Each way climbs the same ladder. The world gives us facts. Reason demands an ultimate explanation, and that explanation is what we call God. But this God is so vast that language begins to break against it. Aquinas' solution to the problem of religious language was analogical predication. When we say God is good, we are not using the word good in exactly the same sense as when we say a meal is good. That would make God a limited, creaturely thing. But nor are we using it in a completely different, meaningless sense. The goodness of a meal and the goodness of God stand in a relationship of analogy. The meal's goodness is a faint, dependent reflection of the infinite goodness that is its source. Language about God is not direct, but it is not empty. It operates in the shadow zone of likeness across an infinite gap, a fragile but real bridge built of words. Then came the moral architecture. The natural law for Aquinas is the rational creature's participation in God's eternal law. It is not a list of arbitrary commands handed down on tablets. It is the structure of human flourishing built into the very grain of our nature, accessible to any mind willing to reflect honestly on what kinds of creatures we are, to act against reason, to violate the natural inclination to preserve life, to rear children, to seek truth, to live in society, is to act against nature itself. The law is not a constraint on freedom. It is the instruction manual for a specific kind of being, and ignoring it produces not a liberated soul, but a broken machine. And the soul itself. Aquinas rejected the Platonic idea of a ghost trapped in a machine. Following Aristotle, he argued the soul is the substantial form of the body, not a passenger, but the organizing principle, the living, breathing pattern that makes a lump of matter into a single, unified, existing human being. A human is not a soul using a body. A human is a body-soul composite, a living animal whose rationality is the form that organizes every cell and craving. This meant the body was not a tomb, but a temple, and the resurrection of the body was not a crude afterthought, but the completion of the human project. The Summa Theologica was never finished. Aquinas had a mystical experience near the end of his life, after which he declared that everything he had written was mere straw compared to what he had seen. He stopped writing entirely. He died a few months later, and the straw he left behind became the official philosophical architecture of the largest institution in the medieval world. Not everyone was pleased, but the next cataclysmic thinker would pick up a very different tool, one designed not to build, but to clear the ground entirely. But the cataclysmic thinker who took the razor was not a builder, but a demolisher. William of Ockham, an English Franciscan from the village of Ockham in Surrey, a name that sounds like a spell from a dusty grimoire, looked at the vast, intricate, glittering edifice of Thomistic metaphysics and decided it was an over-decorated fiction. The real world, he insisted, contains only singular substances, individual things. This tree, this stone, this man. The universal categories we use, treeness, humanity, animality, are not real entities hovering in some metaphysical realm. They are merely names, convenient tags, mental shorthand we use to sort the flood of individual objects. This was radical nominalism, and it sliced through the whole scholastic project like a wire through cheese. If only individuals are real, then a great many explanatory entities needed to be invented to bridge the gap between our lumpy world and our lofty theories. And here Ockham deployed the principle of parsimony, the famous methodological razor that still carries his name. An old translation puts it bluntly: do not multiply entities beyond necessity. If you can explain a phenomenon with fewer assumptions, the extra assumptions are not just unnecessary, they are meaningless clutter. Why posit a complex hierarchy of forms, intelligible species, and active intellects when a direct act of God's will and a simple intuitive cognition of the individual object in front of you will do? Occam's razor was not a metaphysical claim about what exists. It was a surgical rule for thinking, and it cut away the fat the scholastics had spent centuries accumulating. Behind the razor was a voluntarist theology of immense power. God, for Occam, was not bound by any natural law, any eternal form of goodness, any pre-existing rational structure that constrained his choice. God's absolute power, his potentia absoluta, meant he could have made the world in any logically possible way. He could have made murder a virtue and charity a sin. He did not, and we can study the order he freely chose to establish, his potentia ordinata. But that order is radically contingent, not a necessary emanation of his being. The laws of nature are not laws in the sense of binding necessities. They are habits of God. And because God can suspend any habit, miracles are not violations of nature. They are simply the creator choosing a different pattern for an instant. The consequence was a quiet earthquake. Theology and philosophy, which Aquinas had married in such a delicate, two-story harmony, began to drift apart. Reason could tell you a great deal about the natural world, but it could not demonstrate the immortality of the soul, the necessity of the Trinity, or the existence of God with the apodictic certainty the scholastics had claimed. These were articles of faith, not conclusions of philosophy. The razor had severed the cord, and the result was a new kind of intellectual world. Philosophy was freed to study nature on its own terms, no longer needing to arrange its findings to fit the precut stones of theological architecture. The ground had been cleared, and on that newly bare empirical ground, a very different kind of inquiry would soon begin to build. The ground had been cleared for science, but someone still had to walk into the wreckage of the old authority and survey the damage done to politics. Niccolò Machiavelli, a Florentine diplomat who had watched the Medici family reclaim absolute power while he was tortured in a prison yard, and then exiled to a small farm on the outskirts of Florence, Italy, did not write a book of consolation like Boethius. He wrote a job application disguised as a mirror for princes. And inside it, he calmly announced that the Christian moral framework, which had governed political thought for over 1,000 years, was not so much wicked as it was useless for anyone who actually wanted to govern. His revolution was a shift in focus from the imaginary republics of the philosophers to what he called the effective truth of political life. Plato had designed a city for saints. Aristotle had catalogued constitutions. The church had commanded the ruler to be just and merciful. Machiavelli observed that the successful rulers he had studied, Caesar Borgia, Pope Alexander VI, the Medici, treated morality not as a set of laws, but as a costume. A prince who practiced every virtue in public would be destroyed by princes who lied, cheated, and murdered in private. The question was not how to be good. The question was how to survive and secure the state. The quality required for this was virtue, a word that used to mean moral goodness, but which he reforged into something closer to bold, adaptable, amoral skill. The raw, masculine energy of a lion combined with the cunning of a fox. The world is ruled by fortuna, by fortune, that unpredictable, feminine tide that smashes against every human plan. Virtue is the levee you build not to stop the flood. You cannot stop it, but to channel it, to ride it, to plant your feet in the mud and refuse to be swept away. The prince who masters fortune is the one who adapts instantly, who switches from gentleness to cruelty the moment the situation demands it, who knows that promises are tools, not bonds. And so, the advice: a prince must learn to be not good when necessary for state security. If your enemies are plotting, you preempt. If a conquered city threatens revolt, you crush it so thoroughly that the memory of fear outlasts the memory of the resistance. It is better to be feared than loved, he wrote. but one must avoid being hated. This was not the ranting of a sadist. It was the cool, almost mathematical conclusion of a man who looked at a map of divided Italy and decided that the only thing that could save it was a prince willing to get his hands bloody. The state was a machine for generating order, and the prince was its engineer. The separation of political action from the Christian moral framework was now absolute. Politics was no longer a branch of theology. It was a craft, and its only criterion was success. A foundation not for tyranny, but for what he might have called the bitter, necessary discipline of reality. If politics was now a craft separated from morality, a skill for mastering fortune rather than obeying scripture, then knowledge itself needed a similar reformation. Francis Bacon, an English statesman and a Lord Chancellor of England, who was also a convicted bribe-taker, a fact he admitted, with the strange defense that at least his bribes never influenced his judgment, looked at the entire edifice of human learning and found it rotten with inherited error. The Aristotelian logic that had dominated universities for centuries was, he argued, a closed system. It deduced elegant conclusions from accepted premises, but produced no new fruit. He called for a novum organum, a new instrument of knowledge, a replacement for the old organon of Aristotle, and with it, he aimed to change not just what humans knew, but how they knew anything at all. The human mind, he warned, is not a clean mirror. It is a crooked glass, warped by systematic distortions he called the four idols. The idols of the tribe are the errors baked into human nature itself, the tendency to see patterns where none exist, to wish for order, to trust the senses long after the senses have been fooled. The idols of the cave are the private obsessions and prejudices of each individual mind, the narrow shaft of light each person mistakes for the whole sun. The idols of the marketplace are the traps of language, words that pretend to name real things, but are empty noise, causing men to argue endlessly over definitions they have never examined. The idols of the theater are the grand, seductive philosophical systems, the beautiful, closed worlds of Plato or Aristotle or the scholastics, which are like stage plays, internally consistent and completely detached from the world outside the theater. Before knowledge could advance, these idols had to be smashed. In their place, Bacon proposed a rigorous inductive method, not the simple listing of instances the old empiricists had practiced, but a systematic process of observation, the construction of tables documenting presence, absence, and variation, and the gradual elimination of false hypotheses through a process of exclusion. True science did not leap from a few scattered observations to grand axioms. It climbed a patient ladder, step by step, from particulars to intermediate principles, and only then to the most general laws. This was the engine he promised would unlock nature's secrets, and the goal of this knowledge was not the contemplative bliss Aristotle had praised. It was power. Knowledge is power, he wrote, and he meant it with a directness that still startles. The aim of science was not to admire creation, but to command it, to relieve the human estate, to restore the dominion over nature that humanity had lost in Eden. A pragmatism so clean it made all previous philosophy look like a beautiful, irrelevant dream. The lamp had been lit in a different kind of darkness, and it would burn for centuries. Bacon had lit the lamp of a new inductive science, but the lamp itself still sat on a very old, very creaky table. No one had checked the table's legs. René Descartes, a French mathematician and gentleman soldier who spent his mornings meditating in a stove-heated room in southern Germany while the 30 Years' War raged outside, decided to check. He did not just check. He took an axe to every supporting beam of human knowledge, hoping something, anything, would survive the wreckage. This was the method of hyperbolic doubt, an exercise he performed exactly once, at the foundation of his whole philosophy. Not the reasonable doubt of a courtroom, but a deliberate, systematic, almost maniacal trashing of every belief he had ever held. The senses, they deceive constantly. A stick in water looks bent. A distant tower looks round when it is square. But more than that, in sleep, the senses conjure entire worlds indistinguishable from reality. How could he be certain, at this very moment, that he was not dreaming? Even the truths of mathematics, 2 + 3 = 5, a square has 4 sides, might be false. An all-powerful evil demon, a deceiver of infinite cunning, could be manipulating his mind to make him believe in geometry, while making him wrong about every single proposition. This was not paranoia. It was a scalpel, cutting away every belief that could possibly be doubted. And then, at the bottom of the absolute void, a single, indubitable rock. I think, therefore I am. Cogito ergo sum. Even if the demon deceives him about everything, the demon cannot deceive him about the fact that he exists. The very act of being deceived proves there is a subject being deceived. Thinking, in the broadest sense, doubting, understanding, affirming, denying, willing, imagining, sensing, guarantees being. This was the first indubitable truth, the Archimedean point upon which a new edifice could be built. But a single point is not a philosophy. He needed a criterion to move forward. The cogito convinced him not just that he existed, but that whatever he perceived with absolute clarity and distinctness had to be true. Clear and distinct ideas became his standard of truth. From this standard, he began the reconstruction. Within his own mind, he found the idea of God, a being infinite, eternal, omniscient, omnipotent. Where did this idea come from? Not from his senses, not from his imagination. The cause of an idea must have at least as much formal reality as the idea has objective reality. A finite, imperfect mind cannot be the source of the idea of an infinite, perfect being. Therefore, God exists. And because God, being perfect, is not a deceiver, the systematic doubt collapses. The external world, matter, extension, motion, can be trusted because a non-deceiving God guarantees it. This reconstruction produced a radical substance dualism. Reality consists of two utterly distinct kinds of substance. Res cogitans, thinking substance, the mind, which is unextended, indivisible, conscious, free. Res extensa, extended substance, the body and the entire physical universe, which is pure geometrical extension in motion, entirely mechanical, measurable, determined. The human being is a ghost in a machine, a soul somehow interfacing with a body as complex and soulless as a clock. The problem of how these two substances interact at the pineal gland, he vaguely speculated, became the mind-body problem that would plague philosophy for the next 4 centuries. The world of matter was now a machine, and physics could describe it with perfect mathematical precision. The world of mind was a separate, private theater of consciousness. Descartes had sliced reality in half, and putting it back together would become the central obsession of every major thinker who followed. From a warm room in Germany, a quiet Frenchman had dismantled the universe and rebuilt it, and nothing would ever be quite solid again. Descartes had split the universe in two with a clean Gallic incision, and then spent the rest of his life trying to explain how the two halves ever touched. Baruch Spinoza, a quiet lens grinder from Amsterdam's Jewish quarter, the son of Portuguese exiles who would be cursed and expelled from his own synagogue with the full, terrifying ritual of the Hirm, took one look at that dualism and simply erased one side of the equation. He did not build on Descartes so much as he took his premises to their logical, terrifying, and utterly beautiful extreme. The result was a book called The Ethics, and he wrote it with the form of a geometry textbook, definitions, axioms, propositions, proofs, QED, because he believed that God, nature, reality, and human emotion could be understood with the same clarity as a triangle. The core of his monism is audacious to the point of scandal. There is only one substance, Spinoza argued, a single, infinite, self-caused being. He called it Deus sive natura, God or nature, the two words interchangeable, because this substance is not a personal deity who chose to create. It simply is, and everything that exists, from the orbit of a distant star to the fleeting thought of a fisherman on the North Sea, is a determinate mode of this single substance. Finite things are not separate objects. They are waves on the surface of an infinite ocean. A human being is a pattern, a temporary ripple of substance, manifesting simultaneously as a body, extended in space, and a mind, a fragment of thought. The distance between the two is gone, because they are two expressions of the same underlying reality. The mind-body problem, which Kant and every medic after would wrestle, was simply a category error. From this iron architecture, the consequences cascade. Free will is a comforting illusion born of ignorance. We think we choose, but we are merely unaware of the infinite causal chains that compel every single motion of our bodies and our minds. A falling stone, if it could think, would believe it fell freely. The emotions, love, hatred, envy, hope are not moral failings or spiritual triumphs. They are physics. They are the mechanics of human nature, and Spinoza refused to mock them, bewail them, or detest them. He aimed only to understand them. Once you grasp through adequate ideas that the person who wronged you is not a free agent, but a determined mode of nature, your rage begins to dissolve. The hatred cools. Understanding replaces passion. Adequate knowledge of the necessity of things transforms passive suffering into active contemplation. And the ultimate reward of this system is not salvation in a Christian sense. It is the intellectual love of God, a state in which your mind, having grasped the full, necessary order of nature, participates in the infinite self-knowledge of substance itself. To love God, for Spinoza, is to understand reality completely. And in that understanding, the boundaries of the finite self dissolve into a joy that is not personal, but cosmic. A deterministic, pantheistic, scandalous system that stripped the universe of free will, and then showed you why you should love it anyway. His contemporaries called him an atheist. The Romantics would later call him a God-intoxicated man. Neither was entirely wrong. Spinoza had dissolved the world into a single, infinite, divine substance, a polished ocean of necessity, without individual souls, without free choices, without any gaps where a person could slip a finger and feel themselves distinct. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, a German polymath and diplomat who invented calculus independently of Newton during the day and sketched plans for universal computing machines at night, looked at that same ocean and decided Spinoza had flattened something essential. He did not see a single wave. He saw an infinity of tiny, sparkling, individual mirrors, each reflecting the entire universe from a unique angle. He called these simple, immaterial, soul-like substances monads, and the universe was composed of them in infinite variety. A monad is windowless. No cause can enter it from outside, and it cannot send ripples outward. It changes, it perceives, it strives, but entirely by its own internal principle. The room you think you are in, the voice you think you are hearing, is not impressing itself upon your mind from the outside world. Your monad is unfolding its own perceptions according to a built-in program, like a clock striking noon exactly when your friend's monad, entirely independent, strikes noon as well. The two clocks agree not because they communicate, but because they were both set perfectly at the beginning. This was the principle of pre-established harmony, and it eliminated the messy, explanatory disaster of causal interaction between mind and body, between any two substances at all. God, the supreme monad, had wound every clock in creation at the moment of creation, and they have been ticking in flawless synchrony ever since. A slightly elegant solution to a problem that had plagued Descartes, and a somewhat polite way of saying Spinoza's single substance was just a bit too lonely. But the monads needed a reason to exist exactly as they are, in exactly the configuration they inhabit. Leibniz's grand principle of sufficient reason demanded that everything must have a reason, a why, a final explanation. Nothing is brute. When God chose to create this universe, among an infinity of possible universes, he did so according to the principle of the best. This is the best of all possible worlds, not because it is cheerful. Leibniz was under no illusions about suffering, war, or toothaches, but an omnipotent, omniscient, perfectly good being, choosing among possible worlds, would necessarily choose the one with the greatest richness of phenomena, governed by the simplest, most elegant laws. The evil we see is a local shadow in an overwhelmingly luminous canvas. Remove the shadow, and the whole composition might be less beautiful, less complex, less perfectly harmonized. Voltaire would later skewer this theodicy with savage glee, but Leibniz built it not as a shrug, but as a logical consequence of his principles. He also gave the world two more surgical tools: the identity of indiscernibles. If two things share all their properties, they are not two things, they are one thing. And a dream of a universal logical language, a characteristica universalis, in which all concepts could be represented as symbols, and all philosophical disputes resolved by a calm calculation, a precursor to modern symbolic logic, a vision of a reasoning machine, centuries before any physical computer hummed to life in a laboratory. A man who believed every problem had a solution, every fact had a reason, and every substance was a living mirror of God, grinding down Spinoza's infinite ocean into a glittering, harmonious sand. Leibniz had filled the universe with tiny, glowing mirrors, each monad reflecting a divinely orchestrated harmony, a cosmos where even the smallest soul vibrated with purpose. Thomas Hobbes, an English materialist who had been born prematurely, as he liked to say, when his mother heard news of the Spanish Armada. And thereupon my mother gave birth to twins, myself and Fear, looked at the same human animal and saw no such harmony. He saw a machine powered by self-preservation, and he built a political philosophy so brutally honest that it still makes every polite liberal squirm. Hobbes was a thoroughgoing materialist and empiricist. The universe, he argued, is nothing but bodies in motion, particles colliding in space. Human beings are no exception. The mind is not a windowless monad, but a physical organ, and every thought, every dream, every noble sentiment is the afterimage of sensory impressions. Good and evil are not eternal forms. They are simply names we give to the things we desire and the things we flee. A man calls a thing good because he wants it. He calls it evil because it threatens him. Strip away society, law, and the threat of punishment, and you are left with the raw biological engine of appetite and aversion. That raw state is what Hobbes called the state of nature. It is not a historical epoch, but a logical deduction, a condition that exists wherever authority collapses. In this state, he argued, there is no industry, no art, no knowledge of the face of the earth, no society. Only a perpetual war of all against all. In such a condition, every person has a natural right to whatever they judge necessary for their own preservation, including the body of their neighbor. The result is a life that is solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Not because humans are evil, but because they are rational, terrified, and roughly equal in their capacity to kill one another. Out of this terror, reason deduces the laws of nature. Seek peace, and to obtain it, be willing to lay down your absolute right to everything, provided others do the same. But a covenant without the sword is merely words. So the mass of frightened individuals, through a social contract, agree to transfer their power to a single sovereign, a mortal god on earth. This Leviathan, Hobbes borrowed the name from the biblical sea monster described in the book of Job, a creature so vast and terrifying that nothing on earth is its equal, holds absolute authority. The sovereign is not a party to the contract, but its product, and therefore cannot be accused of injustice by the subjects who created him. He defines law, determines religious interpretation, and decides what doctrines may be taught. His only duty is to keep the peace, and as long as he does, disobedience is a return to the war the contract was designed to escape. A bleak, terrifying, magnificent construction, and the foundation stone of every argument for strong government that would follow. The peace of the monad was a dream. The peace of the sword was real, and Hobbes knew precisely which one kept the wolves at bay. The absolute sovereign who kept the wolves at bay also kept a rather firm boot on the neck of liberty. And that boot print was precisely what John Locke, an English physician and Oxford scholar, who was a close friend of the Earl of Shaftesbury and fled to the Netherlands in exile during the political storms of the 1680s, set out to erase. Hobbes had argued that without a Leviathan, life was a war of all against all. Locke replied that the war was often caused by the Leviathan. The state of nature was not a slaughterhouse. It was a condition of reason and freedom, governed by natural law, where men were equal and independent. The problem was not the state of nature. The problem was absolute power. To get there, he had to clear the philosophical ground of what he considered a very old and very dangerous mistake: the belief that the human mind arrives in the world already furnished with ideas. In his essay concerning human understanding, he launched a systematic, empiricist critique against the doctrine of innate ideas. The mind is not a repository of divine truths, moral principles, or logical axioms written into the soul before birth. The mind is a tabula rasa, a blank slate, a white paper void of all characters, on which experience writes every single thing we ever know. Two fountains supply this paper: sensation, through which the external world impresses simple ideas upon the senses, and reflection, the mind's internal operation of combining, comparing, and abstracting the material sensation provides. There is nothing in the intellect that was not first in the senses, he argued, with the quiet addition, except the intellect itself. From this empiricist foundation, he drew a distinction that would reshape physics and philosophy. Primary qualities, solidity, extension, figure, motion, number, are the properties objects genuinely possess, the real furniture of the Cartesian extended universe. Secondary qualities, color, taste, sound, warmth, are powers in objects to produce sensory experiences in us, effects that do not resemble their causes. A violet is not actually purple in the dark. It merely has a texture of particles that, when light strikes them and the pattern hits a retina, produces the sensation of purple in a mind. The physical world is a colorless, silent, mathematical dance of corpuscles. The warm, fragrant, sounding world we inhabit is a translation. A brilliant hallucination the mind generates from the raw data of extension and motion. This philosophical architecture had political payload. If the mind is a blank slate, then human beings are formed by their environment, their education, their labor. They are not born into a fixed, cosmic hierarchy with kings at the top and peasants at the bottom, a truth that could be read off the structure of the universe. The natural rights Locke derived to life, liberty, and property pre-exist government. They are not gifts from a sovereign. The sovereign exists to protect them. When a people enter into a social contract, they do not surrender their rights to an absolute power. They create a limited government, a trustee, authorized to act only by the consent of the governed. And when that government becomes systematically destructive of the ends for which it was created, the people retain a right of revolution. The chains of Hobbes's Leviathan were now subject to a peaceful, rational, but absolute veto. A foundational charter for liberalism, built not on a dream of harmony, but on a clear, empiricist theory of the human mind and its natural entitlements. The blank slate had given birth to rights and revolutions, but George Berkeley, an Irish bishop with a cool, almost unnerving clarity of thought, looked at Locke's carefully built empiricism and noticed a secret rotting at its heart. Locke had argued that the world outside the mind was a colorless dance of corpuscles, and the warm, colored, fragrant world we experience was a mental construction. Berkeley asked a question so devastatingly simple that it seemed to crack the floor open. If everything you ever experience is an idea in your mind, what possible basis do you have for believing that a material world exists at all behind those ideas? Material substance, the solid, extended, mind-independent stuff Locke and Descartes had taken for granted, was not a necessary conclusion from experience. It was a baseless article of faith. His radicalization of empiricism was expressed in a tight Latin phrase, esse est percipi. To be is to be perceived. Objects exist only in being perceived, not as material lumps in a void, but as stable patterns of sensation in a perceiving mind. The table in front of you is real, solid, and consistent, but its reality is the reality of a coherent sensory idea, not the reality of an invisible, unknowable material substance behind the ideas. That substance, Berkeley argued, is a needless and contradictory abstraction. We do not perceive matter. We perceive sensible qualities. Why then should we invent a ghostly, unthinking, colorless substratum to support them? The only things we can know are spirits and their ideas. The physical universe dissolves into a conversation between minds. But this is not solipsism. The table does not flicker out of existence when you leave the room. God, the infinite, omnipresent perceiver, guarantees the continuous, stable existence of the sensory world. The laws of nature are simply the regular and orderly manner in which God produces ideas in finite minds. What we call gravity is God's habit of presenting a certain sequence of sensations to our perceptual fields. The world is not a machine. It is a language, a visible sign system through which God communicates his will to us. The scientist studying optics is, in a very real sense, studying the syntax of the divine mind. He also turned his scalpel on a cherished philosophical habit. The claim that we can form abstract general ideas, the idea of a triangle that is neither equilateral nor scalene nor isosceles, the idea of humanity that is no particular person. Such abstractions, he argued, are impossible. When we think of a triangle, we always think of a particular triangle, a specific shape standing in for the class. The idea of pure, abstract triangularity is an illusion born of language, a ghost conjured by words. And if that is true, much of metaphysics was built on a grammatical error. His critique of the primary and secondary quality distinction, his immaterialism, his linguistic surgery, all pointed toward a conclusion that was profoundly spiritual and ruthlessly empirical at once. An empiricism that had eaten the entire material world and found God waiting beneath the vanishing crust of matter. A strangely confident move, eliminating the furniture of the universe and calling it piety. David Hume would soon pick up the same empiricist knife and turn it on the remaining spiritual certainties with a grin that was distinctly less devout. Berkeley had dissolved matter and left the world a shimmering conversation in the divine mind, a conclusion that required, at minimum, a fairly active God. David Hume, a serene Scotsman from Edinburgh, who once confessed that philosophy made him feel like a monster in a strange, alien world, took the same empiricist knife and turned it on the remaining certainties, the self, causality, the existence of God, the rational basis for morality, with a quiet, devastating politeness. He began with a principle so simple it seemed harmless. All our ideas, he argued, are nothing but faint copies of our original impressions, the vivid, forceful data of sense and inner feeling. If a term cannot be traced back to a specific impression, it is meaningless noise. This was the copy principle, and it was a guillotine. Show me the impression that produces the idea of necessary causal connection, he asked. We see one billiard ball strike another. We see the second ball move, We see this sequence repeated 100 times, but we never, ever see a necessary connection. We merely observe constant conjunction, a habit of succession. The mind, conditioned by repetition, makes a psychological leap and projects a feeling of necessity onto the world. But the necessity is in us, not in the objects. Causal necessity is merely a mental habit. The sun rose yesterday. It has risen every day of recorded history, but there is no rational justification for believing it will rise tomorrow. Induction, the engine of all empirical science, the ladder Bacon had so carefully built, was founded on a leap of faith, a custom, an animal expectation. The sun might not rise. You cannot prove otherwise without circling back to the very habit you are trying to justify. Then he turned the lamp inward, looking for the self. I can never catch myself at any time without a perception, he wrote. When I look inside, I find a specific heat or cold, a sharp pain, the scent of peat smoke, the memory of a face. But I never find a permanent, underlying self holding these perceptions together. The mind is a theater where perceptions successively make their appearance, pass, repass, glide away, and mingle in an infinite variety of postures. But we have no right to infer a substantial soul behind the scenes. The self is a bundle of perceptions, a bundle theory, and the bundle is constantly being retied. The unity of the self is a fiction, a grammatical habit, the word I pretending to refer to a thing. If the self is a bundle and causality is a habit, what is left for reason? Hume's answer was blunt. Reason is, and ought only to be, the slave of the passions. Reason can calculate the best means to an end, but it cannot tell you which ends to desire. It can provide facts, but it cannot propel you to action. Passions, desires, instincts, and aversions are the engines of human life. Reason is a calculator, a mapmaker, a useful and utterly powerless servant. A man who prefers the destruction of the entire universe to the scratching of his own finger is not irrational. He is merely unusual. Morality, therefore, cannot be founded on reason alone. Moral judgments arise from sentiment, from the immediate feeling of pleasure or unease, utility or sympathy that an action or a character produces in us. When we call an act virtuous, we mean that it gives us a pleasing sentiment of approbation. This sympathy is not yet a moral system. It is a raw, psychological fact about the human animal. And then came his final, quiet demolition. In every moral system he had read, the author slides imperceptibly from statements about what is God created man, humans desire happiness, to statements about what ought to be. Therefore, you must obey. Therefore, you must promote utility. This slide from is to ought, he argued, is logically impermissible. You cannot deduce an obligation from a fact without smuggling in a hidden principle. The Izot gap is a permanent canyon, and reason alone cannot build a bridge across it. Morality is sentiment, custom, and utility, not a cosmic law, not a divine command, just the slow, warm, human accumulation of what feels right to a particular kind of social animal. a devastating conclusion delivered with a smile that left every previous moral philosophy in need of a new foundation. Hume had left the moral world a warm edifice of sentiment and custom, but he had also quietly torched the idea that civilization was a rational ascent from savagery. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, a Genevan vagabond who had once been a musician, a tutor, and a terrible secretary, a man who famously wrote about education while depositing his own 5 newborn children at a foundling hospital, took that suspicion and detonated it. Hobbes had imagined the state of nature as a slaughterhouse, requiring a leviathan to impose order. Rousseau looked at the polished, powdered, deeply corrupt society of 18th century Paris and concluded that the slaughterhouse was civilization itself. The state of nature was not a war of all against all. It was a quiet forest of solitary, healthy, self-sufficient savages, governed by what he called amour de soi, a healthy, instinctive self-love that seeks only survival and satiation. The savage was not evil. The savage was whole. The fall came when someone invented property. The first man who, having enclosed a piece of ground, bethought himself of saying, "This is mine," and found people simple enough to believe him, was the true founder of civil society. From this original fraud flowed inequality, competition, vanity, and a new, poisonous kind of self-regard he called amour propre, the desire to be seen and valued by others, to compare, to dominate, to be admired. The social contract, as it actually existed, was a trick the rich played on the poor to legitimize theft. Civilization corrupted innate human goodness, turning natural freedom into chains and natural compassion into a theater of status and envy. But he was not a primitivist, not really. He knew you cannot return to the forest. The tree of knowledge had been eaten. The solution was not to undo society, but to rebuild it from first principles, which he attempted in the social contract. The opening line is a knife. Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains. The problem was to find a form of association that defended the person and goods of each member while each, united with all, nevertheless obeyed only himself. The answer was the general will, not the mere sum of private interests, the will of all, but the general will, a rational, collective commitment to the common good that each citizen, insofar as they are rational, shares. When a person obeys the general will, they are not being coerced by an external power. They are obeying their own better, legislating self. And then, the most disturbing sentence in the tradition of political philosophy: if anyone refuses to obey the general will, he shall be forced to be free. The phrase still makes nice people flinch, because it seems to justify tyranny in the name of liberation. Rousseau's defenders argue he meant something closer to enforced civic discipline, the necessary condition for moral liberty. His critics see the blueprints for totalitarianism, the state that devours the individual in the name of a higher, truer self. Either way, he envisioned a participatory democracy of citizens who legislate directly. guided by a kind of civil religion, a minimal creed of tolerance and civic duty that would bind the community together without the divisive machinery of priests and dogmas. His influence cascaded through Kant's moral philosophy and ignited the Romantic Age. A figure who could write the most tender prose about a walk in the woods and the most terrifying paragraph about the state's claim on the soul within the same decade. A walking contradiction, a prophet of feeling, and an architect of revolutions he could never have controlled. If Rousseau was the architect of a revolution that would eventually devour its own children, Voltaire was the man who had already been imprisoned in the Bastille for mocking the aristocracy, and would spend his long, tireless life learning how to laugh at every creed, crown, and metaphysical system ever invented. He was a dramatist, a historian, a speculator, a correspondent with empresses, and a man whose name became a verb before he was dead. His weapon was the satire, and his most famous victim was the elegant, beautifully logical absurdity of Leibniz's claim that this was the best of all possible worlds. In 1755, an earthquake swallowed Lisbon, Portugal. Tens of thousands dead in minutes, crushed beneath falling cathedrals on All Saints' Day. The theological optimists of Europe tied themselves in knots to explain how a good God had done this, or allowed it. Voltaire read the reports and felt something between fury and disgust. Out of that fury came Candide, a short, savage, hilarious narrative that follows a naive young man tutored by the incurably optimistic Pangloss, who keeps insisting that all events chain together in the best of all possible worlds, even as he is hanged, dissected, enslaved, and shipwrecked. The satire is not a philosophical argument. It is a brutal, cumulative catalogue of rape, mutilation, betrayal, earthquake, and stupid human cruelty, all served with a candied smile. By the end, the reader understands that Leibniz's theodicy is not just false. It is an obscenity, a polite insult to every victim of history. What Voltaire wanted in its place was deism, a rational religion stripped of revealed dogmas, miracles, and the supernatural machinery of priests. God was the great watchmaker, the architect of an orderly universe, but not a micromanager who dictated every sparrow's fall, and certainly not the tribal deity of any particular holy book. Voltaire despised organized religion, not because he lacked a religious sense, but because he saw its institutions as engines of intolerance, persecution, and pointless massacre. Écrasez l'infâme, he wrote again and again, crush the infamous thing, crush clerical fanaticism, crush the alliance of altar and throne that sentenced innocent men to the wheel for heresy. He spent his old age in a chateau at Ferney, on the French side of the Swiss border, firing off pamphlets and legal petitions on behalf of the wrongly condemned, playing the part of the enlightened patriarch, the public intellectual whose weapon was wit, and whose ammunition was an unshakable conviction that clarity, irony, and reason could, eventually, shame the monsters into retreat. A practical, critical spirit of the Enlightenment as a living, breathing, infuriating, magnificent human being. The grin of the age, sharpened to a razor's edge. Rousseau had dreamed of a city where the general will made every citizen free. And just a few decades later, a quiet, clockwork punctual professor from the Prussian city of Königsberg, now Kaliningrad, a man so regular in his habits that housewives were said to set their watches by his afternoon walk, took that dream and subjected it to the most rigorous interrogation any moral system has ever endured. Immanuel Kant did not leave Königsberg. He did not need to. The whole architecture of reason was inside his skull, and he meant to map every corridor before he died. He called his project The Critique of Pure Reason, and the title alone tells you he was not there to comfort anyone. A critique is not a takedown. It is a tribunal. Reason was being hauled into its own court and asked to state its limits under oath. What woke him from what he called his dogmatic slumber was Hume. The Scotsman, as we heard earlier, had reduced causality to a mental habit and shown that experience alone could never justify the belief that the sun would rise tomorrow. If Hume was right, Kant realized, then Newtonian physics, the pride of the Enlightenment, the gleaming machinery of the cosmos, was not knowledge. It was just a very well-funded animal habit. Metaphysics, likewise, was a battlefield of endless, pointless arguments. This was intolerable. Kant's solution was not to refute Hume. It was to perform what he immodestly called a Copernican revolution in philosophy. Copernicus had realized that the apparent motion of the heavens made sense only if the observer, not the stars, was moving. Kant's parallel was this: objects must conform to our cognition, not the other way around. The mind is not a passive blank slate receiving the world's stamp. The mind is an active, structuring engine that imposes the fundamental conditions of experience upon the raw data of the senses. This meant knowledge was constituted by two interlocking elements. The first was the a priori forms of intuition, space, and time. They are not properties of things in themselves. They are the lenses built into the human mind, the spectacles we can never remove. Every object we perceive is necessarily located in space and time, not because the universe is a Euclidean container, but because that is how our cognition formats reality. The second element was the pure concepts of the understanding, which he called the categories. 12 of them arranged in a meticulous table: causality, substance, unity, plurality, possibility, necessity, existence, and others. These are not abstract ideas we learn from experience. They are the logical architecture the mind uses to synthesize the chaotic flood of sensation into a coherent, law-governed world. The self does not discover causality in the world. The self injects causality into experience, and then marvels at the order it has itself created. The cost of this revolution was immense. Knowledge is strictly limited to phenomena, appearances, the world as it is filtered and organized by our mental machinery. What lies beyond the machinery, the things in themselves, the noumena, are permanently, necessarily, and absolutely unknowable. We can think about them, we must, or the concept of appearance makes no sense, but we can never have positive knowledge of them. God, the immortal soul, the free will, the cosmos as a whole, these are noumenal realities. Reason, when it tries to extend its categories beyond the realm of possible experience, inevitably tangles itself in contradictions Kant called the antinomies. Reason can prove, with equal logical force, that the universe must have a beginning in time, and that it must be eternal, that the world is composed of simple parts, and that nothing simple exists, that there is free will, and that everything is determined. The antinomies are not mistakes. They are warning lights, the built-in circuit breakers of the mind, tripping to tell us we have left the ground of possible experience and are now in the thin, freezing air of the noumenal. And then the quiet, devastating conclusion. I have therefore found it necessary to deny knowledge, Kant wrote, in order to make room for faith. This was not the retreat of a coward. It was a strategic withdrawal of breathtaking scope. Reason could not prove God's existence. The old arguments were all fatally flawed, but reason also could not disprove it. The noumenal realm was a locked door, and the key was not missing. It had never existed. Faith, morality, and human dignity were not contradicted by science, because science and morality operated in separate, carefully demarcated territories. The starry heavens above and the moral law within, those were Kant's two great awe-inspiring things. And he had just spent 800 pages proving that neither needed permission from the other to be absolutely real. If theoretical reason had been shown its limits, fenced in, humbled, and forced to admit, it could never prove God, freedom, or the immortal soul, then practical reason, the reason that governs action, was about to claim its throne. Kant's moral philosophy is not a gentle addition to his system. It is the engine room. The starry heavens above inspire awe, but the moral law within is the proof that the noumenal world, the world of things in themselves, is not a silent void. It is the realm of freedom. The sole unqualified good in the universe, Kant argued, is a goodwill. Not intelligence, not courage, not wealth, not happiness. Every other gift can be twisted into monstrosity by a bad will. But a will that is aligned with duty, that wills the good purely because it is good, shines with a cold, diamond-like light. This is what separates acting from duty, because the moral law commands it, from merely acting in accordance with duty, because you happen to profit from being honest. A shopkeeper who charges fair prices to preserve his reputation is acting prudently, not morally. The moral worth of an action lies not in its outcome, but in its maxim, the subjective principle behind it. To test whether a maxim is moral, Kant supplied the most famous philosophical litmus strip in history, the categorical imperative. It is categorical because it admits no exceptions, no ifs, no hypothetical conditions. A hypothetical imperative says, if you want to be healthy, exercise. It is a means to an end. The moral law commands absolutely, without appeal to desire. Its first formulation runs, act only according to that maxim which you can simultaneously will to become a universal law. When you are about to tell a lie, ask yourself, could I rationally will a world where everyone lies? The answer is no, because in a world where lying is universal, the concept of truth collapses, and with it, the very possibility of meaningful communication, including the lie you are about to tell. The maxim self-destructs. It yields a logical contradiction when universalized. The second major formulation shifts the emphasis from logical consistency to the dignity of rational beings. Act so that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of any other, always as an end in itself, never merely as a means. You can employ a cashier to handle your transaction, but you must also respect their rational autonomy. You cannot enslave them, deceive them, or manipulate them. Persons have dignity, not price. A thing with a price can be replaced by something else of equivalent value. A human being, as a bearer of the moral law, is irreplaceably, infinitely valuable. This is not sentiment. It is a metaphysical fact derived from the structure of practical reason itself. Together, these formulations point toward the kingdom of ends, a systematic union of rational beings who legislate universal moral law while simultaneously respecting one another as ends. In this kingdom, every rational being is both sovereign and subject, author of the law and bound by it. The dignity of the human will comes precisely from this autonomy, the capacity to be governed by self-imposed law rather than by external forces, biological urges, or divine commands. Autonomy of the will is the source of all dignity, the ground that makes morality something entirely different from physics, and freedom the only bridge out of the deterministic cage of phenomena. But Kant's moral universe has two haunting postulates, two beliefs that pure theoretical reason could never prove, but that practical reason requires us to take as conditions for the moral life. The highest good, the complete union of virtue and happiness, cannot be achieved in this life. Reason, therefore, postulates the immortality of the soul, an endless progress toward moral perfection. And because the highest good demands a just distribution of happiness, according to virtue, a cosmic justice that nature is indifferent to reason postulates the existence of God as the moral guarantor of the universe. These are not proofs. They are necessities of the moral will, the rational faith of a being who must act as if the universe is, at its deepest level, just. A cool, bracing, utterly demanding architecture, and the quiet engine that would drive every serious moral theory for the next 2 centuries, and had constructed a perfect, crystalline moral architecture, a kingdom of rational beings, each legislating the universal law through the categorical imperative. But a crystalline structure, once built, is notoriously difficult to change. Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, a German philosopher from Stuttgart who had studied alongside the poet Hölderlin and a young genius named Schelling before ascending to a professorship in Berlin, looked at Kant's beautiful, frozen palace and decided it was a prison. The categories were fixed. The noumenal realm was a locked door, and history, for Kant, was just a stage on which the eternal moral struggle played out, never reaching a genuine culmination. Hegel proposed something so ambitious that it bordered on philosophical megalomania. Reality itself, everything, from the fall of a leaf to the French Revolution, is a single, dynamic, developing subject he called absolute spirit. And it is not static. It is unfolding, historically, dialectically, toward absolute self-knowledge. The engine of this unfolding is the dialectical process. The logic runs in a 3-beat rhythm that folk wisdom has crudely flattened into thesis-antithesis-synthesis, though Hegel himself preferred the term Aufhebung, or sublation, a word that carries the triple meaning of canceling, preserving, and lifting up. A position is asserted. It generates its internal contradiction. The contradiction is resolved into a higher unity that preserves what was true in each, cancels what was partial, and lifts the whole to a new level. This is not just a method of argument. It is the pulse of reality. An acorn is the thesis. The tree it becomes is the negation of the acorn. The new acorn is the synthesis. But in Hegel's hands, this logic extends to art, to religion, to the history of states, to consciousness itself. The Phenomenology of Spirit is his most famous work, a Bildungsroman of consciousness, a novel of education in which the protagonist is not a person, but the entire human mind itself, traveling through history from the most primitive, naive certitude to the final, complete state of absolute knowing. It begins with sense certainty, the immediate, rich, apparently undeniable knowledge that this here now is a table. Hegel shows, with excruciating patience, that this certainty is actually the emptiest abstraction, because the moment you try to say this, the this has already slipped into another moment. Language reveals that what we thought was immediate is always mediated by universals. So consciousness moves on. Stage by stage, it discovers that the object it thought was an independent, external thing is actually constituted by the self's own organizing activity. Subject and object are not two separate furniture pieces in the universe. They are moments within a single, self-differentiating whole. The most famous chapter is the master-slave dialectic, and it has escaped from philosophy into nearly every other discipline. Two self-consciousnesses meet. Each wants to be recognized as a free self, but initially, each is willing to stake only its animal life on the struggle. One blinks. The one who blinks becomes the bondsman, the slave. The one who did not blink becomes the lord, the master. But the recognition the master receives is worthless because it comes from a being he now treats as an object, not as a free equal. Meanwhile, the bondsman, through his disciplined labor upon the resistant material world, shapes objects that reflect his own mind back to him. Through work and the fear of death, the slave achieves an independent, formed consciousness that the master, who merely consumes, never attains. History is secretly the story of the slave's slow, laborious self-development through discipline, while the master stagnates in his parasitic consumption. This is not economics. It is an allegory of consciousness, and it blew a hole through the assumption that philosophy was just about individual minds contemplating a fixed reality. History, for Hegel, was the rationalization of reality itself. Every epoch, the Oriental world, the Greek polis, the Roman Imperium, the Christian Middle Ages, the modern constitutional state, represents a stage in the self-unfolding of absolute spirit. Art, religion, and philosophy are not separate hobbies. They are the three forms in which absolute spirit knows itself. Art grasps the absolute in sensuous form, religion in symbolic, narrative form, philosophy in pure conceptual form. The final, complete self-knowledge is what philosophy, Hegel's philosophy in particular, achieves. The real is rational, and the rational is real, not a justification of every existing bureaucracy, as some critics would later sneer, but the claim that the deep structure of reality, properly understood, is a rational, necessary process. This was a direct counter-movement to Kant's fixed categories. Kant had said reason must be critically limited, that it could never know the thing in itself. Hegel replied that the thing in itself is a pointless abstraction, because knowledge is not a tool, a separate subject, uses to grasp a separate object. Knowledge is the self-explication of the whole, and the knowing subject is the whole becoming aware of itself in a particular, finite vessel. Reality is not a barred door. It is a living, breathing system, and the philosopher's job is not to peek through the keyhole, but to narrate the biography of the absolute. A system of breathtaking scope, terrible difficulty, and world historical consequences. And the reaction it would provoke, the passionate revolt of the individual against the system, would define the next great chapter in the story we are telling. But the biography of the absolute, grand as it was, assumed that the universe was at its core rational, a process of spirit coming to know itself. Arthur Schopenhauer, a misanthropic German genius from Danzig, now Gdansk in Poland, who once scheduled his lectures at the exact same hour as Hegel's, and sat before an empty room, thought that was a fairy tale for children. He accepted Kant's fundamental insight. The world we see is appearance, representation, structured by space and time. But he claimed to have found the key to the locked room. The noumenon, the thing in itself lying behind the veil of appearances, is not a rational spirit. It is not a mind. It is not God. It is will. A blind, aimless, endlessly striving, voracious will that has no purpose, no goal, no final destination. It simply wants. And because it can never be permanently satisfied, its very nature is suffering. This will is not a personal choice. It is the metaphysical essence of everything, the force that pushes the root down toward gravity and the leaf toward the sun, the instinct that drives the spider to spin and the bird to migrate, the sexual desire that ensures the species continues its pointless cycle. In humans, this will becomes conscious of itself, which does not set us free. It only makes us aware of our own imprisonment. The intellect, which we so proudly assume is in charge, is a mere tool, a lantern carried by a blind giant, illuminating the path ahead, but utterly subordinate to the will's commands. You do not choose your desires. They surge up from the depths, commandeer your reason to build justifications, and then abandon you to the hollow aftermath of satisfaction, which is quickly replaced by the next craving. Life, Schopenhauer argued, swings between pain and boredom. Pain when you lack what you want. Boredom the instant you get it. The whole drama is a tragic farce. Temporary release was possible, he granted, through aesthetic contemplation. When you lose yourself in a work of art, especially music, which for Schopenhauer was a direct, immediate copy of the will itself, not a representation of anything the desires quiet. You become a pure, will-less subject of knowing, an eye that sees without craving. The suffering pauses, but the artwork ends, and the will returns, hungrier than before. A more permanent escape required asceticism, the deliberate, systematic quieting of the will through renunciation, chastity, poverty, and fasting. The saints and the sages of the great traditions, he believed, had discovered that the only way to win the game was to refuse to play, to starve the will into silence until the flame goes out. Not suicide, which he considered a frustrated act of will, but the complete, voluntary extinction of desire. This was metaphysical pessimism of a depth the Western tradition had never seen, and it served as a direct bridge to existentialism. Schopenhauer had torn away the rational mask Hegel had painted on reality, and revealed a writhing, suffering, meaningless engine underneath. The generation that came after the young Nietzsche, the young Wagner, the psychologists of the unconscious, would read him and feel the floor of reason give way beneath their feet. A man who dined alone with his poodle wrote prose of crystalline beauty about the horror of existence, and whose last great work was a collection of essays confirming that life was a miserable, wretched business. And yet, his clarity about the darkness was, for millions, the first honest description of the world they had actually lived in. Schopenhauer had described the blind, aimless will beneath all representation, a truth that made living a grim business. But a system of despair, however honest, was still a system, and that was precisely the kind of abstract cage a young Dane in Copenhagen would spend his short, feverish life trying to dynamite from within. Søren Kierkegaard, a melancholy, brilliant, deeply Christian man with a twisted spine and a gift for pseudonyms, looked at the vast, polished machinery of Hegelian philosophy the absolute spirit unfolding through history, art, and religion like a perfect logical flower. And he let out a cry of protest that still echoes. Hegel had forgotten something. He had forgotten that I exist. A single, specific, suffering, choosing individual, not a moment in a dialectical process, not a specimen of a universal category, but a unique, anguished soul standing before God. Against the system, Kierkegaard raised the existing individual. Truth, he argued, is not a proposition you memorize. Truth is subjectivity. When it comes to the most important questions, whether to marry, what to believe, how to die, objective, dispassionate knowledge is useless. A theologian who can recite every proof for the existence of God, but lives like a bourgeois shopkeeper, knows nothing. A person who struggles, who doubts, who kneels in fear and trembling, and who clings to a relationship with the infinite despite the absolute absence of evidence, that person is in the truth. Passionate inwardness is the criterion, and the single most terrifying fact about human existence is that you are forced to choose, moment by moment, without a safety net, without a system to catch you. He mapped 3 stages on life's way, each a complete world into which a person can permanently settle. The aesthetic stage is the life of sensation, novelty, and despair disguised as pleasure. The seducer, the connoisseur, the poet who flits from experience to experience, refusing to commit, is slowly rotting from within. Boredom and emptiness are the wages of a life without a decisive choice. The ethical stage is the life of duty, the married citizen, the faithful worker, the man who takes on universal obligations. Socrates, choosing the hemlock rather than flee, is the hero of the ethical. This life has dignity, but it discovers a tragic limit. The ethical cannot save you from the guilt of your own finitude. You cannot be good enough. The law crushes as much as it elevates. The religious stage is not a graduation. It is a radical leap, a break with the ethical and the rational, a movement that looks to the outside observer like something approaching madness. His model was Abraham. When God commanded Abraham to sacrifice Isaac, the son of the promise, every ethical fiber in Abraham's being must have screamed against it. To kill an innocent child is murder. To obey the voice is to defy the universal law. Abraham offers no justification. He speaks to no one. He rides for 3 days in silence, and then he raises the knife. Kierkegaard called this the teleological suspension of the ethical, the terrifying truth that a direct, absolute relation to God may require the individual to stand above the universal law. Abraham was a knight of faith, a man who resigned everything infinitely, and yet, absurdly, believed he would get everything back. This was not the complacent belief of a villager going to church. It was a shuddering, anguished, lonely act of absolute trust in the face of horror. The categories he uncovered: angst, that profound dizziness of freedom, the anxiety not of this danger or that failure, but of the sheer, nauseating openness of possibility. despair, the sickness unto death, the condition of a self that cannot bear to be itself and cannot escape being itself. These became the foundational vocabulary of existentialism. A man who wrote under names like Johannes de Salentio and Anticlimacus, who picked public fights with a satirical newspaper and collapsed in the street at 42, had planted a charge under the entire Western philosophical tradition. The individual, the concrete, the anguished, the passionate, the leap. The system would never close again without a crack, and the century that followed would walk through that crack into the darkness and the light of what it means to exist without guarantees. The solitary Dane had left the individual trembling on the edge of an infinite decision, cut off from the universal. But across the North Sea, in the great, grinding engine of Victorian London, a very different kind of philosopher looked at the same question: how should a human being live? And found his answer not in a lonely leap of faith, but in the slow, collective, and distinctly unglamorous work of refining pleasure and expanding liberty. John Stuart Mill was a child prodigy, raised by his father, the utilitarian philosopher James Mill, to be a perfect reasoning machine. He learned Greek at 3, wrote a history of Rome at 6, and by 20 had suffered a mental collapse so profound that he later described it as a crisis in his whole philosophy of life. The machine had broken, and the man who crawled out of the wreckage was warmer, stranger, and far more radical than the logic-chopping reformer his father had designed. He did not abandon utilitarianism, the doctrine his father and Jeremy Bentham had built, which held that the moral worth of an action is measured by its contribution to the greatest happiness of the greatest number. But he saw that Bentham's version was a blunt instrument. Bentham had treated all pleasures as equal, a pushpin being as good as poetry so long as it produced the same quantum of satisfaction. Mill refined this with a qualitative distinction. There are higher pleasures and lower pleasures, he argued, and the higher ones, poetry, philosophy, the cultivation of the feelings, the exercise of the rational faculties, are intrinsically more valuable. A human being who has experienced both a full, educated life and a merely animal contentment will prefer the higher, even if it brings more suffering. It is better to be a human being dissatisfied, he wrote, than a pig satisfied. Better to be Socrates dissatisfied than a fool satisfied. This was utilitarianism with a soul, a defense of the life of the mind, couched in the language of consequences. The proof of the principle of utility, as he offered it, was partly a psychological observation. People do, in fact, desire their own happiness, and partly a logical claim. The general happiness is simply the aggregate of individual happinesses. If each person's happiness is a good to that person, then the general happiness is a good to the aggregate of persons. Critics have picked at this argument for a century and a half, but the engine it powered was not a mere academic exercise. It was the entire liberal project of the 19th century, and the centerpiece of that project was On Liberty, his most famous and passionate work, which opens with the harm principle. The sole justification for limiting an individual's liberty, whether through law or social pressure, is to prevent harm to others. Over his own body, mind, and soul, the individual is sovereign. Society has no right to coerce the sober citizen, the eccentric thinker, or the peaceful dissenter, even if the majority finds their conduct foolish, offensive, or immoral. This was not a celebration of selfishness. It was a fortress built around the individual conscience, a defense of the space in which human beings could experiment with different modes of living, and through collision and comparison, slowly approach the truth. This commitment drove his extraordinary defense of free speech. Silencing an opinion, Mill argued, is not just an injury to the speaker, but a theft from the human race. If the suppressed opinion is true, we are deprived of the opportunity to exchange error for truth. If it is false, we lose the clearer perception and livelier impression of truth that comes from its collision with error. Even a hateful idea, properly contested, strengthens the fabric of rational belief. And most opinions, he observed, are neither purely true nor purely false, but partial truths that need the friction of opposition to become whole. The silencing of any sincere voice damages the single, ongoing, collective attempt to know and to live. Late in his life, he served briefly as a member of Parliament and was arrested as a young man for distributing birth control pamphlets to the poor. He wrote The Subjection of Women, a pioneering egalitarian argument that the legal subordination of women to men was a relic of the law of force, an atavistic horror that poisoned every household and retarded the moral progress of the species. His was a liberal synthesis of liberty and welfare, a vision of the free citizen, the educated worker, the emancipated woman, the passionate thinker, all woven together by the quiet calculation that the greatest happiness really did lie in the full, generous, and fearless development of every human being's capacities. A far cry from the Knight of Faith, and yet, in his own way, just as lonely and just as determined to wring meaning from a century that was already beginning to hum with darker, more industrial energies. The liberal synthesis of liberty and welfare that Mill had so carefully constructed assumed that the engine of history was, at bottom, the slow, enlightened reform of ideas. Bad ideas caused suffering. Good ideas, freely debated, would eventually cure it. Karl Marx, a German exile in London, a man with a volcanic temper and a prophet's beard, who spent his days in the British Museum reading room, filling notebooks with economic data, while his wife and children starved in a Soho slum with the financial help of his friend and collaborator Friedrich Engels, read that assumption and dismissed it as a sentimental fantasy. Ideas, he argued, do not drive history. The material conditions of life, the way we produce food, shelter, and tools, determine the ideas. He called this the materialist inversion of Hegel. Hegel had believed that history was the unfolding of absolute spirit, the dialectical march of concepts toward their final rational synthesis. Marx took the dialectic and stood it on its feet. History is not a dispute in a seminar room. It is a fistfight in a factory. The real foundation of any society is its economic base. The forces of production, meaning the tools, technology, and labor power available, combined with the relations of production, meaning who owns the factories, the land, the machines, and who does the work. On top of this base rises a vast superstructure: the law, the state, religion, art, philosophy, the entire edifice of culture. The ruling ideas of any age are the ideas of the ruling class, because the class that controls material production also controls mental production. The sermons, the laws, the economic treatises, they are not eternal truths. They are the ideological smoke rising from the furnace of the economy. The motor of this historical machine is class struggle. The history of all hitherto existing society, he and Engels wrote in the Communist Manifesto, is the history of class struggles. Freemen and slaves, patricians and plebeians, lords and serfs, and now, in the modern age, bourgeoisie and proletariat. The bourgeoisie, the owners of capital, have performed a revolutionary role, sweeping away feudal stasis with industrial dynamism. But they have also simplified the battlefield. Society is splitting into two great hostile camps, and the system they preside over is a vast, ingenious machine for extracting unpaid labor from the working class. Marx's diagnosis of life under capitalism centered on a single, devastating concept: alienation. The worker, he argued, is alienated in 4 dimensions. First, from the product of his labor. The thing he makes, the shoe, the engine, the bolt, belongs to the capitalist. It is sold on a market, and the more wealth the worker produces, the poorer he becomes, because his labor is just another commodity whose price is driven down. Second, from the process of production. Work is not a free, creative expression of human energy. It is forced, repetitive, fragmented, dictated by the rhythm of the machine. The worker does not affirm himself in his labor. He denies himself, mortifies his flesh, and feels human only when he is not working. Third, from what Marx called his species being, or Gattungswesen, his essential nature as a species. A human being, unlike a spider or a bee, can produce according to an internal plan, freely, consciously, beautifully. Under capitalism, this creative potential is crushed. The worker is reduced to an animal function, laboring merely to survive. Fourth, from other human beings. The capitalist system pits worker against worker in competition for wages, and it sets the worker against the capitalist who commands his life. The social bond is replaced by the cold cash nexus. The mystery of profit, Marx claimed, was solved by the labor theory of value. The value of any commodity is determined by the amount of socially necessary labor time required to produce it. The worker sells his labor power to the capitalist for a wage that covers bare subsistence. But the worker can produce far more value in a day than the value of his own wages. The difference between the two is surplus value, and surplus value is the secret source of profit. The capitalist pays for 6 hours of value and claims 12. The extra 6 hours are stolen, unpaid, extracted by the silent violence of a system that calls itself free exchange. But capitalism, like every previous mode of production, carries the seeds of its own destruction. Competition drives down profit rates. Crises of overproduction become more frequent and more violent. The proletariat, concentrated in factories like an army in barracks, develops class consciousness through the shared experience of exploitation. The dialectic grinds forward. The expropriators are expropriated. The means of production are socialized, and the long prehistory of humanity comes to an end. In the communist future that Marx rarely described, he despised utopian blueprints, calling them recipes for the cookshop of the future the state, which is merely the executive committee for managing the common affairs of the bourgeoisie, would wither away. Class distinctions would vanish. The productive forces, no longer harnessed to private greed, would liberate humanity from drudgery. A human being could hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, and criticize after dinner, without ever becoming a hunter, a fisherman, a shepherd, or a critic. The abolition of the division of labor itself. A philosophy born in a Soho attic, built from the wreckage of German idealism, French socialism, and British political economy, that would remake the political geography of the entire planet, and whose ghost, even now, has not entirely departed from the machine. Marx had left the architecture of heaven and earth trembling on its economic foundation, waiting for the dialectic to complete its grim, glorious work. Friedrich Nietzsche, a young philology professor at the University of Basel, who had retired on a medical pension before he turned 35, and then spent a decade wandering through pensiones in the Italian Alps and the French Riviera in worsening pain and isolation, looked at the same historical pile of ruins and drew a different, far more terrifying conclusion. The revolution Marx predicted was not the main event. The main event had already happened, and no one had even noticed. God is dead. God remains dead, and we have killed him. This was not a boast. It was a diagnosis. The cultural cataclysm Nietzsche announced in the parable of the madman who runs into the marketplace with a lantern in the bright morning, seeking God, is not the cheerful news of progressive atheism. It is the shattering of the horizon, when the Christian God ceased to be a living, structuring belief for Western civilization, not just as a theological proposition, but as the unconscious ground of all values, the entire moral architecture built upon him, the equality of souls, the sanctity of the weak, the absolute prohibition on certain acts began to crumble. And what was coming Nietzsche warned, was not liberation. It was nihilism, the abyss, the long, cold twilight in which nothing is forbidden because nothing is true. Into this abyss, Nietzsche hurled two of the most inflammatory ideas in the history of philosophy. The first was the Übermensch, a term he introduced in Thus Spoke Zarathustra, his strange, poetic, mock-biblical anti-gospel. The word is often translated as Superman or Overman, but neither quite captures it. The Übermensch is the one who overcomes the human, who passes beyond the old ideals and creates new values from the wreckage. Not a blonde beast, not a Nazi fantasy. Nietzsche's sister was a bigot, and she mangled his work. But the texts are clear, but a radical self-legislator, a being who does not look for external authority in a god, a state, or a popular vote, but shapes a life from the inside out with the fierce artistry of a sculptor. The Übermensch is the antidote to the death of God, not a tyrant, but a creator. The second idea was the will to power. Schopenhauer had seen the noumenon as a blind, aimless will that merely wanted to persist. Nietzsche saw something richer and more terrible. The will to power is the fundamental dynamic of all life and reality, not merely a desire to survive, but a desire to expand, to dominate, to shape, to impose form upon chaos. Every living thing, from the amoeba engulfing its prey to the philosopher constructing a system, is a center of will to power. Truth, morality, beauty, and even logic are not discovered by a pure reason, but are the products of this deep, unconscious striving. The categories of reason, the tables of commandments, the canons of art, these are not windows on reality. They are tools the will has forged in its endless campaign to master its environment. And then came the thought that still makes philosophers wake up in a cold sweat. Eternal recurrence. What if a demon crept into your loneliest loneliness and whispered that this life, as you live it now, every pain and every pleasure, every failure and every triumph down to the smallest twitch of a muscle, will return infinitely, exactly as it was forever? Would you not throw yourself down and gnash your teeth and curse the demon? Or could you, Nietzsche asked, turn to the demon and say, "You are a god, and never have I heard anything more divine"? The eternal recurrence is the ultimate test of life affirmation. It asks not whether you believe in a future paradise, but whether you love this life, this exact life, so completely that you would will its infinite repetition. This is not a cosmology. It is a spiritual exercise, a hammer blow against every philosophy that locates the meaning of life somewhere other than here. The final consequence of all this was perspectivism, the rejection of absolute truth. There is no single, unconditional perspective on reality, no God's eye view, no noumenal world. There are only perspectives, each an expression of the will to power, each a particular interpretation framed by a particular kind of life. The strongest among us impose their interpretations and call them truth. A radical transvaluation of all values, an overturning of the tables of the law. Nietzsche was not building a system. He was dynamiting systems. He was doing philosophy with a hammer, tapping the hollow idols of the age to hear their dreadful, empty ring. And then, in the first days of 1889, in Turin, Italy, he saw a coachman whipping a horse in the marketplace, threw his arms around the animal's neck, and collapsed. He never wrote again, though he lived 11 more silent years, cared for by his mother and his terrible sister, while his unread books began to detonate quietly in libraries across Europe, burning through the floorboards of every certainty, leaving holes through which a cold and bracing wind still blows into the warmest rooms of our philosophies. The hammer that had shattered idols in Thus Spoke Zarathustra did not stop with prophecy. The quiet, meticulous, almost surgical follow-up came in a thin, blazing volume called On the Genealogy of Morals, in which Nietzsche set aside the aphorisms and the allegories to perform a cold, historical dissection of the human conscience. The method was new, and he called it genealogy, a way of tracing a moral concept not to its eternal, rational justification, but to its grubby, human, all too human origin in the power struggles of history. Good and evil, he argued, were not handed down from Sinai or deduced from the categorical imperative. They were invented by particular kinds of people, for particular, and sometimes rather ugly, reasons. The original morality, the one that existed before the great inversion, was what he called master morality. The nobles, the warriors, the conquerors, the beautifully unreflective strong, these were the ones who first named themselves good. They looked at their own overflowing vitality, their courage, their pride, their physical splendor, and they said, "This is good." The word good, in its original, premoral sense, meant something like distinguished, powerful, beautiful. Then, as an afterthought, they looked down at the weak, the poor, the cowardly, the vulgar, and named them bad. Not evil, just contemptible. The slave was bad because he lacked the master's qualities, not because he had violated a cosmic law. This was a morality of self-affirmation, a glorious, solipsistic yes to one's own existence. Slave morality was born from the wound of this contempt, and its driving engine was ressentiment, a French word Nietzsche used deliberately to capture a particular kind of venomous, festering, impotent hatred. The slave cannot act against his oppressor, so he imagines a revenge. He invents a new moral vocabulary in which the master's power is rebranded as evil, and his own weakness is rebranded as goodness. The master's strength becomes oppression. His pride becomes arrogance. His heath becomes sensuality. Meanwhile, the slave's inability to fight becomes patience. His fear becomes piety. His submission becomes obedience to God. The Beatitudes, in Nietzsche's reading, are the masterpiece of ressentiment, the supreme act of spiritual revenge. The meek shall inherit the earth, and in the meantime, the powerful shall burn. This was the slave revolt in morals, and Nietzsche traced its most devastating victory to the Judeo-Christian tradition. Israel, defeated and exiled, turned its gods into a cosmic court of appeal in which the last would become first. Rome, the empire of master morality, was conquered not by a rival army, but by a Nazarene gospel that told the powerful they were camels trying to pass through the eye of a needle. The cross was the weapon, and it won. The morality of the herd, egalitarian, pitying, leveling, suspicious of all greatness, became the official morality of the West. The weak had so thoroughly triumphed that we had forgotten there had ever been a battle, and the cost, Nietzsche argued, was internalized cruelty. When the instincts of the wild, noble animal, the will to dominate, to explore, to destroy, could no longer be discharged outward against enemies, they turned inward. The human animal, domesticated and caged by civilization, began to tear at its own flesh. What we call bad conscience, what we call guilt, is the sound of the will to power chewing on itself, inventing an internal torture chamber where the ego is both executioner and victim. The concept of sin, of an infinite debt owed to an infinite God for the mere fact of existing, was the ultimate expression of this auto-cannibalism. The ascetic ideal, the priest's glorification of self-denial, poverty, chastity, the hatred of life itself, was the final, paradoxical victory of the will to power, a will that, unable to will anything else, wills nothingness, and calls that nothingness God. A diagnosis so grim and so electrifying that even those who recoiled from its conclusions found themselves unable to look away from the wound it exposed in the very soul of modern morality. The genealogical method had exposed the human, all too human origins of moral truth, but it had also left a question hanging in the air like a bad smell. If truth is just a mobile army of metaphors, if every claim is a disguised will to power, what on earth do we actually mean when we say we believe something? Charles Sanders Peirce, an American logician, scientist, and philosopher, a cantankerous genius from Cambridge, Massachusetts, who was largely ignored during his lifetime, lived in poverty, and once physically threw an intruder down a flight of stairs, decided that the meaning of a concept was not a mysterious essence hidden behind its name. It was the sum of its conceivable practical effects. This was the pragmatic maxim, and it was not a theory of truth. It was a method for making our ideas clear. If two beliefs produce exactly the same observable consequences, they are not two different beliefs. They are the same belief wearing a distracting hat. Peirce was interested, above all, in how human beings fix their beliefs. He identified 4 methods. The method of tenacity. You pick a belief and cling to it like a barnacle, refusing to look at contradictory evidence. It works, briefly. The method of authority. A state or a church dictates the belief and executes heretics. Efficient but brittle, because it cannot prevent someone from wondering whether other authorities might know something different. The a priori method. You believe whatever seems agreeable to reason, whatever fits your particular taste for elegance. This is what most philosophers do, and it produces systems that are beautiful, coherent, and completely untethered from the world. And then the scientific method, the only one that acknowledges an external reality which will, eventually, push back. The scientific method begins with a hypothesis, deduces its consequences, tests those consequences against observation, and revises accordingly. A belief fixed by science is never final. It is always subject to correction by further inquiry. Truth, in Peirce's formulation, is the opinion fated to be ultimately agreed upon by all who investigate. Not what you want to be true, not what authority declares, what the community of investigators, over infinite time, would converge upon. But where do hypotheses come from? Not from induction. Induction only generalizes from existing data. Not from deduction. Deduction only unpacks what is already in the premises. Peirce identified a third mode of reasoning he called abduction, or retroduction. It is the logic of creative hypothesis generation. A surprising fact is observed. If a certain hypothesis were true, the fact would be a matter of course. Therefore, the hypothesis is plausible. This is the flash of insight, the educated guess, the scientist staring at an unexpected printout and murmuring, "That's funny." Abduction does not guarantee truth. It proposes candidates for testing. The engine of all genuine discovery, Peirce argued, runs on this neglected, unformalized, and utterly creative leap. And beneath all of this lay his triadic theory of signs, or semiotics. A sign is something that stands to somebody for something in some respect or capacity. Every thought is a sign. Every sign is embedded in an endless web of interpretation, where the meaning of one sign is always another sign, and the process never reaches a final, self-explanatory terminus. The universe is not a collection of brute objects. It is a living, unfolding argument, and we are inside it, interpreting and being interpreted. A foundational investigation of meaning itself, built by a man who was fired from his only academic job, died alone in a farmhouse, and whose scattered, brilliant, unfinished papers would quietly reshape logic, linguistics, and the philosophy of science for the century that had no room for him in his own lifetime. The lonely, exact formulation of pragmatism had been scratched out in obscurity, but it would take a different kind of American genius to carry it from the laboratory into the bloodstream of a new century. William James, a warm, depressive, deeply humane Harvard psychologist and philosopher, the older brother of the novelist Henry James, was a man familiar with the abyss. He had stared down his own nervous collapse in his 20s, reading a French philosopher who argued that free will was an illusion, and had decided then and there that his first act of free will would be to believe in free will. The choice stuck, and it colored everything he later wrote about truth, about belief, and about the raw, messy reality of human experience. James did not abandon pragmatism. He gave it legs. Truth, he argued, is not a static property that propositions possess in some eternal Platonic ledger. truth happens to an idea. It becomes true, is made true by events. An idea's truth is its cash value in experiential consequences. This was not a vulgar reduction of truth to profit. It was a method. When two competing beliefs produce no practical difference in your actual lived experience, the dispute between them is idle. If a materialist and a theist act in exactly the same way, treat their families the same way, face death the same way, then their disagreement is meaningless. But if a belief pays not in gold, but in the coin of better living, richer experience, deeper courage, then it has, in James's generous sense of the term, earned its truth. This led him to a defense that horrified the purists. The will to believe, he argued, is a legitimate, rational maneuver in very specific circumstances. When a decision is forced, you cannot avoid choosing momentous. The stakes are high and unique, and living the evidence will never be sufficient to decide the matter intellectually. As with faith in God or the decision to marry a particular person, then it is not only permissible, but necessary to let your passionate nature decide. Pretending to wait for evidence that will never arrive is itself a choice, and often a cowardly one. A skeptic who refuses to believe in God until all the facts are in may be stacking the deck against a hypothesis that, if true, would only reveal its certainty to those who first take the risk. James then turned his gaze toward the wild, luminous, sometimes terrifying data of religious experience. In the Varieties of Religious Experience, a series of 20 Gifford lectures delivered at the University of Edinburgh, he did not try to prove that God exists. He simply examined, with the eye of a clinician and the heart of a fellow sufferer, what actually happens to people who claim to have encountered the divine. The sick souls, the divided selves, the sudden conversions, the saints, the mystics whose experience convinces them absolutely that a higher, friendly reality is on the other side of the terror. His conclusion was deliberately modest. These experiences are psychologically real. They produce measurable, dramatic transformations of character. And for those who have them, they carry a noetic quality. They feel like knowledge, like access to a truth otherwise hidden. The clinical, scientific study of these phenomena did not explain them away. It documented their power. The universe, James suggested, was more pluralistic, more open to novelty and genuine risk than the old monistic systems had allowed. This grounded his metaphysical stance, what he called radical empiricism. The only things that are real are the things directly experienced. But experience, he insisted, is richer than the British empiricists had admitted. It includes relations, transitions, the felt continuities between things, not just discrete atoms of sensation. Consciousness is not a separate substance. It is a function, a knowing relation between parts of pure experience. There is no mind stuff and matter stuff. There is only one primal stuff, pure experience, that is neither mental nor physical in itself, but can be taken in either direction depending on the relations we trace. Predecessor to phenomenology, bridge to a warmer, more human science. James had planted a flag in the shifting ground of modern thought right before he died of heart failure in 1910. A flag that read, "Truth is not a cold, dead, completed thing. It is alive. It is still being made, and you are allowed to help." The warm, pulsing river of experience that William James had described, the pluralistic universe where truth was still being made, and the will to believe was a legitimate wager, still assumed that consciousness was something we could talk about without first asking what it actually was. Edmund Husserl, a German mathematician turned philosopher, born in what is now the Czech Republic. A man so pathologically meticulous that his wife once found his entire philosophical archive arranged in boxes labeled with his own death date, decided that philosophy had been building on sand for 2,500 years. Before you can ask what exists, before you can ask what we can know, you have to ask what it means for something to appear to consciousness at all. His clarion call was back to the things themselves. Zu den Sachen selbst, not to atoms, not to brain states, not to abstract metaphysical systems, but to the pure phenomena, the things just as they present themselves in experience, before any theory has had a chance to tidy them up. The first foundational discovery of phenomenology is that consciousness is never empty. It is always consciousness of something. This is the intentionality of consciousness, the fundamental structure of every mental act. A thought is a thought of a horse. A perception is a perception of a tree. A fear is a fear of an oncoming storm. Consciousness is not a box containing internal images. It is a reaching, a directedness, an arrow always already pointed at an object. The object and the act are not two separate things that then get glued together. They are two poles of a single, indivisible experience. This insight, which Husserl retrieved from his teacher Franz Brentano, became the engine room of a new science of consciousness. But to study this structure properly, you cannot just observe it while still assuming, for instance, that the tree you are perceiving is a real, independent physical object existing outside your mind. You have to suspend that assumption, not deny it, not doubt it in the Cartesian sense, but bracket it, set it aside, neutralize its claim on your attention. This is the phenomenological reduction, or epichet, a word Husserl borrowed from ancient skepticism, meaning a deliberate suspension of judgment. He also called it bracketing the natural attitude, the everyday, unreflective assumption that the world is simply there, external, independent, and real. By suspending this assumption, the phenomenologist gains access to the pure phenomena, the world as it is experienced, not as physics or common sense insists it must be. The question is no longer, does this tree exist independently of my mind? But how does the experience of this tree unfold in my consciousness? What is left after the reduction is the transcendental ego, the pure, constitutive ground of all meaning. This is not my individual, psychological self, with my particular memories and headaches and fondness for coffee. It is the necessary structure of any possible conscious experience. Husserl's claim, a claim that deeply disturbed some of his own students, including a young Martin Heidegger, was that this transcendental ego constitutes, or actively builds up, the meaning of the world through its intentional acts. The world is not a brute fact that impresses itself on a passive mind. The world is a meaning achievement, a vast, coherent, intersubjective construction of the transcendental ego. This sounded, to many, like a return to a kind of idealism, and Husserl spent his later years wrestling with the charge that he had locked reality inside a single skull. His later concept of the life world was a partial answer. Before the abstractions of science, before the world is mathematized into point masses and frictionless surfaces, there is the life world, the lived, concrete, pre-scientific environment of tables and chairs, colors and sounds, tools and paths, the world as it is directly given in everyday experience. Modern science, Husserl argued, had forgotten that its own abstractions are founded on this primordial ground. The crisis of the European sciences was their inability to recognize that their mathematical idealizations were not a more real world behind the life world, but merely a set of formalized techniques for predicting and manipulating it. The life world is the silent, forgotten soil from which all scientific abstractions grow, and returning to it was the only way to understand the full meaning of human existence. He died in 1938, a converted Jew in Nazi Germany, his library and manuscripts smuggled out to Belgium by a brave Franciscan monk. His foundational method, the discipline of looking at experience without prejudice, would become the springboard for the entire existential phenomenology of the 20th century for Heidegger, for Sartre, for Merleau-Ponty, and the quiet, radical insistence that consciousness is not a thing among things, but the opening through which anything can appear at all, an opening that was never closed again. Husserl had insisted that consciousness was always directed toward an object, always reaching outward to grasp a world. The young Martin Heidegger, his most brilliant student, the man to whom Husserl once said, "You and I are phenomenology," read that insight and felt a chill. Husserl had described consciousness, but no one, Heidegger argued, had ever really asked what it means to be at all. The entire history of Western philosophy, from Plato to Nietzsche, had been one long, colossal forgetting. Philosophers had asked about beings, this rock, this tree, this emotion, but had forgotten the question of being itself. He announced this retrieval in a book dedicated to his old teacher, Being and Time, published in 1927. And by the time Husserl realized what his student had done, the bridge was already burning. Heidegger insisted that the question of being could not be asked by a disembodied transcendental ego. It could only be asked by a particular kind of being, the one who is concerned about its own existence, the one for whom being is a question. He gave this being a name, Dasein. The word means being there in ordinary German, but Heidegger used it as a technical term for the distinctive mode of human existence. Dasein is not a thinking substance trapped in a body. It is fundamentally being in the world, a single, hyphenated, indivisible phenomenon. The world is not an external container Dasein stumbles into. The world is the horizon of cares, tools, purposes, and relationships in which Dasein is always already immersed. The things Dasein encounters are not first perceived as neutral, theoretical objects with properties like mass and extension. They are encountered as equipment, as the ready to hand. A hammer is not a collection of molecules that a mind then interprets. The hammer is a thing to hammer with, and it withdraws into its use. You only notice the hammer as a physical object when it breaks, when it becomes conspicuous and obtrusive, when it shifts from the ready to hand to the present at hand, the object of abstract, theoretical contemplation. Philosophy, Heidegger believed, had made the catastrophic error of treating everything like a broken hammer, a neutral object of study, and forgetting the primordial, practical, pre-theoretical world of involvement where life is actually lived. But Dasein can also lose itself. In everyday existence, Dasein is not an authentic self. It is das Man, the anonymous they or the one. We think what one thinks. We do what one does. We laugh at the jokes one laughs at. The they is not a specific group. It is a spiritual dictatorship, a silent, ever-present pressure to conform that removes the burden of choice and responsibility. Dasein, absorbed in the they, has fallen. It is inauthentic, tranquilized, scattered in the gossip and idle chatter of public life. This is not a sin. It is a structural feature of human existence, and the call out of it is not an intellectual argument, but the quiet, certain voice of conscience. What calls Dasein back to itself, into authentic existence, is the confrontation with its own death. Being towards death is not a morbid obsession. It is the recognition that my death is absolutely my own, non-transferable, the possibility of the impossibility of all other possibilities. Nothing can die for me. When Dasein runs ahead toward its own death in resolute anticipation, it is torn out of the tranquilizing illusions of the they and brought face to face with the singular, urgent, uncancelable fact of its own finite freedom. This resoluteness is not a plan. It is a shift in the fundamental structure of existence. The fundamental being of Dasein is care, or Sorge, a structural unity of thrownness, projection, and fallenness. Dasein is thrown into a world it did not choose, faced with possibilities among which it must choose, and fallen away from the anxiety of that choice into the comfortable normativity of the they. And the horizon of all this is time, but not clock time, not the endless succession of now points. Dasein's authentic temporality is ecstatic. It stands out into a future that is always coming toward it, carrying the weight of its past and acting in a present that is thick with decision. This temporal structure is the transcendental horizon for any understanding of being. The meaning of being is time. The book famously breaks off unfinished, but what was published shook the ground beneath every philosophical school in Europe. Heidegger's later work would take a dramatic turn toward language as the house of being, and a critique of the entire technological enframing of the modern world. But that is a darker, stranger story, and hanging over all of it was his catastrophic political decision in 1933 to join the Nazi Party as rector of Freiburg University, an affiliation he never fully repudiated, a silence that remains a wound at the heart of the most powerful and most compromised philosophical work of the 20th century. Heidegger had retrieved being by scraping away the comfortable chatter of the they and exposing Dasein's raw, finite temporality. But another Austrian, a younger, more volatile, far stranger genius than even Husserl, had been pursuing an entirely different route to silence. Ludwig Wittgenstein, born into a family so wealthy and tragically talented that his brother Paul, a concert pianist, continued performing with only his left hand after losing his right arm in the First World War, was an engineer, a soldier, a hermit, a gardener, and a man who, after writing what he believed to be the final solution to all the problems of philosophy, gave away his immense fortune and vanished into the Austrian countryside to teach elementary school. That final solution was the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, a slim, numbered, almost mystical book that he wrote largely in the trenches of the Great War. Its central claim was that language, at its deepest level, pictures reality like a model. A proposition does not just describe a fact. It shares a logical form with it. The sentence, "the cat is on the mat," is a structure of names in a particular arrangement. And this arrangement mirrors the arrangement of the objects in the world. Most of what passes for philosophy, ethics, aesthetics, religion, the meaning of life, are attempts to say what cannot be said. They are not false. They are nonsensical attempts to speak outside the strict boundary of factual language, whereof one cannot speak. The final, devastating line reads, "Thereof one must be silent." The proper task of philosophy was not to produce theories, but to clarify what could be meaningfully said, and then, having done that, to pass over the rest in a kind of mystical, respectful silence. He claimed the Tractatus had solved all the problems of philosophy, and then he walked away. But he was wrong, and nobody knew it better than he did a decade later, when he returned to Cambridge and began, systematically, to dismantle his own masterpiece. The later Wittgenstein, the one of the philosophical investigations, published after his death, looked at the crystalline, logical perfection of the Tractatus and saw a beautiful, sterile prison. Language does not work, he now argued, by picturing facts. Language is a tool, and meaning is use. The meaning of a word is not a fixed object it points to, but the way it functions in the vast, shifting, messy activities of human life. These activities he called language games, giving orders making jokes, asking for directions, praying, promising, solving equations, flirting. Each is governed by its own rules, and the rules do not need a divine guarantee or a logical substructure. They just need to work. This led to one of his most famous concepts, family resemblance. We assume that for a word like game to have meaning, there must be some single, essential quality that all games share. Look at board games, card games, Olympic games, Ring Around the Rosie. They do not all share a single common feature. They overlap in a complex network of similarities, like the members of a large family. Some have the same nose. Some have the same gait. Some just have the same surname. The concept is held together not by an essence, but by a crisscrossing web of resemblances. Philosophy, he argued, has been bewitched by language, constantly demanding definitions where only loose, pragmatic connections exist. And then the private language argument. Could there be a language, he asked, that refers exclusively to the speaker's own private, inner sensations, a language no one else could possibly understand? The answer, he argued, was no. For a word to have meaning, there must be a public criterion for its correct use, a way of checking that you have used it right. If you claim to have named a private sensation, S, what possible standard could you use to determine that you had correctly remembered S the next time it occurred? You could not. The very idea of a private rule is an illusion. The Cartesian theater of the private mind, the ghostly inner self to which only the owner has access, was a grammatical mistake. Consciousness is not a hidden chamber. It is expressed, exhibited, embedded in the public practices of a linguistic community. The dismantling of Cartesian solipsism was not an argument. It was a grammatical observation. The entire project was now different. Philosophy was not a science. It was a kind of therapy. The philosopher's job was to untie knots in our understanding, to show the fly the way out of the fly bottle. Philosophical problems are not solved by new information. They are dissolved by arranging what we already know in a way that allows us to see clearly. The goal is not a supertheory. The goal is peace. Wittgenstein died of cancer in 1951. His last words reportedly, "Tell them I've had a wonderful life." A lonely, radiant, devastating mind. And the silence he had once demanded at the end of the Tractatus became, at the end of his life, not a rejection of the world, but a deep, puzzled, luminous acceptance of its irreducible strangeness. A strangeness that language could show, but never fully explain. And that philosophy, at its best, could teach us to live inside without constant, grasping explanation. The Vienna Circle had taken his early work as a Bible of logical empiricism. He had been off dismantling the very idea of a logical structure to language, while they were still genuflecting to it. Two philosophies, one life, and the quiet, brutal honesty of a man who was willing to burn down his own perfect system because it was, in the end, not quite right. The Vienna Circle had had taken Wittgenstein's early work as a Bible of logical empiricism. Bertrand Russell, the man who had been Wittgenstein's early mentor and champion, and who would later write a history of philosophy that won the Nobel Prize in Literature, an honor almost comically inadequate for a man who had already been imprisoned for his pacifism during the First World War, had been trying to do something similar, though far less mystically. He wanted to reduce all legitimate knowledge to a clean, transparent logical language in which every symbol referred directly to something real. This program was called logical atomism, and it rested on the belief that the world and the language that correctly describes it could be analyzed into the simplest possible atomic constituents. For Russell, these atomic constituents were sense data, the raw, private patches of color, sounds, textures that are directly present in experience, and the logical relations between them. A proposition like "the book is on the table" was, upon analysis, a complex logical construction built from simpler propositions referring to these immediate sensory atoms. The surface grammar of ordinary language was a mask. Logical analysis was the scalpel that peeled it back. His most famous surgical demonstration was the theory of definite descriptions. A description like "the present King of France" is grammatically similar to a proper name like Bertrand Russell, but it functions entirely differently. A sentence like "the present King of France is bald" appears to refer to a non-existent entity, which struck Russell as philosophically monstrous. His analysis showed that the sentence was actually a disguised conjunction of three claims. There is at least one King of France. There is at most one. And whatever is King of France is bald. The first claim is false. Therefore, the whole sentence is false, and no ghostly, non-existent king needs to be conjured to explain why. The puzzles of non-being dissolved. A paradigm of analysis that made the young Wittgenstein weep with admiration. And that set the standard for what a philosophical solution should look like. He also, with Alfred North Whitehead, co-founded modern symbolic logic itself. The Principia Mathematica, published in 3 volumes between 1910 and 1913, was a monumental effort to demonstrate the logicist program. The thesis that all of pure mathematics could be derived from a small set of logical axioms. It took over 300 pages to prove that 1 + 1 = 2. The sheer, grinding, magnificent audacity of it reshaped the landscape of logic. Even when Kurt Gödel later demonstrated that any such system would be either incomplete or inconsistent, the Principia remained the founding document of a new era. In his later works, Russell's thought shifted toward what he called neutral monism. Mind and matter, he argued, are not two fundamentally different substances, but constructions from a single, neutral stuff. The same events, properly arranged, constitute a mind and a brain. The dualism Descartes had bequeathed was a category mistake. Alongside all this, Russell became philosophy's greatest 20th century public intellectual, a fierce campaigner against nuclear weapons, against religious dogma, and for the quiet, rational decency he believed the 20th century was trying very hard to destroy. A voice of elegant clarity who believed, with a kind of stubborn, doomed nobility, that most philosophical problems would eventually yield to the patient application of logical scrutiny. A faith the next generation would not so much refute as simply stop sharing. The elegant clarity of logical atomism, the belief that the world could be analyzed into clean atomic facts and then rebuilt with pure logic, could not survive the century it helped to create. Jean-Paul Sartre, a French philosopher and writer who had been a prisoner of war in a German camp, a man with one dead eye and a lifelong terror of sticky, formless substances, looked at the rubble of 1945 and decided that the attempt to reduce human existence to a set of tidy propositions was not just a logical mistake. It was a form of cowardice. The philosophers had been hiding from something, from the terrifying, exhilarating, crushing fact of freedom itself. He laid out his vision in a massive, dense, bristling treatise called Being and Nothingness, which he wrote, legend says, in a Parisian cafe while sipping endless cups of coffee and wincing at the light. The core of the book is a single, devastating ontological distinction between two regions of reality. Being in itself is the being of objects. A rock, a table, a corpse. It is passive, full, massive, identical with itself, utterly without consciousness or lack. Being for itself is consciousness, and consciousness is not a thing. It is nothingness. It is a gap, a tear, a rupture in the fabric of being. The for itself is what it is not, and is not what it is. A human being is a being who is always at a distance from itself, always negating, always projecting itself toward a future that does not yet exist. From this flowed the single most famous slogan of the century: existence precedes essence. No cosmic blueprint, no divine craftsman, no fixed human nature determines what a human being must be. You are thrown into existence first, as a bare, empty freedom, and only then, through your actions, through your choices, do you create your essence, your character, yourself. You are not a coward because you have a cowardly nature. You are a coward because you have repeatedly chosen cowardly actions. And at every single moment, you bear the full, inescapable weight of choosing otherwise. This radicalizing of human freedom and self-creation was not good news. It was a kind of metaphysical atrocity. Sartre called it condemnation. Man is condemned to be free, because if you are radically free, you are also radically responsible, not just for your own life, for all of humanity. When you make a choice, you create an image of what you believe a human being ought to be. You legislate for the species. A man who chooses to marry, to fight in a war, to betray a friend, is silently declaring that every human being should act this way. And this inescapable burden of total responsibility produces a profound, near unbearable anguish. Not fear of an external danger, but the dizzying, nauseating awareness that nothing, absolutely nothing, forces you to take one path over another. And yet you must, and the entire weight of human justification presses down on your single, solitary decision. Most people, Sartre argued, cannot bear this. They flee from their own freedom into bad faith, which he called mauvaise foi. This is not simple lying. Lying to another person requires knowing the truth and hiding it. Bad faith is lying to yourself, and it is the special curse of a being who is both facticity, a body, a past, a set of circumstances, and transcendence, the power to surpass and negate all of that. The waiter who plays at being a waiter, who moves with a theatrical, mechanical precision, is in bad faith. He is pretending that he is just a waiter, a fixed object, a thing, rather than a free consciousness who is temporarily choosing this role. The woman on a date who refuses to acknowledge the sexual meaning of her companion's hand on hers is in bad faith. She treats herself as a pure, transcendent spirit to whom nothing physical is happening, while simultaneously enjoying the physical contact she denies. The unity of facticity and transcendence is perpetually disintegrating into these escape routes. To be authentic, Sartre insisted, is to live without this self-deception, to own your freedom in full, anxious awareness. And then there is the other. The look of the other is the fundamental experience by which I discover that I am not the sole center of the universe. When I am alone, I organize the world around my projects. When another person looks at me, I am suddenly objectified, frozen, seen from a perspective I cannot control. The other steals my world and reconstitutes it around their own center. And in that moment, I experience myself as an object among objects. My fundamental, pre-reflective sense of being a free, organizing subject collapses under the gaze of another freedom. The social self is constituted in this conflict. Hell is other people. The famous line from his play No Exit is not a petty lament about rude neighbors. It is a metaphysical description of the impossibility of fully harmonious coexistence. Every love is an attempt to possess the other's freedom without destroying it, and every attempt fails. The look ensures that human relations are, at their deepest level, a perpetual struggle, a dance of objectification and resistance. A philosophy born in the shadow of total war, the French resistance, and the sudden, terrifying awareness that after God, after the fixed order of tradition, the only thing left to ground a life was the dizzying, bottomless, magnificent horror of a choice that no one else could make for you. Sartre had described a world where hell was other people, where the look of the other turned the free subject into a frozen object. But as Simone de Beauvoir, his lifelong intellectual partner, the brilliant, elegant French philosopher who had shared that Parisian café table where being and nothingness was scribbled and revised, calmly pointed out, Sartre's analysis of objectification had a rather staggering blind spot. He had described the gaze as a universal human conflict. But when she looked at history, at mythology, at literature, at the very structure of language, she saw that one half of humanity had been systematically, permanently, and almost silently fixed in the position of the other. Woman is not a reciprocal antagonist in a mutual struggle for recognition. Woman is the other to man's subject, the absolute, essential other, defined not by her own projects, but by her relation to him. She applied the existentialist categories she had helped develop and turned them onto the female condition. What does it mean to be a woman? Not a biological destiny, not an eternal feminine essence, but a situation into which one is born, and within which one must make choices. A woman is not a womb. She is not a mysterious goddess of fertility. She is not a passive object of male desire by nature. She becomes these things under the relentless, structuring pressure of civilization. And then, the most famous sentence of the 20th century feminist canon, so famous that its original context is often lost. One is not born, but rather becomes a woman. This is not a denial of biology. It is the revelation that biology has been made into destiny by a society that needs woman to be the second sex. The little girl is not born passive, vain, nurturing, and submissive. She is trained, shaped, rewarded, punished, and mythologized into these roles until they seem to be her own free self-expression. And this is the deepest cunning of oppression, making the oppressed complicit in their own subjugation by convincing them that their prison is a palace and their chains are jewelry. The demand for emancipation, she argued, required economic independence and what she called sisterhood, a solidarity among women who recognize their shared situation, not as a biological sisterhood of essential femininity, but as a political alliance of beings struggling against a common structure of oppression. The housewife, trapped in the repetition of domestic labor, neither creating durable objects like a worker, nor achieving genuine transcendence, was a central figure of her analysis. A comfortable cage is still a cage. Emancipation was not a gift men would grant. It was a project women would have to seize for themselves, and it required rethinking everything: love, work, motherhood, art, the very meaning of a human life. But she was not content merely to apply existentialist categories to political questions. In the ethics of ambiguity, she attempted something that Sartre's early work had conspicuously failed to achieve: a genuine ethical framework grounded in existentialist ontology. If existence precedes essence, if freedom is the sole foundation of value, then how can we ever condemn any act? Is the torturer not simply exercising his radical freedom? Beauvoir's answer was that freedom is not an arbitrary, isolated power. To will freedom is to will the freedom of others, because your own freedom requires an open future, a world of meaningful projects. And this is possible only in a society of free beings who recognize and protect one another's transcendence. The oppressor who crushes the freedom of another simultaneously destroys the human condition that makes his own freedom meaningful. An existentialism that weds radical freedom with active concern for the freedom of others. A bridge over the abyss Sartre had left between the solitary, anguished subject and the collective, political world. And this bridge, once built, would carry the weight of questions that would define the rest of the century. Questions of justice, of revolution, of the very structure of the public realm. Beauvoir had built a bridge from solitary existential freedom to the collective political world. A bridge that demanded you will the freedom of others as the condition of your own. Hannah Arendt, a German Jewish student of Heidegger who had fled the Gestapo and become a stateless refugee before eventually becoming an American political theorist, whose analysis of totalitarianism remains unsurpassed, walked directly onto that bridge and widened it into a grand, tragic, and surprisingly hopeful architecture of the public realm. She had seen the camps. She had covered the Eichmann trial in Jerusalem. She had loved a Nazi and philosophically broken with him. The question that haunted her was not what is being or what is freedom, but what makes a human life fully human. Her answer was a systematic distinction of what she called the vita activa, the active life, into three fundamental activities. Labor is the cyclical, repetitive, biological process of consumption and survival. It produces nothing permanent, merely sustains the animal body. Work, by contrast, is the activity that produces a durable, artificial world of objects, buildings, art, infrastructure. The world of work is the stable stage on which human life can appear. It outlasts the individual, providing a home against the endless, devouring cycle of nature. But the highest activity, the one most specifically human, is action. Action is not about making things. It is about initiating something new, revealing who you are, not what you are, before a community of equals. It requires the public realm, a space of appearance where free citizens meet, speak, debate, and act in concert. The polis, the Greek city-state, was her model. Not its exclusivity, but its revelation that true freedom is not freedom from politics, but freedom within politics, the capacity to begin something unforeseen. Totalitarianism, she argued, was a radically new form of government, not merely tyranny or dictatorship, but the systematic destruction of spontaneity and plurality. The concentration camps were not prisons for enemies. They were laboratories for reducing human beings to living corpses, to bundles of conditioned reflexes, to objects with no ability to initiate action. Totalitarianism was the attempt to erase the very category of the human, to make individuals into a single, obedient mass, and to prove that the unique, unpredictable self was an illusion that could be stamped out. Plurality, the fact that we are each distinct, that no one can fully predict another's response is the condition of politics, and totalitarianism was the war against plurality itself. The Eichmann trial gave her the most controversial and arguably the most misunderstood phrase of her career: the banality of evil. She expected a monster. She found a bureaucrat. Eichmann, in her diagnosis, was not a raving anti-Semite driven by deep ideological fanaticism. He was a careerist, a functionary, a man who had abandoned the capacity to think from the standpoint of another. His evil was not radical in its depth. It was thoughtless in its shallowness. He could not imagine what he had done, and this failure of imagination, this refusal to exercise the internal dialogue of thinking that constitutes conscience, was what made him capable of organizing the transport of millions to their deaths without ever feeling like a murderer. The greatest evils, she suggested, are not committed by tragic villains who wrestle with the devil. They are committed by nobodies who have stopped asking themselves what they are doing. And yet, at the bottom of this dark analysis, Arendt placed a concept that she called natality. Every human birth is a new beginning, a miracle in the literal sense, because each new person is capable of initiating a new chain of events, of uttering a new word, of changing the story. The human capacity for action means that no totalitarian order is ever finally secure. The future is not a repetition of the past, because the newborn arrives and the world is, for an instant, fragile and open again. This was not optimism. It was a philosophical observation about the structure of action. The public realm is the space where these new beginnings appear, where freedom manifests not as inner choice, but as the mutual, visible, spoken creation of a shared world. And the destruction of that realm, the retreat into the private, the elevation of labor and consumption over action, was, for Arendt, the quiet crisis of modernity. A thinker who refused to be called a philosopher, who preferred the term political theorist, and who, from the ashes of the camps and the memory of lost republics, sketched a vision of human dignity that depended entirely on the fragile, unpredictable, and absolutely essential courage to appear before others and speak. But the open, fragile public realm, the space of appearance and speech that Arendt so fiercely defended, was not the only possible response to a shattered century. Albert Camus, an Algerian-born French novelist and philosopher with a face like a young Humphrey Bogart, and a childhood of devastating poverty in a working-class district of Algiers, the capital of what was then French Algeria, looked at the same ruins and saw something more elemental. He did not see a crisis of political institutions. He did not see a failure of language. He saw a silence, a vast, cosmic, crushing silence. The universe, he argued, is not hostile. It is not cruel. It is simply indifferent. And humanity is the species that screams for meaning, for pattern, for justice, into that silence, fully aware that no answer will ever come. This divorce between the human demand for meaning and the universe's eternal, mute shrug is what Camus called the absurd. It is not a property of the world. It is not a property of the mind. It is the collision between the two, the spark that flies when the irresistible force of human longing meets the immovable object of cosmic indifference. The question is not whether the absurd is true. The question is what you do once you have seen it. He rejected physical suicide. You cannot solve the problem of meaninglessness by annihilating the organ that asks the question. You just cancel the question, and the silence wins. He also rejected what he called philosophical suicide, a phrase that covered a great deal of territory. All those thinkers, from Kierkegaard to the existentialists, who take the leap of faith, who kill reason to make room for God or history or the party, who resolve the absurd by pretending one side of the equation does not exist. This, Camus thought, was a betrayal. The absurd must be kept alive, held in consciousness, without escape. So what remains? Revolt. The act of saying no to the absurd while fully accepting that it will never be resolved. The defiant, conscious acceptance of the terms of existence, lived not as a tragedy, but as a permanent challenge. And his image for this was the Greek myth of Sisyphus, condemned by the gods to roll a boulder up a mountain, watch it tumble back down, and descend after it forever. Camus's Sisyphus is not a tragic figure in the final moment. There's a pause. Sisyphus walks down the empty slope, and in that pause, he is conscious of his fate. He knows it is absurd. He knows it is meaningless. And precisely because he knows, because he does not hope, because he does not despair, he is superior to his fate. The struggle itself toward the heights is enough to fill a man's heart. One must imagine Sisyphus happy, not because he has succeeded, but because he has accepted the absurd without surrendering to it. Later, Camus expanded this individual revolt into collective rebellion. In The Rebel, he argued that a genuine rebel is not a nihilist. The moment you revolt against injustice, you affirm a value, the dignity of the oppressed, that you consider universal, that applies even to your enemy. Murder, therefore, is the limit that rebellion cannot cross without betraying itself. This put Camus in direct, bitter conflict with Sartre and the French left, who argued that revolutionary violence was historically necessary. Camus, the child of poverty and the veteran of the resistance, refused. Human solidarity was the only answer to the absurd, and solidarity meant refusing to make exceptions. A philosophy that began in the desert ended in an ethics of refusal. A quiet, stubborn, gentle insistence that the absurd was not a reason for despair, but a reason for tenderness. He died in a car crash in 1960, a manuscript of an unfinished autobiographical novel in the wreckage. An absurd, senseless end for a man who had argued that the only proper response to a senseless universe was to love it fiercely, without hope, and without permission. Camus had left a quiet, stubborn ethic of revolt, a defiant love for a universe that offered no love in return, a limit beyond which even the most righteous cause must not step. Michel Foucault, a French philosopher, and historian of systems of thought, a man with a shaved skull and a permanent, almost mocking half-smile who taught at the Collège de France in Paris, looked at that same limit and asked a different, more unsettling question. Not what is the right way to rebel, but how did the very idea of a rebel, a subject, a soul, come to be something we can talk about at all? His early method, which he called archaeology, was not a search for fossils. It was a dig into the deep, unconscious, unspoken rules that govern what a particular age can even think. These rules he called epistemes, the hidden grids that make certain ideas thinkable and others literally invisible. In The Order of Things, published in 1966, he argued that what counts as knowledge, what counts as truth, is not a steady accumulation of facts, but a series of abrupt, silent ruptures. One episteme collapses, another rises, and the thinkers living through the change are often not even aware of it. But his later work took a sharper, more political turn, a shift from archaeology to genealogy, a word he borrowed from Nietzsche, but sharpened into a specific kind of history. The project was to trace the nexus of power and knowledge, a single, hyphenated entity he called power-knowledge. Power is not just a negative, repressive force that says no, that locks you in a cell, that silences you. Power produces things. It produces knowledge. The prison, the asylum, the clinic, the school, these are not just institutions that repress a pre-existing human nature. They are factories that manufacture a specific kind of subject. The delinquent, the madman, the healthy patient, the good student. Power and knowledge are the two jaws of the same trap. His most famous demonstration of this was Discipline and Punish, a book that opens with one of the most gruesome scenes in all of philosophy: the public torture and dismemberment of a failed regicide in 1757, quoted in excruciating, stomach-turning detail. That was the old way. Spectacular, sovereign punishment, the king's terrible, excessive revenge carved directly into the body of the criminal. Then, almost without anyone noticing, it vanished. Within decades, punishment retreated behind walls. The body was no longer torn apart in the public square. It was trained, timed, observed, and reformed in the hidden corridors of the prison. This was the birth of the disciplinary society, and Foucault argued that the prison was not a failure that needed reform. It was a spectacular success at producing the modern subject. The metaphor he used to crack open this new logic was the panopticon, a prison design dreamed up by the utilitarian philosopher Jeremy Bentham. A ring of cells, all visible from a central tower. The guard in the tower can see every prisoner, but the prisoners can never see the guard. They do not know when they are being watched. They only know they might be. The result is that the prisoner internalizes the gaze, begins to discipline himself, becomes his own warden. Power is no longer a violent hand. It is an automated, permanent, anonymous gaze. And the panopticon was not just a prison design. It was the diagram of modern power, replicated in schools, in factories, in hospitals, the silent architecture of a society that disciplines its members into self-policing obedience. The central, radical claim in all of this was that power is productive. It does not just crush a pre-existing soul. It creates the very idea of a soul, a psyche, a deep inner self, precisely so that this self can be known, labeled, and managed. The soul is the prison of the body. Later, in the first volume of his unfinished history of sexuality, Foucault extended this analysis into what he called biopolitics, the governance not just of individual bodies, but of the entire biological life of populations, their health, their reproduction, their longevity. And in his final years, he turned toward a surprising, almost serene project on the care of the self in ancient Greece and Rome, a study of how individuals have shaped their own subjectivities through ethical practices, a quiet counterpoint to a life spent mapping the anonymous, disciplinary forces that make us who we are. He died of AIDS in 1984, his books still rearranging the furniture of every discipline they touched, leaving behind a method, not a doctrine, a way of asking how it is that we have come to be the subjects we recognize as ourselves, and what it might cost us to become something else entirely. Foucault had traced the power knowledge grids that manufacture subjects, that train bodies, that whisper into every cell what it means to be normal, sane, healthy, or delinquent. Jacques Derrida, a French philosopher born in Algiers, in what was then colonial Algeria, a man who once described himself as a Jew, who was also a kind of Arab, read those analyses and pushed the question deeper. Not just how does power produce the subject, but how is the very language in which we think about subjects, power, truth, and presence itself built on a secret, unstable hierarchy? His answer was a method, or rather an unmethod, called deconstruction, and it would become one of the most celebrated, reviled, and misunderstood strategies of the late 20th century. Deconstruction is not destruction. It is the patient, meticulous, almost forensic reading of a text, and by text, Derrida meant anything, a philosophical treatise, a poem, a legal code, a building, to reveal the hidden binary oppositions that structure it. Speech over writing, presence over absence, man over woman, reason over madness, literal over metaphorical. Each binary looks natural, neutral, obvious, but deconstruction shows that each is a hierarchy, and that the supposedly superior term depends on the supposedly inferior term for its very meaning. Law depends on the outlaw it excludes. Reason is defined against the madness it cannot entirely banish. The second term is not a supplement to the first. It is the condition of possibility for the first, and the first is constantly smuggling in the very qualities it claims to have banished. The deepest target of this analysis was what he called logocentrism, the entire, vast, unspoken commitment of Western metaphysics to the idea that there is a fixed center of meaning, a final word, a full presence that guarantees truth. How does this work? He argued that the Western tradition has consistently privileged speech over writing. The voice, the living breath, the inner presence of meaning to the speaker in the moment of utterance, this has been treated as the pure, original source of meaning. Writing has been treated as a secondary, parasitic, dangerous substitute, a dead letter that corrupts the living voice. This is the metaphysics of presence, the belief that truth is a full, immediate self-possession, a meaning present to consciousness, without gap, delay, or distortion. Derrida's countermove was to coin a word that is not quite a word. Difference, spelled with an A instead of an E in French, a deliberate misspelling that you can only see in writing. You cannot hear it in speech, which is precisely the point. The word plays on the verb differ, which means both to differ, to be distinct, and to defer, to postpone. Meaning, Derrida argued, is never fully present. Every sign refers to another sign, which refers to another, in an endless chain of differentiation and deferral. The meaning of a word is not a stable presence. It is a trace of all the other words it is not, and it is always deferred, always arriving, never fully here. Difference is the movement that produces these differences, but it is not a concept, not a thing, not a cause. It is the play of the world. The consequence of this is that there is no stable transcendental signified, no final anchor outside the chain of signs that stops the play of meaning. God, the forms, the absolute, the cogito, the proletarian revolution, all the candidates Western philosophy has nominated to be the final grounding presence, are themselves effects of the system they claim to ground. This is not nihilism in the simple sense of nothing is true. It is the claim that the condition of meaning is a permanent, open-ended play, and that every attempt to arrest that play, to establish a final, authoritative reading, will generate its own internal contradictions. Deconstruction became the foundational strategy for post-structuralism, the wider movement that included Foucault, Deleuze, and others. And it transformed literary criticism, architecture, legal theory, the study of religion, a method that was accused of destroying truth by pointing out, very calmly and with enormous erudition, that truth has always been a structure built on sand, and that the sand, far from being a sign of failure, was the only ground on which language had ever been able to build anything at all. But what if you are not satisfied with a permanent, open-ended play of meaning? What if the endless deferral of the sign, the deconstruction of every stable hierarchy, leaves you not liberated, but merely cold? In the quiet, severe quarters of Harvard University in the 1970s, a gentle, retiring professor named John Rawls quietly reignited a fire that had been drowned in the acids of post-structuralist critique. He did not refute Derrida. He simply reminded the world that even in a universe without a transcendental signified, human beings still have to live together, still have to distribute food and medicine and education and respect, and still need a method for deciding what is fair. normative political philosophy, the kind that had been declared dead by logical positivism and then buried by genealogical suspicion, was about to be revived with a single, elegant thought experiment. That experiment was the original position, a deliberate variation on the old social contract theories of Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau, but purified of their historical and psychological assumptions. Rawls asked us to imagine a gathering of rational individuals tasked with choosing the principles of justice that would govern their society. But there is a condition. These individuals are behind a veil of ignorance. They do not know their own gender, race, class, intelligence, physical abilities, or even their own conception of the good life. They do not know whether they will be born rich or poor, prince or pauper, athlete or invalid. What would rational, self-interested people choose if they were forced to be impartial, because they had no idea who they would turn out to be? The answer, Rawls argued, would be two principles. The first is the principle of equal basic liberties. Each person is to have an equal right to the most extensive total system of basic liberties, compatible with a similar system of liberty for all. Freedom of speech, of conscience, of political participation. These are non-negotiable and cannot be traded away for economic advantage. A slave society is unjust, even if the slaves are well fed, because no rational person behind the veil of ignorance would risk being the slave. The second principle governs social and economic inequalities. They are permissible only if they satisfy two conditions. They must be attached to positions and offices open to all under conditions of fair equality of opportunity. And this is the controversial heart of Rawlsian justice. They must benefit the least advantaged members of society. This is the difference principle. Inequality is justified only to the exact extent that it improves the condition of those at the bottom. A rising tide is good only if it actually lifts the boat that is lowest in the water. What Rawls achieved with this construction was the methodological priority of the right over the good. The state, in his vision, does not enforce a single comprehensive doctrine of human flourishing, whether religious, philosophical, or aesthetic. It establishes a neutral, procedural framework of justice within which free and equal citizens can pursue their own conceptions of the good life, whatever those may be, so long as they respect the same liberty for others. This was a Kantian construction through and through. The original position was, in effect, a procedural interpretation of the categorical imperative, a way of embedding respect for persons as ends in themselves into the basic structure of society. The veil of ignorance, the difference principle, the priority of liberty, these became the dominant framework of modern liberalism, the reference point against which every subsequent theory of justice, left or right, had to measure itself. A quiet, meticulous, profoundly American reply to the European suspicion that justice was just another name for power. A rule book for a society of strangers who can never know for certain that they will not need the rules to protect them. The liberal rulebook was a magnificent, late invention, a machine for producing justice among strangers who could never agree on what the good life actually was. Laozi, a shadowy figure supposedly a keeper of the imperial archives in the Eastern Zhou dynasty of ancient China. A man who, according to legend, grew disgusted with the corruption of the court and rode a water buffalo westward into the mountains, leaving only a slim, poetic manuscript with a border guard before vanishing forever, would have found Rawls's entire project slightly exhausting. The social contract, the veil of ignorance, the careful calculus of advantage, all of this presupposed that human beings could think their way to harmony, that justice was a problem to be solved by the rational mind. The Tao Te Ching, the foundational text of philosophical Taoism that the old sage left behind, says something quieter, stranger, and far more unnerving. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The Tao is the ineffable, formless source of all being, the ultimate principle of order that is not an order, a way that is not a path. It does not command. It does not legislate. It flows, and the 10,000 things, the mountains, the rivers, the human heart arise from it, return to it, and are nourished by it without the Tao ever asserting itself. The sage, the one who understands the Tao, does not strive to build a kingdom of ends or a just distribution of primary goods. The sage practices Wu Wei, a term often translated as non-action, but more precisely meaning effortless action. Action so completely in harmony with the natural grain of things that it leaves no trace, no friction, no proud signature of the doer. Water is the metaphor. Water nourishes all things without striving, seeks the lowest place that everyone else despises, and yet, over time, wears down the hardest rock. The sage ruler in Laozi's vision governs by not governing, empties the people's minds and fills their bellies, weakens their ambition and strengthens their bones. And when his work is done, the people say, "We did it ourselves." This was a profound, quiet critique of what Laozi saw as the Confucian artificiality that was already spreading through the courts of China. Rituals, hierarchies, the rectification of names, the cultivation of virtue through deliberate effort, all of this was, to the Taoist eye, a symptom of the disease it claimed to cure. The more you strive for goodness, the more self-conscious and brittle you become. The more you legislate, the more criminals you create. The uncarved block, the primordial simplicity of a thing before it, has been shaped and named and slotted into a social function, was the ideal. A return to the root, a quiet, almost anarchic faith that the natural order, left to itself, will settle into a harmony that no prince or philosopher could ever impose. And the image of the old sage on his buffalo, riding into the western pass, leaving behind only a poem and a silence, became the enduring emblem of a wisdom that refuses the courtroom, the lecture hall, and the treaty table, a wisdom that knows when to speak and when to let the mist close over the mountain and say nothing at all. The silence at the end of Wittgenstein's Tractatus, the stillness at the heart of Heidegger's clearing, the Tao, was already there, older than both, patient, and utterly indifferent to the distinctions of the West. But Laozi, the old sage, had vanished into the Western Pass, leaving behind a poem about a Tao that could not be named. His opposite, his contemporary, his reluctant, legend-soaked interlocutor, a man who had once, according to a famous and possibly apocryphal story, sought Laozi out for advice and been baffled by what he heard, was not content to vanish. Confucius, known in his own language as Kongqiu, a scholar from the state of Lu in what is now Shandong Province, China, looked at the same crumbling, war-torn world of the late Zhou dynasty and decided the Tao was not a whisper in the mountains. It was a structure. It was a ritual. It was the silent, invisible grammar of every human relationship. And if the world had gone bad, it was because people had forgotten the names of things. The core virtue of his entire ethical universe was Ren, a word translated lazily as benevolence or humaneness, but meaning something closer to a fully developed moral sensibility that aches when another human being suffers. Ren is cultivated through what he called Shu, a principle of reciprocal concern. Do not impose on others what you yourself do not desire. This was not a lofty metaphysical abstraction. It was the daily, grinding, beautiful work of becoming fully human. And the tool for this cultivation was Li ritual propriety. Not empty ceremony, not the robotic performance of ancient rites, but the external structuring of behavior that, repeated with sincerity over decades, carves the inner dispositions of the heart into the shape of goodness. The bow, the respectful silence, the proper way to serve tea, the correct form of address for an elder, these are not constraints on authenticity. They are the scaffolding without which the building of the self never rises. The inner and the outer are one continuous fabric. To practice, the Li is to become the kind of person who naturally, effortlessly embodies Ren. The ideal of this long, disciplined self-cultivation was the Junzi, the exemplary person, often translated as gentleman, but originally meaning a son of a lord. And then, in Confucius's radical redefinition, a moral aristocrat regardless of birth. The Junzi is not born noble. He becomes noble through a lifetime of study, reflection, and the constant, anxious correction of his own faults. The petty person, the Zioran, is not wicked. He is merely small, incapable of seeing beyond his own immediate desires. The Junzi looks at a problem and asks what the right action is. The petty person asks what he can gain. And underpinning all of this was the doctrine of the rectification of names. If a father does not act as a father should, do not call him a father. If a ruler does not rule justly, do not call him a ruler. The word and the reality must align, because a society in which names have slipped their moorings is a society that has entered a kind of semantic madness. To call a tyrant a king is not a mere mistake of language. It is a corruption of the very structure of social life. And at the root of it all, long before the state, long before the elaborate architecture of law and politics, lay the family. Filial piety, Zio, the reverence for parents and ancestors, the warm, natural, biologically grounded love between parent and child, was, for Confucius, the root of all virtue. A man who is incapable of loving his father and obeying his mother is not a man who can be trusted to serve a prince or a god. The family was the first school of the moral sentiments, the original laboratory of humanity. A system that for 2.5 millennia would be the spine of a civilization, debated, refined, attacked, and never entirely escaped, even by those who hated it most fiercely. The quiet man from Lu had planted a garden of definitions that would outlast every empire that trampled through it. And the next great voices of China would spend their lives either watering it, pruning it, or trying to tear it out by the roots. The garden of definitions, the careful architecture of ritual and ren, the entire Confucian project of rectifying names and shaping hearts through Li, was a magnificent, orderly structure. Zhuangzi, a Taoist sage of the Warring States period, a man who supposedly laughed when offered a prime minister's post and preferred to drag his tail through the mud like a turtle, looked at that garden and saw not a solution, but a prison. Every name, every distinction, every hard line between right and wrong, beautiful and ugly, noble and petty, was not a reflection of the Tao, but a violation of it. The Tao does not sort things into boxes. The Tao flows through all of them equally, and the sage is the one who dissolves the distinctions back into the great, churning equalization of things. His radical, relativistic perspective was designed to unfix every fixed position. This and that, right and wrong, life and death, self and other these, are not permanent oppositions. They are flickering shadows cast by a single, ever-changing light. A monkey trainer tells his monkeys, "You get 3 chestnuts in the morning and 4 in the evening." The monkeys are furious. He says, "All right, 4 in the morning and 3 in the evening." The monkeys are delighted. The objective situation has not changed, only the name. A philosopher who argues vehemently for his own doctrine is a monkey shouting over his allotment of chestnuts. The sage adapts, harmonizes, and plays the pipe of heaven instead of insisting on his own little flute. The ideal of this dissolution was what he called Zio Yao Yu, free and easy wandering, a state of being in which the mind is no longer tethered to the rigid certainties of conventional life. The wandering sage does not cling to a fixed home, a fixed doctrine, a fixed identity. He floats on the currents of the Tao, adapting to every situation, never pinned down. The massive peng bird that rises on a whirlwind and flies for thousands of miles is not more free than the cicada that flits from branch to branch. Each is fully itself, moving according to its nature. The sage is the one who does not compare, does not rank, does not envy the sky because he cannot fly. And then the dream butterfly allegory. Xuangzi dreamed he was a butterfly fluttering happily, knowing nothing of Xuangzi. When he woke, he was solidly himself again. But then came the question that still sends a cold ripple down the spine. Was he Xuangzi dreaming he was a butterfly? Or is he now a butterfly dreaming he is Xuangzi? The boundary between reality and illusion is not a solid wall. It is a gauze curtain, and the sage is the one who does not panic at the uncertainty. This transformation, this constant fluidity between waking and dreaming, between one form and another, is not a problem to be solved. It is the Tao itself, and wisdom consists in cultivating spontaneity, what he called Zuren, an effortless, natural adaptation to whatever shape the current moment demands. A quiet, laughing, devastating reply to the archivist of virtue, and a wisdom that would ripple through Chinese art, poetry, and Chan Buddhism for 2,000 years, whispering that the deepest truth is not in the definition, but in the dissolution, and the most profound awakening might just be a butterfly who has forgotten it was ever a man. The floating sage, the dissolving dream, the free and easy wandering, all of this presumed a world safe enough, stable enough, that a butterfly could afford to forget it was ever a man. Mozi, a philosopher and engineer of the 5th century before the Common Era, a man whose origins are obscure, but whose followers formed a disciplined, almost military community of radical pacifists, looked at the same war-torn China and saw not dreamers, but victims. The Taoist dissolution of distinctions was, to him, a luxury soaked in the blood of the innocent. You could not float above right and wrong while children were dying in sieges. You had to choose. You had to act. And the criterion for action was not a whispered harmony with the Tao. It was a calculation. His revolutionary doctrine was Jian Ai, impartial care, a term often translated as universal love, but meaning something far more pragmatic and far more scandalous. Confucius had built his ethics on graded affection. You love your father more than a stranger, your son more than your neighbor. And this natural, biologically rooted hierarchy was the foundation of all virtue. Mozi called this a catastrophic error. Partiality, he argued, is the root of all conflict. The noble loves his clan and exploits the peasant. The king loves his state and invades the neighbor. If you love each person equally, if you care for the stranger's hunger with the same urgency you feel for your own mother's, the chain of harm is broken. Not because you have achieved a mystical state of cosmic unity, but because the math is finally correct. This was the earliest, and one of the purest, formulations of a consequentialist ethics in any civilization. The criterion of an action is whether it promotes benefit and eliminates harm for all. Every custom, every ritual, every war, every tax must be dragged before this tribunal. Does it feed the hungry? Does it clothe the poor? Does it stop the killing? If it does not, it is useless waste, and Mozi attacked with a cold, pragmatic fury everything from elaborate funerals to court music. The long, weeping Confucian mourning rites, the expensive burials that impoverished families, were a systematic theft from the living. The music the Confucians loved so much did not grow a single grain of rice. The state had no business funding orchestras while children starved. His systematic condemnation of offensive warfare was absolute. He not only argued against it in treatises, but according to legend, deployed his followers as military engineers to physically defend small states against aggressors, building fortifications and siege countermeasures to make conquest impossible. War was not glorious. War was mass murder, and the only adequate response was a practical, organized, technically proficient resistance. He also introduced a pragmatic method for judging all beliefs, the three standards. The first was the basis, the deeds of the ancient sage kings. The second was verifiability, the evidence of the eyes and ears of the common people. The third was applicability, the demonstrable benefit to the state and the people when the belief was put into practice. A doctrine that could not pass these three tests was not a mystery to be contemplated. It was rubbish to be discarded. An early, astonishingly modern Chinese utilitarian and logical system, built not on the flow of the Tao, but on the hard, measurable, and bitterly necessary arithmetic of human welfare. A hammer of a philosophy, and like all hammers, it was magnificent at driving a nail and completely useless for describing why the sunset was beautiful. The conversation would continue, and the next great voice would pick up a very different tool, the hammer of impartial calculation, the cold, leveling arithmetic of universal benefit that Mosey had swung at the Confucian garden, left a deep wound. Mencius, known in his own language as Mengzi, a wandering sage and advisor to kings who was born a century after the master's death and trained by his grandson's students, stepped into that garden and rather than fortify the walls with logic, dug down to the roots. His answer to Mosey was not a better calculation. It was a revelation about the human heart. Human nature, he argued, is innately good, not neutral, not malleable to the point of being shaped into anything. Good like a seed is good, containing within itself an inherent tendency toward a specific form of life. His evidence was the four sprouts. Imagine, he said, a child about to fall into a well. Every single person who witnesses this, regardless of their character, their status, their past, will feel a sudden, spontaneous, uncalculated spasm of alarm and compassion. This is not a learned response. It is not a calculation of benefit. It is the sprout of compassion, the ceaseless grain of benevolence, what he called the heart that cannot bear the suffering of others. And it is one of four such sprouts. The sprout of shame, the innate aversion to disgrace, from which grows moral deference and a sense of right. The sprout of modesty, from which grows ritual propriety, not the rigid lee of external performance, but the genuine internal movement of humility. And the sprout of right and wrong, a natural, pre-rational sense of moral approval and disapproval that, when cultivated, becomes wisdom. Every human being possesses these 4 sprouts just as naturally as they possess 4 limbs. But a sprout is not a full-grown tree. The environment is everything. A good king nourishes the sprouts with just laws, material sufficiency, and moral education. A bad king starves them with tyranny, poverty, and neglect, and calls the resulting crime evidence that human nature is evil. This was the error of the legalists and the followers of that other contrarian voice, Zunzi, who would soon argue the opposite. The tyranny that produces a thief then guillotines him for his nature. The political philosophy that flowed from this was a philosophy of benevolent kingship. The king is not a conqueror. He is a gardener, a father, a physician of the social body. And the ultimate justification for his rule was the mandate of heaven, a concept that Mencius refined into a radical moral weapon. Heaven sees as the people see. Heaven hears as the people hear. If a ruler is unjust, he loses the mandate. He is no longer a king. He is a criminal, a solitary tyrant, and the people have a legitimate right to revolt, to overthrow him, and to install a ruler who nourishes the sprouts rather than trampling them. A tyrant is not a king. He is a weed, and a weed is meant to be pulled. This was not a doctrine of rebellion for its own sake, but a doctrine of cosmic responsibility, a quiet, ferocious certainty that the moral order of the universe was wired into the trembling, compassionate heart of every human being, waiting only for a good gardener and a little water. The gentle gardener, who saw only sprouts of goodness waiting for water, had a furious, brilliant antagonist who believed the garden was a field of weeds that needed a fence, a blade, and a plan. Zunzi, a scholar and official from the state of Zhao in the Warring States period of ancient China, who had seen too much war, too much scheming, and too much cruelty to believe the heart was born innocent, wrote a direct counterargument to Mencius so stark that the Confucian tradition has never quite recovered. Human inborn nature, he said, is selfish and evil. Not evil in a demonic sense, but evil in the sense of being naturally chaotic, greedy, envious, and driven by desires that, left to their own momentum, produce universal conflict. The sage emperors of antiquity did not follow their spontaneous feelings. They invented a cure. That cure was deliberate artifice, a term he called way, which is the conscious, intentional creation of culture, ritual, and law by the sages. Goodness is not a natural growth from within. It is a construction imposed from without, like a carpenter bending a crooked piece of wood into a straight plank. Human nature is the crooked wood. The sages, through centuries of painful experimentation, invented the tools to straighten it. Li, ritual propriety, and Fa, law, are not the expression of an inner goodness. They are the external, artificial, absolutely necessary discipline that transforms a wild animal into a human being. This meant that ritual and law were not optional refinements for the morally sensitive. They were the absolute necessity, the only things standing between civilization and the war of all against all. A man without a teacher who relies on his inborn nature will be like a blind man trying to navigate by his own unaided senses. He will fall into every pit: the teacher, the text, the ritual, the punishment. These are the eyes a human being borrows to see in the dark. Education was not an unfolding of potential. It was a lifelong accumulation of habits, a slow, grinding process of reshaping the raw material of the self. The noble person is not one who discovers his true self. He is one who has successfully conquered it. And so his thought bridged the Confucian obsession with ritual and the legalist obsession with law, creating a rationalistic philosophy that rejected the Taoist dissolution of distinctions and the Mohist calculus of universal love in equal measure. Heaven, for Zunzi, was not a moral force that listened to the people and withdrew its mandate. Heaven was a neutral natural order, indifferent to human morality, operating by fixed patterns that could be studied and used. This was rationalism, cold and clear, and among his students were the architects of the legalist state itself. A philosophy built not on the whisper of the Tao, not on the warmth of the heart, but on the hard, patient, and desperately necessary work of carving a human being from a block of stone. Among the students of that cold, clear rationalist who believed human nature was crooked wood, was a prince of the state of Han, a man with a stammer so severe he could barely speak in the court, but whose brush was a scalpel. Han Fizi took Zunzi's bitter assessment of human nature, stripped away the lingering Confucian hope that ritual could reshape it through slow, loving cultivation, and built a philosophy so cynical, so ruthlessly practical, that it became the operating system of the first unified Chinese empire. The premise was simple and devastating: universal selfishness. Every human being, from the farmer to the minister to the emperor's own son, is motivated by a cold, calculating calculus of benefit and harm. The ruler who trusts his ministers is a fool. The ruler who appeals to their virtue is a dead man walking. The only language the world speaks is the language of power. His solution was an impersonal, uniform system of law, or Fa. The law is not a set of moral suggestions. It is a machine for producing obedient behavior, and it must be applied with absolute predictability. The minister who exceeds his orders is punished as severely as the one who fails to fulfill them. The noble who shelters a criminal is guilty of the criminal's crime. No exceptions, no mercy, no warm Confucian adjustments for circumstance. The law is blind, and its blindness is its only virtue. The ruler need not be wise or good. He need only maintain the machinery of measurement and punishment, and the state will run itself. The two handles of the ruler, his sole instruments of control, were punishment and reward. Punishment is the heavy handle, the axe that falls on the disobedient. Reward is the light handle, the gold and the title that grace the loyal. The ruler who knows how to wield these two handles needs nothing else. He does not need to be loved. He does not need to be admired. He needs his ministers to be terrified of failure and hungry for promotion, and the state will flourish. Morality was not just useless, it was dangerous. A king who governs by the example of his personal virtue is a king who has already begun the slow, inevitable slide into chaos. The ruler must also master two further tools: Shu, the administrative technique, the dark art of testing and controlling the ministers. The ruler shows no preferences, no desires, no hint of what he favors, because a minister who knows the ruler's heart can manipulate it. The ruler is a blank mirror, reflecting the minister's own words back upon him, holding him to his own stated goals, punishing any deviation. And she, political power, the sheer, raw, gravitational force of the throne itself. A mediocre ruler in a strong institutional position will outlast a sage in a weak one. Power is the weight, and the ruler who lets go of it, even for an instant, will be crushed by the appetites of those around him. Hanfizi thus rejected moral suasion entirely. The masses are not rational. They are a herd that must be driven, not persuaded, and the apparatus of the state exists to do the driving. Total institutionalization. A machine of laws and punishments so perfectly tuned that even a bad ruler need merely exist at the center of it for the empire to thrive. Legend says that Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor, read Hanfizi's work and declared that he would die without regret if he could only meet the author. The philosopher was sent to Qin as a diplomatic hostage, and his old classmate Li Si, jealous of the emperor's admiration, arranged for him to be arrested and forced to drink poison before he could ever speak with the tyrant he had armed. A fitting end for the architect of a machine that was designed to eliminate the need for wisdom in a ruler. He was the last great answer to the chaos of the warring states, and the answer he gave would be tested on the backs of millions, collapse in spectacular horror, and still, somehow, never entirely vanish from the art of statecraft. The grinding machine of legalist statecraft, with its calibrated handles of punishment and reward, was built on a single, brutal assumption: that human nature had a fixed, knowable, and utterly selfish core. But what if nothing had a fixed core? What if the very idea of a fixed, intrinsic nature, whether of a human being, a state, a law, or a moment of consciousness, was the deepest, most dangerous illusion of all? Far to the south and west, in the intellectual ferment of early Mahayana Buddhism, a philosopher named Nagarjuna, a Brahmin convert from southern India, about whom legend says he retrieved the perfection of wisdom sutras from the undersea kingdom of the Nagas, serpent deities, before founding the Madhyamaka school, was about to dismantle the very concept of intrinsic nature with a relentless dialectical critique that makes Zeno's paradoxes look like a warm-up exercise. He called this emptiness or sunyata, and it was not a thing, it was a scalpel. Nagarjuna's method was to take any philosophical category, any claim about the ultimate nature of reality, and demonstrate that it could not possess what he called svabhava, which means inherent, independent, self-sufficient existence. A thing with svabhava would be its own cause, unchanging, permanent, and utterly independent of every conditioning factor. He would then ask, "Show me such a thing, a seed. It depends on soil, water, and the death of a previous plant. A thought. It depends on a prior thought, a body, an object. The self. When you search for it among the 5 aggregates of form, sensation, perception, mental formations, and consciousness, you find only a shifting bundle of processes, none of which is a permanent soul. The dialectic grinds forward, proving that every proposed candidate for ultimate reality is either incoherent or dependent. To have svabhava is to be causeless. Everything we experience is causally conditioned. Therefore, nothing possesses svabhava. All phenomena are empty. But in this was Nagarjuna's most critical, razor-edged move. Emptiness itself is empty. It is not a secret, hidden reality behind the world of appearances, not a new absolute, not a cosmic void in which things float. If emptiness were a thing with its own svabhava, the entire project would self-destruct into a new form of clinging. Emptiness is the true nature of things precisely because it has no nature. It is the dependent and provisional character of all phenomena, a universal open-endedness that is misperceived by the untrained mind as solid, permanent, and possessed of essence. And this is where the two truths doctrine enters. There is conventional truth, the everyday, pragmatic truth of tables and chairs, moral rules, and the Buddha's own teachings. This level of truth is not false. It is simply a useful, working consensus that enables communication and the path of practice. And there is ultimate truth, which is the emptiness of all phenomena, including conventional truth itself. The middle way between nihilism and eternalism is precisely the refusal to collapse these two. To say things are empty is not to say they do not exist. It is to say they exist as dependently originated, as empty of svabhava. Nihilism denies any reality whatsoever. Eternalism posits a permanent, unchanging essence behind the flux. The middle path of Nagarjuna is the coincidence of emptiness and dependent origination. They are two names for the same reality, seen from different angles. The foundational philosophical framework for Mahayana Buddhism, laid out in a text of terrifying logical precision and poetic beauty, a systematic deconstruction that leaves not a single concept standing, and yet, somehow, does not leave a wasteland. It leaves a world of luminous, ungraspable flowing, a liberation not from the world, but from the impossible demand that it stay still. The luminous, ungraspable flowing that Nagarjuna had unveiled, the world of empty, dependently originated forms, had swept away every fixed concept, every intrinsic nature, every ground on which a self could stand. Adi Shankaracharya, a philosopher and theologian born in a small village in what is now Kerala, India, a boy who reportedly mastered the Vedas by age 8 and renounced the world by his early teens, looked at that same liberating emptiness and saw a dangerous half-truth. There is indeed a permanent, unchanging reality, he argued. There is indeed a ground, not a ground among other grounds, not a thing in the world, but the very self, the Atman, which is identical with the sole, ultimate reality of the entire cosmos, Brahman. And everything else, the mountains, the temples, the gods, the self you think you are with your personal name and your petty anxieties, is a magnificent, persistent, and ultimately illusory superimposition. This was Advaita Vedanta, the philosophy of non-dualism, and Shankara's exhaustive exegesis of the Upanishads, the Brahma Sutras, and the Bhagavad Gita established it as the dominant force in Indian philosophical thought. Brahman is the sole reality, not a god among gods, not a creator separate from creation, but the unqualified, formless, infinite, conscious substrate of all that appears. It is Satchitananda being, consciousness, bliss, not as attributes it possesses, but as its very essence. And the individual self, this flickering, anxious I that seems to inhabit a body and move through a world, is not a fragment of Brahman, not a creation of Brahman, but Brahman itself, unmodified and complete. The Upanishadic Mahavakya, the great saying, Tat Tivamasi, that thou art, was not a metaphor. If this is true, then what is the world? The world is Maya, a word often lazily translated as illusion, but meaning something more precise. A superimposition, a misperception, like seeing a snake in a coil of rope at twilight. The rope is real. The snake is not unreal in the sense of a square circle. It appears. It causes real terror. It has a pragmatic reality. But when you see the rope, the snake vanishes. The world of multiplicity is the snake. Brahman is the rope. The error is caused by ignorance, avidya, a beginningless, inexplicable cosmic confusion that projects the world of name and form onto the screen of the One. Ignorance is not a positive thing. It is a darkness that vanishes the instant knowledge dawns. And so the sole path to liberation, to moksha, is jnana, knowledge. Not ritual, not devotion, not good works, though these have their preliminary roles in purifying the mind. But the final, decisive act is knowledge, the direct, non-conceptual, scripturally guided realization that you are already that. You are not the body, not the mind, not the ego. You are Brahman, and you always have been. The question is not how to become something. It is how to remove the false belief that you are something else. Shankara was a rigorous refutation of the rival schools that opposed him. A philosopher of ferocious logic who traveled the length of India 3 times, debating and establishing monastic centers. Yet his deepest teaching remained this singular, quiet, shattering truth. There is only one reality, and it is you, not the you of the mirror and the memory, but the unchanging, undivided awareness in which the mirror itself appears. A system that claimed to end all systems, a knowledge that claimed to dissolve the knower. The conversation would not end there, of course. The theistic heart could not rest in a qualityless absolute, and a reply was already forming in the south of India. But that, as they say, is another hour story. The luminous, ungraspable flowing that Nagarjuna had unveiled, the world of empty, dependently originated forms, had swept away every fixed concept, every intrinsic nature, every ground on which a self could stand. Adi Shankaracharya, a philosopher and theologian born in a small village in what is now Kerala, India, a boy who reportedly mastered the Vedas by age 8 and renounced the world by his early teens, looked at that same liberating emptiness and saw a dangerous half-truth. There is indeed a permanent, unchanging reality, he argued. There is indeed a ground, not a ground among other grounds, not a thing in the world, but the very self, the Atman, which is identical with the sole, ultimate reality of the entire cosmos, Brahman. And everything else, the mountains, the temples, the gods, the self you think you are with your personal name and your petty anxieties, is a magnificent, persistent, and ultimately illusory superimposition. This was Advaita Vedanta, the philosophy of non-dualism, and Shankara's exhaustive exegesis of the Upanishads, the Brahma Sutras, and the Bhagavad Gita established it as the dominant force in Indian philosophical thought. Brahman is the sole reality, not a god among gods, not a creator separate from creation, but the unqualified, formless, infinite, conscious substrate of all that appears. It is Satchitananda being, consciousness, bliss, not as attributes it possesses, but as its very essence. And the individual self, this flickering, anxious I that seems to inhabit a body and move through a world, is not a fragment of Brahman, not a creation of Brahman, but Brahman itself, unmodified and complete. The Upanishadic Mahavakya, the great saying, Tat Tivamasi, that thou art, was not a metaphor. If this is true, then what is the world? The world is Maya, a word often lazily translated as illusion, but meaning something more precise. A superimposition, a misperception, like seeing a snake in a coil of rope at twilight. The rope is real. The snake is not unreal in the sense of a square circle. It appears. It causes real terror. It has a pragmatic reality. But when you see the rope, the snake vanishes. The world of multiplicity is the snake. Brahman is the rope. The error is caused by ignorance, avidya, a beginningless, inexplicable cosmic confusion that projects the world of name and form onto the screen of the One. Ignorance is not a positive thing. It is a darkness that vanishes the instant knowledge dawns. And so the sole path to liberation, to moksha, is jnana, knowledge. Not ritual, not devotion, not good works, though these have their preliminary roles in purifying the mind. But the final, decisive act is knowledge, the direct, non-conceptual, scripturally guided realization that you are already that. You are not the body, not the mind, not the ego. You are Brahman, and you always have been. The question is not how to become something. It is how to remove the false belief that you are something else. Shankara was a rigorous refutation of the rival schools that opposed him, a philosopher of ferocious logic who traveled the length of India 3 times, debating and establishing monastic centers. Yet his deepest teaching remained this singular, quiet, shattering truth. There is only one reality, and it is you, not the you of the mirror and the memory, but the unchanging, undivided awareness in which the mirror itself appears. A system that claimed to end all systems, a knowledge that claimed to dissolve the knower. The conversation would not end there, of course. The theistic heart could not rest in a qualityless absolute, and a reply was already forming in the south of India. But that, as they say, is another hour's story. The theistic heart could not rest in a qualityless absolute. Ramanuja, a Tamil Brahmin theologian and philosopher born in Sriperumbudur, in what is now Tamil Nadu, India, who studied under a teacher of the Advaita school, and then broke with that tradition with a fierce, loving conviction, looked at Shankara's majestic, impersonal Brahman, and asked a devastating question. A qualityless entity that is pure consciousness without any objects of awareness, a being without attributes, a bliss without anyone to experience it. What is the difference between that and a void? A liberation that consists of dissolving into a cosmic unity, like a drop of water vanishing into the ocean, is not liberation. It is annihilation. And the soul that longs for God does not want to be annihilated. It wants to love. It wants to be loved. It wants to remain itself, distinct, conscious, and flooded with the glory of the divine. His philosophy was Vishishtadvaita Vedanta, a term that means qualified non-dualism. He rejected both the absolute non-dualism of Shankara and the dualism of other schools. Brahman is not a qualityless, impersonal ground. Brahman is a personal God, Narayana, Vishnu, the supreme being who possesses infinite, glorious attributes, omnipotence, omniscience, boundless love, not as external decorations, but as the very texture of his being. The world and individual souls are real. They are not an illusion, not a temporary mirage that vanishes upon enlightenment. They are the body of Brahman, organic unity, not dissolved identity. The soul and the world are distinct from Brahman, as a body is distinct from the indwelling self that animates it, and yet they have no existence or purpose apart from Brahman. Difference and non-difference coexist in a single, organic, living whole. The path to liberation, therefore, was not the cold, solitary ascent of knowledge that Shankara had prescribed. It was bhakti, loving devotion, a total, consuming, ecstatic surrender of the self to the personal God. And this was made possible not by human effort alone, but by divine grace. The soul cannot liberate itself. God, moved by the devotion of his worshipper, grants liberation as a gift. The final act was prapatti, self-surrender, a complete, absolute, and trusting abandonment of the self to the divine mercy. Knowledge, for Ramanuja, could prepare the mind, but only devotion, only the warm, trembling, personal bond between the lover and the beloved could unlock the final door. The beloved does not dissolve into the beloved. The beloved is brought into the divine presence and remains there, forever distinct, forever aware, and forever blessed. A theism of profound philosophical sophistication, grounded in the Tamil devotional poetry of the Alvars and the logic of the Vedanta. A reply to Shankara that would shape the Bhakti movement for 1,000 years and ensure that in the great conversation of Indian philosophy, the heart would always have a seat at the table, and the beloved would never be asked to vanish. The theistic heart had found its truest form, a beloved who would never vanish, a God with infinite glorious attributes who held the soul and the world as his own living body. But about 500 years before any of this, in the foothills of the Himalayas, a prince from the Shakya clan in what is now Nepal had already walked away from every god, every metaphysical system, and every philosophical dispute with a single, quiet, devastating observation. Siddhartha Gautama, the man who would be called the Buddha, the awakened one, did not begin with Brahman. He began with a fact so ordinary that everyone had missed its philosophical depth. Life is pervaded by dukkha. The word is usually translated as suffering, but it means something broader, something more like the chronic, grinding unsatisfactoriness of a wheel that never stops squeaking. Birth is dukkha. Aging, sickness, death, union with what we dislike, separation from what we love, not getting what we want, all of it is dukkha. Not because the universe is evil, but because it is impermanent, and we try to cling to it as if it were solid. Then came the diagnosis. The origin of this relentless dissatisfaction is tanha, craving. Not just the obvious thirst for sensual pleasure, but the deep, existential craving for existence, for non-existence, for the self to be permanent and safe. The engine of suffering is not the world. It is the way the mind reaches out and grasps at the world, trying to fix what flows, trying to own what is ownerless. And this thirst has a cause, a chain of conditioned arising that stretches back through ignorance, contact, feeling, and perception in a 12-link chain of dependent origination that shows no act, no thought, no moment exists in isolation. Everything arises because of conditions, and when the conditions cease, the thing ceases. The self is not an exception to this law. It is the primary exhibit. The third truth was the possibility of cessation, nirodha. Because suffering has a cause, and because causes can be removed, suffering can be ended. Not suppressed, not postponed, but extinguished like a flame when the fuel is taken away. The peace that remains is not a blank nothingness. It is the blowing out of the fires of greed, hatred, and delusion. Liberated, cool, and free. The fourth truth was the practical prescription, the path that leads to that cessation. This was the eightfold path, and it was not a list of commandments from a deity. It was a training manual for the mind, a systematic cultivation of wisdom, ethical conduct, and mental discipline. Right view, the understanding of the four truths themselves. Right intention, the resolution to renounce ill will and cruelty. Right speech, truthful, gentle, necessary. Right action, refraining from killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct. Right livelihood, earning a living without harming others. Right effort, the continuous discipline of preventing and abandoning unwholesome states. Right mindfulness, the clear, non-judgmental awareness of the body, feelings, and mind in every moment. And right concentration, the progressive training of attention through meditative absorption into states of luminous stillness. Unlike the Brahminical traditions that argued for an eternal self, an Atman, the Buddha taught anatta, no permanent self. The self is a process, a bundle of 5 aggregates: form, sensation, perception, mental formations, and consciousness, none of which is a permanent soul. The sense of I is a habit, a convenient grammatical fiction that becomes a prison when we believe it is an indestructible owner. The middle way between the extremes of self-indulgence and self-mortification was not a compromise. It was a direct path through the center of the illusion, a practical, empirical, and radically compassionate program for the complete transformation of the human condition. No gods required, no metaphysics, just a physician's diagnosis, a path, and the quiet, confident assertion that the task could be done, and that countless beings before had done it. A philosophy, a psychology, a religion, and a liberation, all folded into the simple, unbearable clarity of a man sitting alone under a tree, having finished the work, touching the earth with his right hand as a witness that the suffering had stopped. The physician's diagnosis had been precise, cool, and radically portable, a path to extinguish suffering that required no gods, no metaphysics, only the quiet, determined discipline of a mind that had seen through its own illusions. But 1,000 years later, in the teeming, turbulent crossroads of 15th century Punjab, a gentle poet named Guru Nanak, the founder of the Sikh tradition, born near modern Lahore in what is now Pakistan, looked at the ritual-encrusted Hinduism and the legalistic Islam of his day, and declared that the physician's diagnosis, while true, was incomplete. The one was not a void to be liberated into. The one was a presence, a reality, a name. His foundational principle was Ik Onkar, one supreme reality, a single, formless, timeless, uncreated God who is both transcendent beyond all comprehension and immanent, woven through every leaf, every breath, every human heart. The opening line of the Japji Sahib, his great morning prayer, begins with the Mul mantra. There is one God, eternal truth is his name, creator of all things, without fear, without enmity, timeless, unborn, self-existent, known by the Guru's grace. This was a radical monotheism, stripped of idolatry, avatars, and priestly mediation, and this metaphysical conviction detonated a social revolution. If there is only one God, and that God dwells equally in every human being, then the entire edifice of caste, gender discrimination, and empty ritual was a lie. Nanak rejected the hereditary hierarchies of Hinduism, the seclusion of women, the dietary obsessions that divided neighbor from neighbor. He ate with the low caste and the high caste in the same sitting, a scandal that would become the very DNA of Sikh practice. The 3 pillars of Sikh life distilled from his teachings are Nam Japo, meditating on God's name, not as a rote formula, but as a constant interior remembrance that cleanses the mind of ego. Karat Karo, earning an honest living through the labor of one's own hands, a rejection of begging, exploitation, and parasitism. And Van Chaco, sharing what you earn with others, because the surplus on your plate does not belong to you, but to the community, to the stranger, to the hungry. The embodiment of this final pillar is langar, the free communal kitchen attached to every Sikh Gurdwara, or house of worship, where anyone, regardless of caste, creed, or nationality, sits together on the floor and eats the same simple meal, a radical social reform of equality for all humans, rejecting empty ritual in both Hinduism and Islam, and the 3 pillars of Sikh practice, meditating on the name, honest living, and sharing with others, embodied in the communal kitchen where every guest is equal, a philosophy sung, not merely argued, in hymns of breathtaking poetic beauty, and a quiet, practical insistence that the divine is not found in the lonely cave or the philosopher's abstraction, but in the sweat of honest work and the warm, shared bread of a community that has decided, against all evidence, to love one another. And with that, the long, winding conversation of philosophy, from the shores of Miletus to the foothills of the Himalayas, from the solitary cell of Boethius to the langar hall of Kartarpur rests. For now, in the quiet hum of ordinary people sharing a meal under the wide, silent, and still very mysterious sky.